Okay, it is November 11th, I guess 2019, Veterans Day, I think. Whatever, I'm sure there's some scams, how back to their usual tactics of how I think I'm in the military and I need to be eradicated and die because I'm schizo, and then after we can't make it look like I'm schizo, then I'm bipolar, and then it's anxiety issues, then it's agoraphobia, then it's what else? There's like 100 different psychological labels. PTSD, split personality disorder. When my face changes, when I get angry, my face changes. When I get mad, I'm like the Hulk. And then it switches to criminal things. Car thief, pedophile, bank robber, whatever, public nuisance, whatever. There's about 1,000 of those labels. Okay, so whatever. So, just throw the Kevin thinks he's in the army for singing Tom Petty songs. Your father was a sergeant major. Wait, how's it go? Your father was a sergeant major. You didn't want to, but he made you. Something like that, whatever. So, sending the Tom Petty lookalikes after me like Michael Bialis. Whatever. Defense attorney Michael Bialis. Whatever. Kind of strange, isn't it? You're not allowed to sing songs. If you sing songs, we're going to hunt you down and kill you or eradicate you. You're not allowed to express yourself. You're not allowed to wear fun-loving clothing. By the way, I love this shirt. I love Toxic Waste. If you know what movie this is from, kudos, good for you. I'm sure that's a crime and it means I'm schizo because I'm wearing a shirt out of a movie that I bought off the internet from a corporation selling t-shirts. Right? If a private corporation made this t-shirt, did I steal the lines from the movie, or am I schizo for wearing I Love Toxic Waste out of this movie? I don't think so, right? So that's another one of their bullshit scams to eradicate my existence. Kevin's schizo because he's wearing this shirt, or it'll change on a minute-by-minute, hourly basis. Okay, on that note, I think I got a cavity, and I haven't had a freaking cavity since I was like 8 years old or something. I think I'm getting a stinking cavity. Okay, so whatever. So like usual, let's get down to the important shit, right? Because we're not allowed to have fun, like my father says, while he buys fun machines for our bedrooms. Okay, I don't know what the correlation between my father, fun, and fun machines is, but my father is a loony who hunts down and tries to kill you for buying him a watch for his birthday and things like that. So no buying that man fucking presents, let me tell you. Although I've broken all contact with the murderer years ago when I realized who he is and what he's been up to for the past 47 years. Okay, well, trying to lock me in cages and shit like that for my entire life, while he locks his dogs in cages and tries to send me hidden messages with my family about the movie The Bad Seed, while naming his dog Rhoda, his Rhodesian Ridgeback. Okay, where are we? Let's look at my notes. Now, once again, like usual, I just randomly jotted down free passing thoughts through my head that are very relevant and very important. Some of these I might have discussed, but I think most of them I didn't. But like usual, they're extremely important for the world to understand the types of things being done in my life, the types of things that people are told on a strategic template to cry wolf about or do, right? They're not random neurotic people. Okay, let's see. Come on. Oops, wrong. You. Okay, there we are. Okay, the competition scam. I have that one at the top. The competition. Kevin's trying to compete with people, and when Kevin competes with people, he's destroying their lives, blah, blah, blah. Kind of like when you watch those movies, like, what is it, like Wedding Wars or something like that? Who knows? Like, I think there's a whole slew of movies about people getting married and competing and destroying the other person's life or something out of jealousy or shit like that. Kevin's competing with Damon Riggins, and he hates Damon Riggins' guts because Damon Riggins is black, and Kevin's a white supremacist. Kevin did all these horrible things to Damon Riggins, so much so that Damon Riggins is having black girls sign up on the wrestling team in high school, where the coach wants me to train with the black girl on a boys team, then running around saying I'm trying to beat up black women and I hate black people and black women. Well, first of all, if I'm competing with Damon Riggins, or Damon Riggins is competing with me, how did the coach get involved? Do you understand? If Damon Riggins walks up to a black girl and says, I don't like Kevin, let's frame him, how does the black girl walk up to the coach and say, Coach, we want to frame Kevin? If the black girl with Damon Riggins are walking up to the coach to compete with me, to make it look like I hate black people and want to beat the shit out of them on a mat, how did the coach get involved? I mean, now this conspiracy is kind of going a little out of the normal channels here, right? And if the coach walks up to the principal and says, or Mr. Quigley, if Jono, the coach, or Brock Delp walks up to Mr. Quigley, my PE teacher / English teacher in 10th grade, and says, tell Kevin to punch Paul Schaefer, and Mr. Quigley tells me to punch Paul Schaefer in English class, and I say, no, I'm not going to punch Paul Schaefer. Now, yeah, Paul Schaefer was kind of bullying me, and he pushed me over the desk, but why did Mr. Quigley really want me to punch Paul Schaefer? Because they wanted to say I'm a violent paranoid schizo who's off punching people for no reason. Okay? Because teachers don't tell you to punch kids, even if someone wants to toughen you up. I've never heard of a situation where an actual teacher tells you to punch a student in front of everyone in the class, so the entire class can run around and say, Kevin's crazy, and you punch Paul Schaefer. Okay. Because, and why am I saying it that way? Because every incident in my life has been exactly the same, from the LAPD paying off Bailey Bernard to follow me home, assault and battery me, and when I called the police, what did the police do? They wrote up false charges that I battered Bailey Bernard. Okay, so this template of mass conspiracy patterns of behavior, now 16 and all the way down to 5 years old, have always been the same. Mob Kevin to death, turn it around on him, and try to lock him in cages. Okay, so these patterns go from group to group, all the way back to 5 years old, especially with my brother. My brother, his friends, and my friends were told to do all these things to me growing up. And what's even scarier is that my parents were telling my brother to do these things. So when my brother's off, he and his friends doing all their road rage shit and pinning it on me, he was told to go out and do these things and pin it on me. Now, why do I say this? Well, oddly enough, Eric Johnson blows up Darren, or tries to blow up Darren Light's mailbox with an M80. Kevin did it. Richard Grunberg and Tom Farley steal Ian Woodman's skateboards. It was Kevin. My brother lights the back hill on fire with sparklers with Richard Grunberg. Kevin did it. And it just goes from person to person. Shit, if I walk into a public place, don't know one person, something happens, and I don't even know what happened, Kevin did it. Okay, now this isn't one person. This isn't one evil piece of shit. This is person after person since 5 years old. Every person I'm in contact with is given these strategic tactics to eradicate my existence. Okay, so the competition. What's the competition? Kelly Hatch is paid off to follow Kevin Perlman up to Southern Oregon State College, working with the police to eradicate my existence. Kelly Hatch runs around with the police. Kevin stalking me. Kevin followed me to college. Kevin won't leave me alone. I don't know the fucking difference. All I know is I go up to Southern Oregon State College. By the way, I was given a set of controlled, how do you say it? A set of controlled environments. Hey Kevin, let's go to these college counselors. Here's 3 or 4 colleges we've chosen for you. Right? Now, I'm 17 or whatever, and I'm just kind of off in building car land and all that, and I'm not focusing really on choosing my own colleges. So these people sweep in with my family, and they strategically set up these controlled environments. Well, you can go to Loyola Marymount like your mother. You can go to these couple other California schools or Southern Oregon State College. Check them out. So I go check them out, and I go to Southern Oregon State College. It's completely different and new, so I want to go to Southern Oregon State College. Little do I know, these are strategic, planned out, controlled environments. It's kind of like, what is it called, like the Skinner box or whatever in psychology? Like they're controlled environments. Okay, everything is, people are notified beforehand to do these things, to control me. Teachers are notified. Okay, hence them sending Kelly Hatch after me to follow me up to Southern Oregon State to try to get any dirt, or them to try to set me up or frame me with Kelly Hatch. Okay, so I don't want to veer off too deep on that, but what I do want to say is, at 0 point was there any real competing other than the what do you call it? What's it called with the football? The homecoming, the king and queen of the homecoming thing or whatever. And so we all sort of were joking around. It wasn't like real competing. We're all joking around to win the homecoming king or queen. And first of all, how would I be competing with Kelly Hatch? Let's think about this. I never even thought about this. If there's a king and there's a queen, how could I be competing with Kelly Hatch because she's female? Now that I think about it, right? Because they were doing this thing like, I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I thought about college, because after coming back from college, I spent the last 20 years being hunted by a planet of people. So the homecoming parade or whatever, I think there's a king and a queen, right? And so we all competed, joking around in the dorm to win, and I won like the homecoming king or something. I don't fucking know. And I think they were playing this game how I was competing with Kelly Hatch. And I'm running around going, I'm not fucking competing with Kelly Hatch. I liked Kelly Hatch. I was totally head over heels for Kelly Hatch. It's just, she wasn't super into me, and I was a little chumpy. And in my life, being a chump at 21 years old or 20 years old is the crime of all crime. You are hunted by the NSA, FBI, Mike Huntley, your family, you name it. Okay, so I never thought about it, but she must have been trying to win the queen or whatever, and I won the king thing or whatever. The point is, there is no competing. I don't have a fucking problem with Kelly Hatch other than what she's involved in, her lies that I tried to steal her car, all these things. Now remember that these things were never directly said to me. She just said someone stole my car. And then worldwide groups are hunting me down, trying to prove that I stole her car. Okay, think about that. These are illegal police operations. I don't want to get too deep. I want to stick with the competing thing. Kevin's supposedly a ruthless asshole, competing with everyone, and because Kevin mentioned that he saw Arnold Schwarzenegger's biography movie, that Arnold Schwarzenegger was ruthless, because Arnold states it in his biography, where he's manipulating people to do things to make them look stupid. Mike Huntley and these mass groups are hunting me down to kill me or destroy my life and name with this competing tactic, because I simply mentioned to someone on IRC or something that I saw Arnold Schwarzenegger's biography, his Mr. Olympia biography. Now, does that sound strange to you? You're not allowed to tell anyone you like movies, or you'll be hunted down and killed or eradicated by people taking things out of the movie. and then they'll say you're schizo. Okay, so Rody Morales sent after me to try to make me look crazy and make it look like I'm stalking women and lock me and plant trash bags full of marijuana on me with the LAPD. We're all sort of based off me telling someone I saw the Mr. Olympia movie and Arnold Schwarzenegger was ruthless. Even so much so that Arnold Silber, my stepfather, was working with Michael Bialis and Victoria Walker, wanting to take me to Shotzi's once a month for cigar night, Arnold Schwarzenegger's restaurant in Venice. Well, they tried to set me up and frame me there. Okay, you get the idea, right? We're taking things out of movies and we're doing them to you, and then we're saying that you're a violent paranoid schizo. Okay, but wait, how does this jump from Michael Bialis and Victoria Walker introduced to me from Brian Longbottom to Arnold Stilber, my stepfather in Canada? Now, the whole Shotzi's thing actually is a hidden message that links and relays back to my father putting the bullet hole or whatever he did to his 300E Mercedes when I was 16, saying I tried to kill or scare him or whatever, working with my brother and my brother's friends and my father in LAPD. So the plot thickens. Okay, trying to stick on the competition topic. I don't know who I've ever competed with. I've been a really good person. I spent my life trying to be a good person and better myself. That's all I know. I don't know where this competition even comes from. Damon Riggins drives a Camaro. Kevin builds his Trans Ams and engines. So how am I competing with Damon Riggins, except us kind of joking around with each other a little bit on the roads? Okay, now they're going to jump. Kevin's a reckless driver and killed someone because a couple of 16-year-olds joked around on the roads a little, and I put a little license plate frame that said I eat Z28s from the Sammy Hagar song. I think it's from I Can't Drive 55, the Sammy Hagar song. These are not things that you're hunted down with worldwide support for the police or anything else. The cops are running around saying I'm a reckless driver and I've killed people and I've caused all these accidents and this and that. Hence, back to Rody Morales. Why did they choose a guy who named himself Rody Morales using hinting schizo messages, Rody Morales, like, Kevin, you have no morals on the road, right? Okay, you find that a little strange? But wait, the plot thickens. Why did they have Chasey Lane, a porn star, Chasey Lane, sit next to me in first class on an airplane and then pretend like I did something to her with my pool cue getting off the plane? This was like 25, 30 years ago. But still, so we're going from a guy named Rody Morales to porn stars named Chasey Lane, hinting about my driving, and my family running around saying I killed someone. But then my methods of killing people also all change. From shooting people, my father's making up claims that I shot someone, or put the bullet hole in his car, which he paid off the LAPD to do. Then it switches to him a drug dealer. Wait. Did I kill someone or am I a drug dealer? Am I a drug dealer or am I competing with people to make them, to destroy their lives? Am I such a horrible, narcissistic asshole that I'm making people kill themselves? I can't keep up with the accusations. They just keep switching and changing on an hourly basis, right? And remember, every hour that they make up the newer and newer claims, they go out worldwide. Hunt down and kill Kevin because of this now. Hunt down and kill Kevin because of that now. Okay, so that's, I didn't want to go into too much detail about the competition because there is no competing. I'm always the one that lets people in my life. I normally accept most people provided I relate to them. Like, they don't drive me crazy, I relate to them. And I don't make judgments like, oh, well, you're black. I don't make judgments, oh, you're Latin. I don't make judgments based on you come from a poor area and I come from a rich area. I don't make those kind of judgments. I don't make judgments. I went to college and you fuck for a living. I don't make those kind of judgments. I mean, we all make judgments from small to large, but I don't make those kind of, those things don't bother me. I accept most people. Sure, I'll make judgments like, I went on a date with you and I don't feel comfortable around you or something. Now remember, when we're talking about judgments, because they have a whole scam going that you're not allowed to make judgments, Kevin. If you make judgments, we're going to arrest you and throw you in front of a judge and lock you away for the rest of your life. Well, there's a context to words and meanings. There's a context to situations. The word judge can mean 100 different things, just like the word kill, just like the word oatmeal, right? It's just an empty word. It's a word by itself. It's everything behind the word. If someone judges me and then tries to kill me, it's not the judgment I'm worried about. It's the action, right? We all judge. And I'm not talking about judges in courtrooms. I'm talking about everyday judgments. We all make judgment calls. And I'm not talking about God's judgments versus heaven versus hell. I'm talking about daily, within the context of daily living, judgments. There's water on the road. Should I drive fast or slow? That's a judgment. When I went out to dinner with you, you barked in anger at me that I should buy you a new car, and this is my first date. And why the fuck would I buy you a car? I don't even know you. I'm making a judgment based on a personality, and we all do this. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to hunt down and kill the person like they're doing to me. It just means I kind of make a decision. I like you or I don't like you. And if I don't like you, I'm going to kind of distance myself and get away from you or whatever. But in my life, Kevin Perlman is not allowed to get away from people. Strange. No matter what state, country, it doesn't matter. They have these billions of dollars of government resources. Strange. How do you explain that? Let me tell you something. If a porn star is able to have every detail of my web surfing, what's done on my computer since 1994, and the internet came around, every state I've lived in, every parking spot I've ever parked in, every purchase at a supermarket, that's not a porn star and her friends. That's the United States government of America and NSA level operations, okay? Nobody has that kind of power, especially starting at 5 years old. So I totally got sidetracked on the competing thing, but the point is, you get the idea how everything spirals outwards from this insanity, and it starts from a simple family judgment or something that Kevin's crazy and he's competing with people and trying to destroy people's lives. But remember, a judgment is just a judgment, and to hunt me down with worldwide support over this judgment means that it's no longer a judgment, it's actions behind someone's anger and rage. I don't trust Kevin, I don't like Kevin, so I'm going to eradicate Kevin. That is the crime of all crimes, especially when the police, government, judicial system are involved. Okay, let's get off the competition topic. The LOL topic, the laugh out loud, or tactic. The laugh out loud tactic. Anyone? Anyone want to enlighten me? What the fuck? I have a worldwide campaign sent after me to eradicate my existence. Even a guy named Rick Armando working with, what's his name? Something King, or the writer of Seinfeld, Larry David, is that it? The writer of Seinfeld. Rick Armand, who supposedly was in a band 1994, introduced to me by a psychiatrist named Alex Lazar, stalking and hunting me because he didn't want me talking about the things I knew after I mentioned that they're making up lies and I'm filled with anger and rage. Sends Rick Armando, or Rick Armand, after me, working with Larry David, I think his name is. I'm not getting into the specifics there with the Larry David show, whatever the show was called, and the things they were doing, but what I am going to say, what the fuck? Kevin typed LOL on IRC, and billions of people on IRC in the mid-90s typed LOL, and that's a generic internet expression, LOL. Laugh out loud. Okay, did I miss anything? Am I... Okay. Right, I'm kind of taking this dramatized pause here, like, I mean, I can't even formulate a thought about that, because it's so trivial. It's like, okay, what are some of my other crimes? I was trying to be nice, 20 years ago, I was trying to be nice to a coffee bean employee by saying, how's it going? I'm being hunted and killed by worldwide support for it. I said hey to a girl. I'm being hunted and killed by worldwide support for saying hey to a girl. And the girl, Heather, is following me to coffee shop locations with Aubrey Fisher, then making up claims, doing the Kelly Hatch tactic, how I'm supposedly stalking her when she's following me from place to place because I said hey to her. And she was involved in stalking me before that with the Yankee Doodles employees, but I'm not going down that road. I said hey, I said hi, I said hello, hi, how are you? LOL, laugh out loud, have a good one. Apparently, are all crimes punishable by death with worldwide support. Oh, I said hey you 10 years prior to hey, to Tom Hoax's girlfriend or something. Okay. I mean, you know, we're back to the what the fuck. Okay. Oh, by the way, we're at the, I'm down by the beach. I'm going down to the beach, get some fresh air. Going to the beach is also a crime for some reason, probably because there's some kind of beach scene in a movie when I was young. I have no fucking clue. So anyways, we're going to get some beach, kind of relax, smoke a cigar, get some fresh air, get off the computer, the things that they don't want me doing because they don't want me healthy. Oh, this is the Starbucks where Brian Longbottom told Tia Leone and Martin Sheen to show up, and then he said, Kevin, take their picture, and I took their picture, and then he ran around to the entire planet saying, Kevin's a paparazzi and needs to be hunted and killed. Once again, what the fuck? Because are you telling me that famous actors of that magnitude never have anyone in public take their picture or they're hunted and killed? Doesn't make any sense. And, by the way, there are paparazzis, tons of them, I'm sure, and they're not being hunted and killed when people know they're paparazzis. Okay, so, and it is kind of ironic, there's a guy on a horse here with an American flag, and the horse just took a shit in the middle of the parking lot. Okay, so, and I just kind of thought that was like a funny moment. Okay, so, I could go into 100 side thoughts on that one. Okay, so, my point is that nobody's going to give a fuck, especially Tia Leone or Martin Sheen, if I took their picture in public, because they're a public image and they expect it. Second of all, nobody is going to hunt down and kill paparazzis, or let me rephrase that. The entire planet isn't going to coordinate a kill operation saying that guy's a paparazzi. Then it's not about being a paparazzi. Maybe one person doesn't like a paparazzi or paparazzis and he kills someone, but not a coordinated planet. Okay, So my point is that none of these arguments that they try to throw on me make any sense. Okay? There's no such thing. Kevin, you took a picture of an actor in public, so there's a worldwide campaign saying you're paparazzi and we're going to kill you, and you can never go anywhere in the world. That doesn't make sense. It's not about paparazzi or taking pictures. Now, maybe they want me to run around saying, they're after me because I took an actor's picture, they're after me because I took an actor's picture. Well, if I run around spouting off, they're after me because I took an actor's picture, then I sound batshit crazy. Okay? So what is their motive? Their motive is to try to make me look crazy, to lock me in a mental institution, just like my brother was pitching when I was 16, that me and my friends are going to put you in a mental institution. And my family was telling my brother to do it. And with the police and government. Okay, so, damn, we're only on the second one. The LOL tactic. The LOL, we're angry at you for typing LOL. I don't get it. You're angry at me for saying hey. You're angry at me for typing LOL. You're angry at me for saying how's it going. You're angry at me for saying hi, how are you? Is there anything I am allowed to do or say? Oh, you're mad at me for scratching my head. You're mad at me for checking if I have my wallet in my pocket. Is there anything I am allowed to do that isn't wrong and deemed a crime, punishable by death? Right? Do you see where I'm going with this? Nobody runs around, especially with worldwide support, saying you committed the LOL crime. Right? You typed LOL, maybe there's a miscommunication, maybe this, maybe that. Well, I was in a restaurant and I farted, maybe there's a miscommunication. Maybe you thought the fart was intentional. Maybe you thought I farted because I wanted to ruin your dining experience. I don't fucking know. Do you understand the point I'm getting at here, which is pretty obvious? These are intricate, trivial things that nobody gives a flying fuck about, no matter what. Example. Aubrey Fisher claims I ruined her life because I tapped my foot around her. So for 6 years, worldwide groups are following me around, tapping their feet and tapping on things. 6 years worldwide. Can we all honestly agree that I didn't ruin Aubrey Fisher's life tapping my foot by her? Whether Aubrey Fisher feels I intentionally was trying to provoke her or not, can we all agree that tapping your foot is such an insignificant thing no matter what the reason is? Right? You understand? Okay. Let's say I was just tapping my foot because I was tapping my foot. Which is the case. So fucking what? Let's say I was joking around and dicking with Aubrey Fisher and fucking with her. So fucking what? Is that the end of the world? Now wait. In my life, you're not allowed to fuck with anyone or it's a capital offense. My point is that even though I wasn't fucking with Aubrey Fisher, listen, I did 100 million things. I bent over backwards for Aubrey Fisher, every single way, shape, and form. And the one moment that Aubrey Fisher feels that there's some kind of imperfection, I'm going to devote the rest of my life into hunting you and killing you. Do you understand where I'm coming from with this? And that we're also sort of back to the competing tactic. Because Aubrey Fisher was playing this game, I get into photography, she copies me, she says, Kevin, will you help me? Will you help me with my photography? Sure. Kevin ruined my life. Kevin tapped his foot by me. Kevin's competing with me. We all need to hunt down and kill Kevin Perlman. I have the ability with billions of government dollars and NSA to contact the entire Model Mayhem million person user base and have them all hunt down and kill Kevin Perlman and about 4 billion other people worldwide tapping around me. Wait, so the argument is that I'm competing with Aubrey Fisher because she got into photography after me, asked me to help her. I went out of my way for free to help her, to help her with experience, even though I wasn't that experienced. And I'm competing with her. Okay, let me understand this. If I'm competing with you, and you ask me to help you and teach you things, even though I didn't teach her much, if I spend the time out of my day for no money to help you, and I put up a website for free for you with pre-built template code for your photography, how am I competing? I mean, isn't the whole notion of competing, I'm not going to fucking help you. I don't have a fucking 1 second to help you. Fucking get the fuck away from me. You're a piece of shit. Isn't that like competing? Not I'm going to help you. Okay, I'm going to do half the work for you because I'm competing with you? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, then we take it to the next level. Well, Kevin's competing with me, and he tapped his foot by me, and he destroyed my life by tapping his foot by me. Wait, so I'm competing with you by helping you for free, and I destroyed your life by tapping my foot by you. And there's a worldwide campaign with billions, yes, billions of government dollars, the entire judicial system, probably congressmen and senators, you name it. Oh, and the entire psychology community since 5 years old. And I've ruined Aubrey Fisher's life by helping her with her photography, by putting up a website for her for free, and tapping my foot by her. Okay, once again, what the fuck? Okay, I'm not gonna say that there aren't angry, bitter, bigoted, racist Jew haters like Aubrey Fisher or whatever the fuck she is. A girl that goes around and says, you're weird, so we're gonna get together and kill you. I'm not gonna say that type of piece of filth and trash doesn't exist, because it does. But that's not my point. My point is that we all know this filth and trash exists, type of filth and trash exists, but where does this type of filth and trash have government, billion-dollar government resources that has been working on someone for 42 years with worldwide support? Do you understand where I'm going with this? This girl, no matter how much filth and trash she is, with her friend Heather from Yankee Doodles and a million other girls working with her, does not have, let me rephrase that, should not have the billion-dollar government NSA level resources that they have. Now remember, it doesn't matter who I'm in communication with, in contact with, it just goes to the next person to continue what the first person started at 5 years old. Do you understand? And they're given these government billion-dollar kill resources now in 1994, progressing to internet-level global kill systems without touching someone. They're given, no matter who I talk to, they're given these kill tools. Okay? My point is that since 5 years old, no matter who I'm in contact with, they're going to cry wolf, and then they're going to use these government kill operations to eradicate me, whether it's killing me or locking me in a cage for my entire life. We don't know the reason why, and there is no legit reason why. The government just flagged me at 5 years old saying we're going to eradicate this person with my family. Okay. My point, but back to the superficial level. Back to the superficial level, on the surface. So what? You typed LOL. Who the fuck cares? You tapped your foot by a girl. Who the fuck cares? What is it really about? It's not about typing LOL. It's not about tapping your foot by someone. People don't obsess. People don't walk around for 42 fucking years He typed LOL wrong. 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 He typed LOL right? Okay? He said hey wrong. 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 He tapped his foot 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 wrong. 42 fucking years with worldwide kill support. Yeah, okay, sure. What's it really fucking about? Right? Oh, well, I don't think you're a good person. Okay. Well, you know what? I don't know many fucking people that walk around saying those are all good people. And that person's bad. They need to die. As a matter of fact, most people don't trust people to begin with, correct? So if people went after people if people killed people for not trusting them, like the government's doing to me since 5 years old, there would be no people left. We would be extinct. Okay. So anyways, next topic. Hunted for quoting movie lines. Doesn't make much sense either. I started in with this shirt. I love Toxic Waste. I don't know if you can see the shirt. I love Toxic Waste. Fucking great shirt. Great movie. Great shirt. Didn't I ruin Val Kilmer's life by buying this shirt? I won't say the movie. I'll let you figure out the movie, even though I just gave away half the fucking clue. Did I ruin Val Kilmer's life for buying this shirt off the internet? Because apparently I ruined a lot of people's lives for buying a Lord's Gym t-shirt when I was 20. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay. Lawyer Seymour Amster, and this would have happened with every single lawyer, intentionally lost my trial, my criminal trial, because he's mad at me. Well, just one of the reasons. He's mad at me for quoting My Cousin Vinney lines or joking around with the movie My Cousin Vinney on the internet, on my social networks. So he intentionally framed me and set me up and tried to make me look crazy on the stand, and then lied to therapists and all that, which I talk in other videos, on the trial, because he's mad at me for joking around and doing My Cousin Vinney jokes and quotes on my social networks, which nobody could give a flying fuck about normally. It's like tapping your foot prime. And so, where the hell am I? So, think about the ramifications. I'm going to try to incarcerate you for life and lock you away because I don't like you quoting My Cousin Vinney movie lines. And so I'm going to destroy your life and rid you of the world when I pay him for help. Okay, Seymour Amster also lost the appeals, and he also tried to manipulate me into walking up in front of the judges to tell them I want to be checked in mental institutions and all sorts of freaky shit like this. Because I quoted jokes from My Cousin Vinney, because My Cousin Vinney has lawyers in it, because Vinny's a lawyer. I don't see the connection, right? How is me quoting My Cousin Vinney lines offensive to lawyers? Why aren't they going after the producer and writer of the My Cousin Vinney movie then, right? I mean, if they're going after the guy that quoted the movie lines, they obviously need to go after the producers and writers and Paramount, MGM, Universal, whoever made the fucking thing, right? I mean, those are all criminals and murderers too. Because if they're going after the guy that watched the movie and liked the movie, right? If they're going after a guy that watched the movie and liked the movie, why aren't they going after the manufacturers? Right? Doesn't make much sense, now does it? Okay. I also realized a couple days ago that they're mad at me. The psychology community is mad at me for quoting my old IRC jokes. Roses are red, violets are blue, I'm schizophrenic, and so am I. Back in the mid-90s. I couldn't remember where that line came from. It came from the movie What About Bob? So So it turns out the psychology community is hunting me down with endless billions of government dollars resources for quoting that line from the movie What About Bob? And so much so that Mike Huntley brought in Bob Sandler as a third partner to hunt me down and stalk me and try to kill me with these mass groups, or eradicate me and lock me away. Okay, so wait. I think the line's funny. I like the movie. I like the movie. I think it's a funny line. I quote the line. There's a worldwide campaign to kill me or eradicate my existence, stating, well, you committed the quoting movie line crime. Never heard of such a thing. It goes back to you took a picture of an actor in public, so there's a worldwide campaign to kill you. Doesn't make sense. You got into studio photography with good-looking women, so that's not acceptable, and there's a worldwide campaign to kill you. You said hey to a girl, there's a worldwide campaign to kill you. You tapped your foot by a girl, there's a worldwide campaign to kill you. Okay, everything is based on the notion that I have to be a perfect robot, which would be completely impossible to do. Now, is this really about me saying a mean thing by quoting a movie line? Of course not. Of course not. It is not about that. Are they making up lame justifications to make killing me look justified? Like right now they would say this is a crime right now. Okay, so I committed the taking pictures in public crime. I don't know. Right? Are they really mad at me for quoting movie lines? Committing the you stole from Hollywood for quoting a movie line? Of course not. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. If they didn't want you quoting movie lines, they wouldn't make movies, because everyone fucking likes movies and they quote movie lines. Okay. So what's it really about? See, notice how each thing doesn't make sense. What's it really about? Okay. What do I have in those notes here? My cousin Vinney. What about Bob? Oh, okay, but wait. We're not just mad at you in the entertainment for quoting movie lines. I'm sure the entire mathematics and physics department at every university in the world is mad at me for joking around and quoting Newton's 3 laws of physics. For every action, there's an equal opposite reaction. Object in motion must stay in motion until the object is whatever, I can't remember, stopped or whatever. I can't remember the third law. The point is that, okay, so now I've stolen from Newton, right? I've stolen from now the mathematics department. The department's all have to hunt me down and kill me. Or I'm a schizo and I need to die. Gee, I mean, does any of that make sense? No. Do you think it's because I quoted the movie lines? Or it's because someone wants an excuse to kill or eradicate me? I just said that, but yeah, right? I don't like you. You blinked wrong. I'm going to kill you. I don't like you. You farted wrong. I'm going to kill you. But wait. These people that don't like me blinking wrong and are going to kill me, they keep inviting me into their lives. Victoria Walker. Kevin, will you come over and help me with this? Will you come over and help me with that? Will you do this for me? Will you do that for me? Aubrey Fisher. Will you help me? Will you help me? Can you come here? Can you help me? Can you help me? I'm not pursuing them. Let me rephrase that. I'm not like, what's that skunk cartoon where he's like, oh, I love you and I won't leave you alone? I'm not like stalking these people and they're like, I can't get rid of Kevin type of thing. They're coming to me. Rhodey Morales befriended me. Michael Huntley staged this thing where we sign up to the gym and Rhodey Morales, the gym manager, clings on to me and then they hunt me down and kill me. Aubrey Fisher keeps calling me up. I'm not calling her up. She's calling me up. Victoria Walker, she keeps calling me up. Okay, so think about it. If their excuse is Kevin won't leave me alone and he's too clingy, why am I not initiating the relationship, right? Do you understand where I'm coming from? It's, first of all, let me rephrase this, or start over. It doesn't matter if I'm clingy or not. That gives no one any right to kill someone. Okay? You understand what I'm saying? Example, let's say I was always initiating the phone calls with Aubrey Fisher. Aubrey Fisher could say, Kevin, I'm not fucking interested in you. Can you stop calling me? Right? So that still doesn't give her an excuse to hunt me down and kill me. But from day one, Aubrey Fisher was introduced to me by Roddy Morales, Roddy Morales clinged on to me. I want to destroy Kevin. Aubrey Fisher took over. I want to destroy Kevin. Adrian Olivares, I want to destroy Kevin. Victoria Walker, I want to destroy Kevin. They're coming out of the blue, just one sequentially after the next, trying to befriend me and destroy me. Steve McPike, pool player, University of Colorado, I'm going to befriend Kevin, I want to rid him of the world. Val Moroso, I want to befriend Kevin, I'm going to rid him of the world. Okay? So, not that there's any excuse for hunting down and exterminating people for any reason. 90% of these people are clinging on to me and want to destroy me. And they're asking me for help, and I'm going out of my way for them, and they're getting angrier and angrier. Kevin, will you help me do photography? Kevin tapped his foot by me, everyone kill him. Okay, back to the point. I don't like Kevin. I'm going to come out of the fucking darkness and fucking go ballistic on him. And then the next person, and the next person. And then it's Kevin's a horrible monster and needs to die because he found out, and he's a public nuisance for trying to speak out and go, look what these people are fucking doing in their mass chaos with worldwide fucking support. Doesn't make any sense. Now, if you don't think this is a government kill operation with my family starting at a young child, you gotta be fucking crazy. It's about nothing else. It's not about anxiety or agoraphobia or shyness or whatever. Okay. It's about killing someone. Eradication. And the more I know, the more they want me dead. Okay, so where are we? Damn it. Oh, I think I just said this as well. Okay, lame excuses you stole from the movie people by stealing their lines. Okay, so I just said that all. Doesn't make any fucking sense. They're not. All their arguments are arguments by babbling fucking moronic idiots. They don't make any sense. But this isn't one moronic idiot. This is a planet. These people are either incredibly stupid or they're incredibly smart. Or better said, they're either incredibly stupid or they have an agenda and they're playing fucking stupid. Correct? Now, we can pile, you want some cherries on top of that? Tom Farley running around saying that everyone's stupid, saying that I said. Tom Farley is notorious for these worldwide lies. I supposedly saw an alien when I was 8 years old or 10 years old in his bathroom. He also claims that I went around saying that all people are stupid. Does that, if you want to link these events together, does that sound a little, what's the word I'm looking for? Convenient or connected? Everyone I meet plays stupid like they can't see the obvious. Tom Farley's running around, who's in some kind of jealous rage at 8 years old, saying that I said people are all stupid. And Tom Farley is also running around that time with Tracy Picos trying to make me mentally ill and schizo in 8th grade in Miss Vaughn's class, when I was in Miss Vaughn's class, for checking out Christy Reynolds and thinking Christy Reynolds was attractive. Do you understand? And I can go way deeper with Tom Farley at that young age. Okay? Think about that. Tom Farley was contacted by my family to have me killed or eradicated at that far back, at 8th grade. And probably earlier. Okay. I'm not connecting much of the dots with Tom Farley before that point. Okay, so now if anyone's competing with anyone, it's Tom Farley competing with me, and me accepting Tom Farley and letting him in my life, and I'm always going out of my way for Tom Farley, like Aubrey Fisher, Victoria Walker. Example, Tom Farley. Kevin, my dad's going to fire me, and I need to build a website, this and that. I'll build the code for you for free, because you're my friend. Right? Do you understand? I mean, I built, not that it took me forever or anything. It took me a couple days. But I built him a piece of shopping cart code for his website, so he didn't have to build like 1,000 different pages of product pages. He just needed to use the one database page. Okay? If I'm going to build you fucking database code so you don't get fired, or you can look good in your job for your daddy, and then he's running around saying I'm a horrible monster, does that sound a little inconsistent? Kevin's a monster. Kevin's competing with Kevin. Kevin's competing with everyone. Kevin's doing all these things. Look at all the things he's done to Aubrey Fisher, which he's working in secret with to stalk me. Okay? Yet I'm out building him code for free. I'm putting up free photography template code for Aubrey Fisher. And they're working together to kill me, saying I'm competing with them and using them or something. It doesn't make much sense. Now, you're going to say, Kevin, well, sometimes there's people out there that they just don't like you. Correct? I agree. There are people that just don't like other people. There are even in a blue moon someone that's a bitter piece of shit that'll try to set them up or destroy them. This isn't one person. It's person after person after person. Let me rephrase it. I'm 47 years old. Since 5 years old, I have not been in contact with one person that hasn't been involved in trying to set me up, frame me, or eradicate me. Not fucking one. How do you explain that? Okay, next topic. Were there any finishing notes here? Let's see. Damn sun's in my eyes. Lame excuses. What the hell? Movie lines. Shit, did I delete something? Okay, whatever. I put father's castration. Okay, this topic is going to sound kind of harsh. But it's pretty true. Okay, we have a father here, and he's an orthopedic surgeon. And he has a child, and his child, I'm the black sheep of the family. Okay, so what that means is my entire family are doctors with secondary psychology degrees, and they're all little Hannibal Lecters. Okay, they use their psychology degrees for control to hurt, harm, maim, and kill. No shit. And they network and associate with people to help them, including the LAPD, police, judicial system, lawyers, government, you name it. Okay, and I'm the black sheep. I'm the good kid. I don't know anything about this sick, demented, twisted world of theirs, except for being abused by it. What was my point? Okay, this is my point. We have a father, he's an orthopedic surgeon. He wants to look like a good guy. He's not. He's a piece of trash. He's a piece of murdering fucking filth and trash. He pays off people like Lorraine Escobar to follow me, and pay off people to follow me throughout colleges and do horrible things to me. He pays off women to try to set me up and frame me. Okay. Well, you're probably saying, but why? Good question. Why? Because Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman wants to make money. And Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman is a shallow piece of shit. And Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman thinks in his brain that if Kevin Perlman associates with girls with silicone implants or tattoos or something like that, that it's going to destroy his life and stop him from making money. Okay? Now, the first thing you're going to say, if you're a sane person, but Kevin, you're off in Oregon, Southern Oregon State College, or you're off in University of Colorado. What does you dating a girl, no matter who the fuck she is, whether she's a stripper, a porn star, a lawyer with silicone tits, what does she have to do with you? Other than sharing a bloodline and a name? Nothing. If I date a stripper in Colorado, is it going to affect Golden State Sports medical money, cash flow? No, of course not. If I date a stripper in Tarzana or Northridge, is it going to affect Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman's ability or cash flow or revenue at Golden State Sports Medical? No, of course not. At one point, I think it was Patty Guggen saying, "Are you trying to destroy your father's company or something?" Based on what? Who I fucking date and talk to? Okay. My point is, even if I fucking date some mobster chick, it's not going to affect Golden State Sports Medical patients and revenue. So why does my father have this mass hysteria based on this scam, guilt by association, especially when everyone he's surrounded with are criminals? Okay? He's surrounded with David Greenstein, criminal lawyer, disbarred lawyer, David Greenstein. He's pays off Lorena Escobar to hunt, stalk, and kill people. Okay, I could probably, if I spent the time, I mean, most of us, I think, is on my website, but he surrounds himself with criminals, and then he comes after me saying, "You're going to stop me from making money because you dated a girl with tattoos." Okay, does that make any fucking sense? Okay, so, first of all, he's not a good person. I think everyone would agree. He's a piece of shit. As far as his work comp medical practice, I can't tell you if anything there is illegal or not. I'm not a fucking doctor. I know that I don't know any other doctors that kind of have a work comp medical practice or anything, but I can't tell you anything about that. I don't think it is. I think it's all pretty legit. I think he himself is a fucking murderer. And remember, he starts on me at 5 years old with the schizo tactics. So, if the guy is starting in on me at 5 years old, you can't jump to the end. And go, "Well, Kevin, you worked at this company." Well, yeah, he hired me. I didn't know what I was fucking getting into. Okay, so, I mean, I didn't know where these worldwide kill operations were coming from. I still don't really understand a lot of it. Okay, so let's see, where are we? Oh, we're on the whole castration thing. Okay, so the point I'm getting at is my family's big on hurting people they don't like. And when I say hurt, I mean like, trying to break limbs off people and shit like that, right? Okay, so got a little sidetracked. Okay, so that's kind of the quick and dirty background. The guy doesn't like you doing what he was like. Okay, we're not talking about right or wrong. We're not talking about crimes. You associated with this girl, and she kind of has this risque look. Or better yet, a good example is Aubrey Fisher and Rhodey Morales paid off to have me killed over getting into studio photography with women on green screen and doing digital backdrops. Okay, what do you think's really going on here? Kevin's creating art. I'm a good orthopedic surgeon. I'm just a really good guy because I went to medical school and I have a medical degree. So I'm a good guy because I have a good guy label. Because in my family, everything's a label. You're a good person because you're a doctor. You're a bad person because, I'll just say stripper or whatever. You're a bad person because you're an artist. Because artists are tormented people. Okay? Everything is based on a label. Well, let me tell you, I don't care if you have an orthopedic, if you have an MD in medicine, that doesn't make you a good person. The only thing that makes you a good person is being a good person, not your fucking label. Okay? I don't care if you're a lawyer, I don't care if you're a judge, I don't care if you're a pharmacist, I don't care if you're an orthodontist, I don't care if you're a priest, a monk. Those do not make you good people. Your actions, your behaviors make you a good or bad person. Now, what is it Mike Huntley said to me? It's my behavior. Okay? Well, my behavior has been fucking amazing my entire fucking life, minus some imperfection. Okay, so back to the point. You dated this girl, or you associate with this girl, she has big old tits and tattoos. I'm gonna fucking punish you. I'm gonna fucking try to figure out how to castrate you, neuter you, castrate you, because I don't like you associating with this type of person. Or even if the girl is like, let's say the girl's Jewish. Let's say the girl's Jewish. She is an accountant, but she has silicone breasts and tattoos. My father would say, you associate with that person. I don't want you to affect me in making money, not that it would. So I'm going to castrate you as punishment. No, wait. There's some caveats before that. First, I'm going to give you a girl to date. But if you say no, because you're not attracted or interested in her personality, then I'm going to fucking castrate you. But I tried to give you a chance. I tried to give you a chance for you to be happy based on what I tell you can and can't do. And we're talking way past 18 here. Well, because you didn't take what I gave you, now I'm going to fucking castrate you. And that's it. Or else you send oval. Okay. So, trying to psychologically neuter or chop sexual organs off people for not doing what you've been told is my point. Okay? That's kind of where I'm going with that. Okay. So, now my father will use any type of psychological torture to get what he wants, or to try to control, or mentally shock, or whatever. Where things really get strange is how everyone's kind of helping him in these kill, torture, try to chop off appendages, you name it, because as punishment. The point is, it's all about punishment, right? But you're going to say, what did I do wrong? I defied you. I defied my father. I defied my family, right? Isn't that what I did wrong? Isn't that the crime? I defied my family. But wait, I'm not with my family. I'm not with my family. I'm not under the same roof, or I'm even going to say when I worked at my father's company for 14 years, that doesn't put me under his roof. He's paying me for a service. He's paying me for a job. So he has no excuse. Oh, you work for my company, so therefore you can't go to bars and talk to women after work because you work for me. Well, that's not how it works. That's a crime. Okay? If he has people following me, if he's paying off people to stalk me with the excuse, well, he works for me, It doesn't work that way. That's a crime. Now, I haven't worked for my father in 3 or 4, maybe 5 years. So, if that was his excuse before, what's his excuse now? Right? You understand what I'm saying? There is no excuse. It's like all the other arguments. There's no excuse. There's no excuse to go out and kill people. There's no excuse to try to cut people's limbs off. Okay? There's no excuse. Ever. So how is he getting all these people to help? I can't tell you. I cannot tell you. But he is. Maybe he's saying I like raped women or something. I don't know. Okay? I mean, I really can't tell you. But I can just tell you what is going on. But remember, these things start at 5 years old. And the question is, are they about control or is it about just killing someone? Well, it gets confusing because here's the thing. I mean, what level of control can someone do? You dated a girl, you dated a girl we don't like, so we're gonna chop your dick off. So it doesn't happen again. I'm trying to think of. You went 70 and a 55, so we're gonna send Rody Morales, people named Rody Morales, 30 years later after you to kill you. So you never go 70 and a 55. Is it really about control? I don't think so. I think it's about, you're 5 years old, you don't like the dog, you want to put it down. You understand? My father thinks I'm a dog, he wants to put me down. Flagged at 5 for kill operations. I can't give you I can't understand the reasoning because it's not rational. It's the same reasoning that Adolf Hitler killed all those minorities and Jews. It's not going to make any sense. Okay. Okay, so father castration. Father wants to castrate his own son because he likes women that my father doesn't approve of. That's the quick way of saying it. Trying to turn someone into an it. Okay, there's this whole thing with people calling me it or saying, what am I, what is it, this and that. But the same people trying to belittle me with these questions are the ones impeding on my life. So it's like we're stopping you from going to live your life and then we're belittling you. Why? Because we want reactions. Why do we want reactions? Why, Kevin, you're not allowed to date women. You're an it because you don't date women. Well, if you would stop poisoning the well, then I'd be out dating women, and by now I'd probably be married and possibly kids, even though I'm really not that big of a kid person here. Okay, like I don't want kids, but I'm not getting into that. If you meet the right person, eventually that could happen, and then it might, whatever. I don't have to worry about that because I don't meet people, I don't have relationships because it doesn't get that far, because it doesn't go past the first hour, because I have a family poisoning the well worldwide since 5 years old. And then they try to cover it up by saying Kevin's a sociopath and a narcissist. And then you throw in all the in-betweens. Well, you better date the girl I give you or you're a fucking dead man, or I'm going to fucking chop off your dick and things like this. Okay, now I'm not saying I don't have a dick. I'm just saying that's the motive. To turn me into an it. Now, why did my father want me to work at his company doing IT and people belittling me over that? I don't know. You figure it out. Okay, let's see. Come on. Trying to turn someone in. I just did that. Oh, trying to actually create addiction and mental illness. Trying to actually create addiction and mental illness. Why? Because he wants to hurt me. Okay, so let me give you an example. Let's say you go to a bar and you start drinking too much beer. And then every day someone shows up and they punch you in the face. I'm just using a random analogy. We could use punching in the face. We could use 100,000 people an hour heckling you. just trying to drive you crazy. Constant provokings, never ending. Let's say then you start drinking more beer. Or alcohol, whatever. So you drink too many beers. I don't like you drinking beers. Now I'm going to have 100,000 people a day provoke you or hit you in the face. So the next day, you're going to be stressed the shit out, so you're going to drink even more beers, right? Now, because you drink more beers, another 100,000 or 200,000 people are going to show up, heckling you and punching you in the face. So now you're going to drink more beers. And this gets larger and larger and larger. And you keep drinking beers until you drink yourself to death, because there's mass groups hunting you down, trying to torture and kill you for drinking some beer. Or maybe you had 4 beers and that's too many. Maybe you didn't drink too many beers, but someone decided, well, 4 beers a night is too many. And I'm not even saying every night. I'm saying on this night. You drank 4 beers. Example, my stepfather Arnold Silver is mad at me for going to the gym 4 days a week. Most of the people I knew went 6 to 7 days of the week. But 4 days a week? Never heard of. You went 4 days a week to the gym, you have OCD, we're going to torture you to death and kill you. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, so you go to a bar one day, you drink 4 beers, every day of your life after that, 100,000 people punch you in the face, now you start drinking more and more beers. Finally, you drink yourself to death. In a psychological world, you would call that negative reinforcement. It doesn't work. The only thing that works is positive reinforcement. Okay. But remember, Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman, Jason Perlman, Anita Perlman, all have psychology backgrounds. Sound kind of strange? Okay. So why are they doing what they're doing? You dated a girl we don't approve of, we're going to chop your dick off. Now, I'm not saying I don't have a dick. I'm not saying it doesn't work. I'm not saying this. I'm just saying that that's their motive, is to try to figure out ways to inflict and do horrible things. Example, when my brother intentionally popped the waterbed when I was 16 on Chase Street with his friends, he was sending me a message that he wants to explode my bladder. Now, don't you think it's strange that the guy sending me messages at 16, that he wants to explode my bladder, becomes a urologist? The same brother that tells me that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution becomes a urologist with threats he wants to pop my bladder. Okay, so if you wonder where this is all coming from, it's all these incidences growing up, all the little cryptic threat messages from them, now supported with worldwide support. So somewhere down the line, and I can't explain it, my father first said he wants to kill his child with the psychology community in my family at 5 years old. And then as I got older, trying to sort of figure out ways to use my life against me, or better yet, make me think I deserve, or make me think that they're trying to help me with their disinformation. Does that make sense? So let me think of a good analogy. First, my mother says she wants me to have a normal life. Well, I don't know what that means, because I had a normal life up until 29, so I found out what they're doing. But I'm trying to think of an analogy. I don't think you talk enough to women, so every time you meet a girl, she's gonna try to bash your skull in with a shovel. This way you'll be more aggressive a person and more outspoken person, and you'll go out and you'll talk to more women. But wait, if every time I talk to a woman, she tries to bash my fucking head in with a shovel, or let's use a crowbar, because that's my brother's MO. She'll bash my head in with a crowbar. I'm probably not going to talk to women after that, correct? Now, is she doing it? Is she telling people to bash my head in with a crowbar because she wants to help me? No. She's telling people to bash my head in with a fucking crowbar because she hates my fucking guts. Right? You get the idea. Or my family, I should say. Okay, so everything that's going on isn't about anything, but we hate your guts. Now, we can jump from chopping off appendages to things like my mother taking away my sociology paper in sociology class in high school and rewriting it and trying to make me look like a plagiarist and things like that. We can go on all levels. We can go from writing to photography to art to sexuality in women to chopping off appendages, okay? So when the psychology community is listening to this, or the judicial system's listening to this and trying to get anything they can use against me to say, oh, we need to put Kevin in a mental institution. Well, trust me when I say there's nothing here, and anything that they're trying to do to me, they're trying to do to me out of hate and rage. I'm just stating their motive, their MO. Okay, so, especially with people with all their sexual connotations and references about me and weird shit like that. Okay, where are we? Castration. Father wants me to castrate his son. Mind racing. Okay, first, just a recap. Father wants to castrate his son for not dating who he wants his son to date or the types of people. Father and family wanting to actually intentionally try to create addiction and make it look like I have an addictive personality. Mind racing tactic. Obviously, you probably get the idea now. Somewhere down the line, my family came up with this lie that my mind races. I'm crazy, my mind races, I can't be trusted, I'm a ticking time bomb, I'm a violent paranoid schizo. Right, exactly. Where does it come from? I hugged someone wrong? I yawned wrong? Did I miss something? Listen, if someone's a violent paranoid schizo and he just snaps and he's killing people, there's got to be a reason for that statement. Okay, let's do the math. 10th grade, Mr. Quigley tells me to punch Paul Shapiro. Doesn't work. Wait, if I'm a violent paranoid schizo, why does Mr. Quigley have to tell me to punch students? Wouldn't I do it on my own? 8th grade, Jason Gordon told to punch me in the stomach. If I'm a violent paranoid schizo, wouldn't I have gone off on Jason Gordon before and after punching me on the stomach? Jen Hess makes up a claim someone punched her with a mask on, comes over the next day. If I'm a violent paranoid schizo, wouldn't I have beaten the shit out of Jen Hess when she came over? Not some lame excuse event that never happened like everything else. Oh, and when she came over the next day, she had no bruises or anything. She was perfectly fine. Okay. So wait, Kevin's a violent paranoid schizo. I had to have done something. I mean, if you're a violent paranoid schizo, it's got to be based on something, right? Just like when they said I killed someone. And I said, we had psychologists, did you kill someone? Did you do this? Did you do that? And I kept asking. Oh, they even took DNA tests on these fake arrests. They took DNA tests. And I'm like, well, you say I've killed someone. Is there a body? I mean, listen, if I've killed someone, there's got to be a body in a crime scene, right? You don't just kill someone and nobody's dead. If you kill someone, there has to be a body. There has to be a crime scene. If you're a violent paranoid schizo, you had to have done violent things. So there's no body for this imaginary murder. And this 42 years of being a violent paranoid schizo is all based on I threw some mud in the street and it hit a car. Okay, once again, if I threw some mud in the street and it hit a car at 5 years old, and whether I intentionally wanted to hit the car or not is irrelevant to a 5-year-old's behavior and now, or anything after that, because a 5-year-old is so basic, his cognitive skills are so basic and instinctual to begin with at 5 years old, it's irrelevant. So, because I threw some mud in the street and hit a car and ran in crying, I'm a violent paranoid schizo that needs to be hunted, killed, die, locked away. Once again, we're back to the you tapped your foot by Aubrey Fisher. We have a worldwide campaign to kill you. Okay, so back to the point. What's all this mind racing thing? I don't know. I think they're like mad because I peeled out my car at 16 or something. Okay, let's do the math. If I'm being hunted worldwide for tapping my foot by Aubrey Fisher, then you can rest assured that I'm being hunted worldwide for peeling out my car at 16. And you can pretty much link what they're trying to spin your mind as punishment for peeling out in your car at 16. But once again, who cares? You think people give a shit that a 16-year-old peeled out in his car? I mean, the amount of video I have alone of 25-year-olds peeling out in their car in the last couple of years, nobody gives a shit about. But you're saying 40 years ago that people are mad because 40 years ago I peeled out my car, so they're going to spin my mind? I can't answer the question. But what I can say is that all these things are the same. You farted wrong, we're going to kill you. You blinked wrong, we're going to kill you. You yawned wrong, you're going to kill you. You went 56 and a 55, we're going to kill you. Okay, what's it really about, as I explained before? Government flagging and kill operations, or eradication. It's not really about anything. It's about, we don't trust you. We profiled you. We pre-crimed you. We think that you're I think that you're capable of killing someone, so I'm going to eradicate you before the crime happens. Pre-crime. Right? I think that you might do something. I think that you might commit a horrible crime, so we're going to eradicate you, starting at 5 years old. That's what it's really about. But this comes from my own fucking family with their psychology degrees. Okay. You're the bad seed because I don't like you. Back to the I don't like you. Because what is this really about? I have a mother, father, and brother. At 5 years old, we don't like you. You're a dead man. We've somehow manipulated the psychology community with our psychology degrees. It then goes to the judicial system, and it goes up the ladder to the stupidest of the stupid with power. With unlimited power. Okay. And yes, I'm not generalizing, there are some really stupid people with power. Okay, not all of them, but there are some people that don't know left from right with shitloads of power. Okay, and remember, absolute power corrupts absolutely, so once someone gets used to that power, they're going to become, it depends on the person, but they could become nastier and nastier with the power. Okay, if they're getting away with all their shit, right, like my father. Okay, let's see. Oh, I put under mind racing. Want to stop me. Sunlight, backlit. Want to stop me from focusing on what's important or me to look crazy. Okay, that is a good point. A lot of the mind racing is to prevent me from seeing the obvious, or to try to create trauma so that I can't remember the previous abuse or the childhood abuse, even more important. Okay, example. We did these things to you at a young age. we don't want you figuring it out. So we got to race your mind. We got to spin your mind. Then we're going to run around saying Kevin's crazy and his mind races and he's a violent paranoid schizo. Okay, what's really going on? My family doesn't want me talking about all the things that were done to me, or figuring out all those things, and they don't want me figuring out all the things done to me. So they want to race my mind and then pump me full of medication. Does that make sense? Okay. So, example, Jason threatening me, he's going to put me in a mental institution at 16 with his friends. They don't want me remembering that. Right? They don't want me remembering that. They don't want me talking about it. They want to spin and erase my mind so that I can't talk about it. And more importantly, my father spends 14 years torturing me and trying to kill me with his entire office and worldwide support. He finally fires me. Then he doesn't want me to talk about it. So then they arrest me a year and a half later, or a couple years later, so that I focus on the trial shit. Right? So now I get diverted from what he did to me in his office. And his office, I get diverted from what Mike Huntley did to me with Bob Sandler and many other people. And Paul Humphrey and Adriana Olivares. And then that diverts me from what they did to me at University of Colorado. And the University of Colorado stalkings and abuse diverts me from what they did to me at Southern Oregon State College. And the Southern Oregon State College diverts me from what they did to me at Calabasas High. And the Calabasas High diverts me from what they did at A. Wright Middle School. And so forth, and so forth, and so forth. That's why there's worldwide groups trying to torture me and make me look crazy. And spin me or erase my mind. It's not because of anything I've done wrong. But they're going to hint and they're going to try to brainwash that I did this to this person, I did that to that person. Okay? Well, what is this? Well, it's psychological torture and warfare. How it starts? Basic profiling. I start to figure things out at 29. Oh shit, he found out. He's figuring things out. How do we stop him from talking? Well, we're going to try to spin and race his mind, and we're going to try to provoke him into reactions until we can lock him away or incarcerate me for life. And they're going to make up the lies that I'm a violent paranoid schizo and this and that. All cover-ups. The entire thing is cover-up since 5 years old. And the thing's done. Now, in between that, I'm sure there's all sorts of testing to try to prove or make it look that I'm a horrible person. But they've always failed. They failed from day one. I'm 47. They're still failing. Now there's proof of it. They're angry. But why can't they stop? Why can't they say we fucked up? Why can't they say that Kevin deserves to have a good life and we destroyed his life? My life's already destroyed. They destroyed it. There's no fixing that. We got a crazy mother. She's running around saying don't play victim. Well, there are people that are... So I'm supposed to be Superman and have laser beams and grab islands of Earth and throw it into space or something? I mean, this is reality here. We're in reality here. People do fucked up shit to people, and those people are victims. Okay, well, for some reason, everyone's allowed to be a victim, but Kevin Perlman, he has to be Superman. And Kevin Perlman says, no, I'm not going to be fucking Superman. You're all fucking crazy. I'm going to speak the truth. No, you're not allowed to talk. Okay, well, remember, this you're not allowed to talk is worldwide. Okay, I'm going to leave that's kind of the quick version of we're trying to erase Kevin's mind to make Kevin look crazy, to eradicate him for what he knows. And we don't want him talking about what he knows, and we want him to look crazy, so anything he says doesn't look credible. Okay, next on the notes. The notion of telling someone he can't see himself is a bad person and needs help has a problem, then having everyone on the planet do it to them. Okay, I have had this theme my entire life. I can't see myself. I'm a horrible person. I can't see myself. I need to change. I can't see myself. But like every other one of their arguments, nothing specific. Okay? Kevin, you're a criminal. Okay, my camera stopped recording. I don't know. I think the buffer just fills up after like an hour and a half or something. I'm not sure. Or sometimes the SD card. Sometimes the SD card does fill up, but it stops, I think, when the sensor gets hot. So this theme of Kevin can't see himself. Well, I mean, that doesn't mean anything to me. Okay, even this day, Kevin, we're going to throw you in jail because you're a horrible person and you can't see yourself. Okay, now fix yourself. Change your ways. But wait, you haven't told me anything. You've arrested me with fabricated charges. You've tried to make me look crazy. You've told me if I tell someone what's going on, you're going to have me killed with worldwide support. And I need to change. Well, what do I need to change? Do I need to go from being a really good person to a murderer or something? I mean, is that what they want, me going out and killing people? Well, but then isn't that a setup or a frame job? Right? Okay, so then you kind of have to go back. Well, why are they doing this? Right? Okay, so the point is that you can't punish someone for no reason and go, you need to change. You have to specifically state what the argument is. And if there even is an argument, why do I have to change? I have to date someone who you approve of? Well, that's not changing. That's bowing down to a blackmailer who's a slave owner, right? I have to date who you say, or you're going to whip me to death and kill me, or I'm a bad person. But last I checked, it doesn't matter who you date. You date who you like. You date who you associate with. Okay? So you need to change, or better yet, you can't see yourself. Well, example, they sent this girl after me named tjhink. They sent a girl after me at University of Colorado who called, I don't know if this was her real name. She called herself Pez on IRC. I think she was probably hinting about like throat slitting, and she called her name was tjhink. I don't even know if that was her real name. She was Asian. If you think about it, CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, and she kept running around saying, see how you are, you get it, tjhink, see how you are. I think at one point she told me her father was a judge, and at another point she had me fly to Colorado saying I want to see you, and then flaked on me and blew me off in hopes that she could get me to go after her. Right? Okay, think about that. So, another setup. Not only another girl that did that, Christina Stalinsky, had me drive to San Diego to go to SeaWorld, and then blew me off in hopes she could get me angry at her to try to set me up. Okay, but anyways, the point is, it's like, hey, you're a violent paranoid schizo. You see how you are. Now we're going to prove it 100,000 times until they make the self-fulfilling prophecy come true. But yet, in 47 years, they haven't been able to make the self-fulfilling prophecy come true. And now they're angry because I found out on their see how you are tactic. But this scam, you can't see yourself. Well, why the fuck do you care who I am? Okay, look, if someone doesn't like someone, get the fuck away from them. You don't like someone, don't talk to them. You don't like someone, stay the fuck away from them. You don't follow someone around going, I'm going to try to set you up and then show you how you are. Because if you have to set someone up 100,000 times, then that's not how they are. You're setting them up. So these are all cover-up operations. These are all strategic extermination operations. Now, maybe their scam is, well, Kevin, you don't have any friends because you're a horrible person, and you don't understand why, because you can't see yourself, which is the stupidest thing known to man, because as I've explained before, that I'm bending over backwards, being the nicest motherfucker to everyone in my life. And so the whole Kevin's an asshole tactic, the Kevin's an asshole tactic just doesn't make any sense. That's like saying, all preachers or porn producers. I don't know. It's like me being an asshole is saying like me being an asshole is saying like Mother Teresa's a fucking asshole. Okay, it doesn't make any fucking sense, and they're just about killing people. Okay, it's back to the brainwashing. We're gonna make you think that what we're doing in your life is justified when it really makes no sense at all. Okay, let's see. And then you're not allowed to tell anyone that everything's a sham, which makes less sense. Okay, okay, so that's the notion of telling people they can't see themselves. I have Aubrey Fisher foot tap operations under that, but I think that might be in the wrong category. Oh no, Aubrey Fisher was trying to get pedophilia confessions and all sorts of things. Unless Aubrey Fisher was trying to say, Kevin, you can't see yourself. See, you're an evil, murdering, competitive person. But of course that doesn't make any sense. Because if I'm an evil, murdering, competitive person, then when she calls me up on the phone saying, Kevin, will you help me, I wouldn't be helping her. But maybe she was playing the skull fucking game. Even though I know you're a good person, we're going to try to make you think that you're a horrible person. I don't know. Okay, so, but everyone else knows who I am, especially those I've never met or talked to. Okay, so Kevin's a horrible monster. Kevin's competing. Kevin's an asshole. Kevin can't see himself. Yet all of these things are coming from strangers worldwide since 5 years old. This is a good point. Okay, well, I'm at the beach. I'm at Point Magoo. I've already seen people follow me here. I've seen people at Zoom out trying to provoke me. I've seen people at Point Magoo trying to provoke me. I've seen people at Malibu pavilions or whatever follow me and provoke me. Every place I've been for 18/42 years, worldwide armies to torture, provoke, and kill me. Okay, so my question here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I count 8 people in front of me. They all know me. I've never seen them. They're going to tell me that I'm a horrible monster, an asshole, need to die, and are going to help the government kill me. My question is, how do they know who I am? How do they know? I'm a horrible asshole who can't see myself and needs to be hunted and killed by the government with billions of dollars since 5 years old. How do they know who I am? If I'm an asshole, if I'm not an asshole, how do they know who I am? Do you understand my point? My point is that this is information illegally being given out to turn people against me. This is information given out illegally to poison the well. This is what you call a smear campaign, a kill operation, a information war with the psychology and psychological murder tactics. People are given the kill tactics. This has been going on since 5 years old. My point, like I just said, whether I'm all the above or none of the above, how do these people know who I am? Let's take the labels out. Let's take the opinion out. Factually, how do these people know who I am? Billions, over 4 billion people know who I am and want me dead. How do they know that unless something highly illegal is going on? They can't know that unless someone has launched a murder operation. In this case, it's unconventional. It's an unconventional way of killing my kind since 5 years old. Where do I get my kind? Because that's one of their labels. It's a kill operation. Okay. None of these people would know me. they wouldn't be given strategic kill tactics all day and night worldwide. Period. There's no more argument after that. If these strangers worldwide know me, a crime's been committed. Period. It doesn't even need to go, well you, well this, well that. It's irrelevant. It is irrelevant. Kill operations. Okay? If you're watching the news and they say this person's a pedophile and we need to lock him away, and that's you, you're going to say that's fucking unacceptable and that's a lie and I'm going to sue them for destroying my life. And now there's a worldwide angry mob in chaos to kill me because someone lied on the news about me. Correct? It's a crime if it's not true. And it has to meet certain criteria to even be on the news. So my point is that this is all, these thousands and thousands of lies about me are being disseminated across the internet to the world, and it was smaller groups before that, starting at 5, before the internet existed in 94. So the point is that these kill operations are based on disseminating lies, riling up the masses to kill someone, and then going, you're imagining it, nobody knows you. Okay, but once again, I counted 8 people here. Some have gone, some have come, some have gone, some have left. The point is that all these people know me. I'm known on almost every person in every country I'm in contact with. It doesn't matter what was said. All that matters is the act of riling up a planet full of people to kill one person. Is the crime of all crimes. Is Kevin an asshole? No. Does it matter if Kevin sees himself? Yes and no, but if you're going to have that argument, you better be specific about what you're trying to tell me. Kevin, you can't see yourself, and when you do this, you do that, blah, blah, blah. Not little grunts and farts and having 100,000 people follow me around every day in identical cars doesn't mean anything to me, but you're trying to make me mentally ill and kill me. You're trying to spin my mind. You're trying to make me crazy, look crazy. Okay, remember, this starts at 5 years old. Okay, so the point is, people don't generally go around saying you can't see yourself and we have worldwide groups try to torture and kill you. They specifically tell you what your issue is. When my father says, I know what I did, and I'm not going to tell you, but we're going to kill you, that means I haven't done anything because he has no argument. Okay? So the point is that all these things are the same. They're all vague labels. You're a criminal. We're going to kill you. Why am I a criminal? What have I done? I can't answer the question. You're crazy. We're going to kill you. Why am I crazy and what have I done? I can't answer the question. You're a bad person. You're the bad seed. We're going to kill you. Well, if I'm the bad seed, what have I done? I can't answer the question. Okay. Remember, it starts at 5. Flagging, empty labels, kill Kevin. Or lock him in a cage. Okay. So the point is that poisoning the well. But it goes beyond poisoning the well because people are told to actively take part in my eradication. Now, are they being offered rewards? Possibly. We'll give $1 million. We'll give $1 million to the person that successfully rids Kevin of the world. Very possible. It's hard to fathom, but very possible because everything's in secret. So it leaves you in the dark. You don't understand what's going on, but it is going on, and it's been proven 100 million times over, and the judicial system damn well knows it's going on. So what do they have to hide? What are they trying to cover up? Well, they're trying to cover up something on insane magnitudes. Government kill operations, government flagging and kill operations, where they flag and kill children. It's not okay to flag and kill an adult or children, but they're working on children with the psychology community. Okay, mind race. Can't see myself. See everything. Okay, I'm going to take a break, and then we still got a good amount to talk about. So I'll take a break, and then I'm going to kind of chill out and relax at the beach, and probably, maybe tonight, talk about more. And you get the idea Everything I'm talking about is to try to make me look crazy, to justify their extermination operations, or make their extermination operations look justified. That was a really weird angle. To make their extermination operations look justified. It's like I was saying before. We're going to hunt down and kill Kevin because he blinked wrong. Because they don't like me. Okay? And then they're going to try to make me think it's my fault because, well, why are you doing this? Well, you blinked wrong. Okay, but what's it really about? Just picking on the little guy, picking on the different guy, bullying, thugging, but it's not bullying, thugging. They're government kill operations with billions of government dollars. Okay, so just remember that. Billions of government kill dollars with the psychology community. It's not about mental illness, and even if it were, people aren't hunted for having mental illness. Just remember that. People are trying to make someone look like a violent paranoid schizo for having mental illness. It doesn't make sense. They got enough problems to begin with. So, remember, this is government profiling, flagging, and extermination or kill operations since 5 years old with the psychology community. Okay, today, this is a continuation. The other day, like a week ago or whatever, I was down by the beach, Point Magoo, PCH. And I kind of started a really long video blog topic of random notes. I usually just random crossing thoughts based on my daily harassments, connecting to events, and so I jot things down to explain the bigger picture to people, because obviously everything that's going on is based on trying to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo or some kind of mental illness to remove me from society instead of me being allowed to live my life, which is and has always been the entire problem, and that is it. There's nothing else, okay? The rest is bullshit fed to the world to turn them against me, to get them to take part in these mental illness campaigns, stop me from going out and having a good life, and then trying to lock me in mental institutions, which has always been the agenda. Me finding out at 29 what was going on with Mike Huntley's threats with the police and government and psychology community, with worldwide support, since 1994, since the internet came around. Okay, so let me think. I'm trying to fix my lighting; it's a little quirky. Pretty side-lit. Okay, so let's see, where were we? Okay, so it's November, I think 16th. It's a Friday, 2019. I'm just continuing our last blog. It looks like there are some things I missed. I was going through some notes I missed. Not too many. So I'm going to first reiterate on those notes. I think there's really just one that I thought was pretty important that I kind of read past. So where are my notes, by the way? There they are. Easy. Okay, I was on the hurting people, my father's castration, neutering, whatever you want to call it. I don't like my child talking to this type of person. I don't like my child getting into studio photography with good-looking women. I don't like my child building adult websites. I don't like my child. My child better date who I tell him he has to date, or I'm going to chop his dick off because he wants to look like a good, respectable orthopedic surgeon. He is not. He is the sickest of sickest and craziest, most demented of demented and psychotic of psychotics. He is not a good person. He does not have he did not get a orthopedic. He did not go into medicine to help people. He went into medicine to make money. I'm not saying that people don't make money or aren't into making money. What I'm saying is that he's not in the middle. Normally, I want to help people, so I become a doctor, and I love money. Okay, nothing in life is either this way or that way. You're generally towards the middle. I want to make money, but if people are getting hurt, that's not what I want my living to be. Well, my father is, I want to make money, and I'll kill anyone in my path, or do whatever it takes to make money, and that's it. It's just about money. It's not about helping people. It's not about love. It's not about respect. It's just about making money. And if he feels that his son, what his son does for a living or who he associates with can be damaging to his name, even though it could never be, then there's no, what do you say, like no level, or there's nothing he won't do to stop me from living my life so that he can make money, even though it's not going to stop him from making money anyways. It's the old Paris Hilton story, except Paris Hilton's family were paying off people to kill him, like Lorraine Escobar and things like that, so that they could have their Hiltons or whatever, right? They just said, oh shit, what's our daughter up to? She's rebellious. Okay, so, where are we? Castrating his son, and I think the one last note I had, let's see. So you didn't date Adriana Olivares. We understand that you're out being social with other women, and we don't approve of these other women, or and then I'll go to the next lie, how I'm a fraud and this and that. Well, I'm not saying, first of all, because of one of the smears and lies of the world is that I got into building adult websites, and I got into studio photography and photography to meet women. That's a load of shit. Okay, that's the first thing I want to say. And I've had people try to debunk me. I've had psychiatrists try to debunk me when their job isn't to follow someone around trying to destroy their name and reputation and credibility. So I know that they're coming at me at these thousands of lies, thousands of different angles, trying to dig through any aspect of my life to get anything to use against me to give to the world. I know that that's one of their tactics, is to try to destroy my reputation and credibility with adult websites, studio photography, but keep in mind, it then jumps to coffee shops, it then jumps to gyms, it then jumps to playing pool. So the point I'm getting at is, it's one thing to try to say that Kevin's a predator. Kevin's a predator and he's a fraud and he got into studio photography and adult websites to meet women, is one bullshit argument. But then the argument changes to things that don't make sense. Well, Kevin's at coffee shops and he's talking to a girl. Kevin's at Golden State Sports Medical and he's talking or flirting with a girl, being hired in a job environment. Kevin is out at a pool hall playing pool and flirting with a girl. Wait, if you're saying, what are you saying? I'm a fraudulent pool player for being in a social environment and talking to a girl? Okay, right? So their argument, while it might look, while they try to make their argument look credible in one arena, they have the same argument for arenas that is perfectly socially acceptable. That's like saying, well, Kevin, you're a fraud and a criminal for trying to meet women on internet dating sites. My response is, what? People don't date on dating sites? People don't flirt with people in pool halls and ask them out, get drunk and fuck, whatever? Or date? It doesn't happen? They're all crimes? Okay, but anyways, what is it really about? Well, it's really about, Kevin, you date. I explained this in the last segment, first half. I want you to date Adriana Olivares because it's a controlled environment. Right? Do you understand? I give the orders to Adriana Olivares what Kevin can and can't do. I give the orders to Adriana Olivares if you should get pregnant or not, because I want a grandkid, a grandchild. And Kevin will obey, because if Kevin doesn't obey, all these really horrible things will happen to him, and the LAPD will arrest him, fabricating charges like 422 criminal threats, saying he's attacked Bailey Bernard and things like this, to reverse all charges and cover up their insane mass crime sprees, which go on hour by hour at public locations worldwide, of me being attacked either physically or the big one, the insane mental illness tactics, passive-aggressive provokings, like the man tactic is just one of these thousands. Every person I'm in contact with mimicking man 100 fucking times to me, in hopes they can start getting me swinging away, right? Why? To try to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo. But why? Because someone wants to dictate every detail of my life on the most minute level known to man, and micromanage, as you'd say, my personal life. And when they don't get their way, really bad things happen to me, even though they're constantly going on nonstop to try to make me sick and keep me sick. And then comes the final clincher, well, we want to throw you in a mental institution. My brother's threats at 16 for not helping him bash Gregoire's skull in with a crowbar and jumping in the way of it. Okay, all these things are connected. These aren't random events. Every stranger that I meet, all these events are connected, especially with the judicial system. They're all connected. So when I meet a person who goes, I don't know you, Kevin, bullshit. You know me, you're lying for a reason. You're lying for motive. Now, I'm not going to say everyone knows me, but I am going to say that a good 80% of the world knows me, and I'm 10 times more known than Donald Trump from these beyond any level of illegal or unfathomable operations to torture, hurt, harm, maim, torture, kill, or eradicate someone, especially after figuring it out and finding out at 29, met with Mike Huntley's death threats, we're going to rid you of the world with my family. Okay, so, that being said, father wants to castrate his son because he likes women he does not approve of. Trying to turn someone into an it. Did I talk about this? I think I did, but I'll just... Okay, because you didn't date Adrian Oliveras or the very few that we forced on you, that, by the way, turned out to be complete psychotics anyway, so you wouldn't want to be around them when you found out their behaviors. Like Adriana running around the office. I'm going to get the doctor's son. I'm going to get the doctor's son. To find out that what she really meant was not as a trophy, but to eradicate my existence with my family and my father and Lorena Escobar. And all of her little stories about, most of them probably bullshit. Her father, a drug dealer, how she got mad at this guy she was dating and she did this and that and the other things. Okay, whatever. You wouldn't want them in your fucking life anyways, if you're sane. So it's a lose-lose situation. So my father then hiring me at Golden State Sports Medical to do IT, and then them working on weird references with the movie It, Stephen King It, and all these weird freaky things that all these angles my brother was working on at our childhood with him and his friends in Pennies. Okay, so anyways, pennies, Pennywise. Okay, so back to we're using media to try to make it look like you conform to media. Okay, I put in here trying to create addiction or make someone look like they suffer from addiction by negative reinforcement. I think I talked about that. Example, every time you smoke a cigarette, if I punch you in the head for smoking a cigarette, you're going to start smoking more cigarettes. Correct? Okay, so back to the we want to hurt you. We want you to keep smoking cigarettes until you die, and it's not one person, it's worldwide. Okay, you get the idea. Negative reinforcement. Example, minute worldwide torture tactics to try to get you... Oh, same thing as I just said. Imagine nobody touches you. This is the one that I left out, that I wasn't reading or reading too fast. Okay, now, I've watched the police lie over and over that mass groups getting together to kill people without physically touching them it's not a crime. Well, that's bullshit. I'm not a lawyer, but I know enough about probable cause or intent or malice that if you go out and you say, that person, I want to kill them, but I'm not going to touch them. So this is how we're going to do it. We're going to premeditate it. We're going to plan it out. We're going to get all these people together. But we're not going to touch them. But we're going to do things, and we're never going to stop either, but we're going to do things that are eventually going to kill him, or something really bad is going to happen to him, like him getting locked in cages or mental institutions. Thought out, premeditatedly, planned out with malice, with intent to hurt, harm, maim, or kill, and then executed. That's a crime. That's attempted murder or something on that level, whether they touched you or not. The only thing that has to do with touch is battery. If you touch someone in a harmful manner, it's battery. But battery does not apply to murder. Example, if someone puts poison in their food and they die, they didn't touch you. That's the same thing. It's premeditated. It's thought out. It's executed. If 100,000 people follow me every single day trying to passive-aggressively provoke me to collapse my nervous system, that's the crime of all crimes. It's just so huge that it's scary to address. But it is the crime of all crimes. Okay, so my point is, if that were to happen to someone, wouldn't they start developing like social tics? Not social tics, like some kind of behavioral tics, or maybe chewing their face off or something like that, right? Like the more people that provoke you per minute, if 100,000 people a day were told to shoot spitwads at you, when you start chewing your face off or something, like trying to gnaw your face off or something, right? Okay? Because the point I'm getting at is pain is pain. It does not matter if someone takes a hot poker and brands you with a hot poker, or they don't touch you at all, but they keep shooting spitwads at you or walking by and whistling at you every couple minutes. Pain is pain. And there's nothing in law books that talks about, well, you inflicted pain by bashing someone in the head with a shovel versus you walked around with a little box with a high-pitched frequency and his ears started bleeding. There's nothing in the law books that says one is right and wrong. The law books, and I've never even fucking read a law book, by the way, this is just common sense. So don't run around saying Kevin thinks he's a lawyer with that bullshit. But the law books would state that the crime is based on intent and inflicting the harm, correct? There's nothing in the law books talking about specifics like, oh, well, you hit the guy with a shovel so you committed a crime, but you walked around with a high-pitched frequency until his ears bled, so you didn't. There's nothing in the law book. The law book says the intent to hurt someone in this manner. Okay? So yeah, there's the premeditation, the execution, the malice, and it nonstop for 42 years with now worldwide support. Okay, so what is the intent? The intent is to try to get me to like chew my face off or smoke 100,000 cigarettes per hour and then go, Kevin's crazy, we gotta put him in a mental institution. But that's a crime because this all starts at 29 years old. At 29 years old, I'm sitting there, I'm running my own company, I'm coming out of college, I'm doing all these things with my life, I have a social life. No, I'm not like Mr. Popularity or anything, but I have a social life, and that all does a 180. Based on Mike Huntley's threats and the things going on around me that we're using the system against you, you're an out-of-control monster, you're too out of control for California, all this weird shit coming from thin air that you're like in shock. You're like deer in headlights. Like, did I just get off the fucking Twilight Zone boat? Like, it's coming from nowhere. From people I've known my entire life. Okay, so that was like the one thing I kind of missed. So okay. Now this is an important topic. Sorry, trying to relax. Why does the judicial system and my family want to make it look like I never went to college? Okay? This is a good question. Now, I've had weird conversations like a couple years ago, even from Pineapple Joe at Hawaii Racing, down in, I think it's Simi Valley off 1st Street. And I really didn't want to talk to him, but I went in to sort of kind of video my surroundings to document history. And then I was joking around with the guy. I said, "You have a 426 Hemi to buy?" Because I bought a 426 Hemi from Joe when I was 16, long story. For my Trans Am, then I was going to put it in the 1970 Barracuda. So then he said, "Let me get Joe." Joe didn't seem too happy to see me. Joe was asking some weird interrogating questions with a very angry demeanor. And he said, "Why did you go to college?" Like, wait, is that what he said? He said, something like that sarcastically. Like, he was mad that I went to college and he was trying to make it look. I don't know. I can't tell you what his thinking was, but it sounds like he was trying to make it look like I'm crazy and a Calabasas Hidden Hills boy didn't want to go to college. But I did go to college. That's the point. Which brings me up to the next related topics down this list. I did go to college. I went to Southern Oregon State College for a year and a half. And then I decided I went to Southern Oregon State College for a year and a half. And then I decided that the school is too small. It was too... I liked Southern Oregon State College. I like the town. I like the city. Ashland, Oregon is pretty cool. They have the Shakespeare Festival there. I wasn't big on Shakespeare or anything. I think Kelly Hatch was more in the theater department. I was a little trying to figure out what I wanted to do. Kelly Hatch went there for like set design or something. I'm not getting into the whole thing with them sending Kelly Hatch after me working with the police. I'm not going on this conversation. I'm not going on that, but I will say that this whole thing's been a cover-up to try to cover up what Kelly Hatch was told to do. And why she actually took part, I can't fucking tell you, but she did. And I'm not talking about that here, and I could talk for 100 hours on that alone, what she was involved in, what she was doing with the police. Okay, so I went to Southern Oregon State College. They sent Kelly Hatch after me. All sorts of people were involved. We called him Tyler the Clown. He was in my dorm in Emerald Hall. And I think he lived on the second floor. I'm not sure. Or wait, were the chicks... I can't remember. Kelly Hatch, they put a Kelly Hatch above me on the second floor. Tyler at one point wanted to go to like Barnum and Bailey Clown School or something. And he was doing all these... We drove up to Seattle with him to do some kind of clown school, like Barnum and Bailey tryout or something, I don't know. Where, you know, he would juggle and do all the unicycle and all that shit. I've never really thought about it. I never thought about kids growing up wanting to be clowns. Ironically, there's the Joker movie. Okay, so it just came out. So anyways, so that was Tyler, and Tyler would joke around and they would pin things on me. Example, Tyler took a ghetto blaster, a boombox, you don't really see those anymore, and he put it in front of, there was an Asian girl named Cheryl. There's an Asian girl named Cheryl, and she was fucking one of the students, I don't remember who. And so Tyler took the boombox and they put it in front of the door and blasted music to sort of fuck with Cheryl and the dude fucking with her. He was probably more joking around with the guy because That's generally how guys work. They fuck around with their friends. Okay, so the point is that you're going to say, so what? These are like college pranks that happen every day. Correct? So fucking what? Exactly. So fucking what? Tyler was fucking with Cheryl and this guy, our friend fucking her, right? Okay, so what? Who cares? In the grand scheme of things, who cares? Oh, but wait, all of a sudden the entire planet is told that Kevin's a public nuisance and look what he's doing to Asian girls like Cheryl. Okay? You get the idea? Like everything else, whether I did it or Tyler did it, nobody would normally give a flying fuck. But because everything's being collected and data mined and given out to the entire planet illegally on defamation, slander, libel, disinformation, with malice, with premeditation to destroy, to rile up a worldwide operation, to eradicate someone. Because of that, it is the crime of all crimes. These lies aren't on news channels, they're in secret across the internet, on kill systems built on the internet to rile the masses against me while everyone says I don't know you. Okay, so I'm kind of giving you the context of the situation because this isn't one single event. I've been accused of like 100,000 things. Let's keep it in perspective, which is still insane. Let's say 1,000. I've been accused of 1,000 things that aren't true to the world in secret. Okay, why are they doing that? Because with premeditation, malice, intent, someone wants to hurt, harm, maim, torture, and kill. Or figure out ways to lock me in jail cells or mental institutions. Why? I don't know. I didn't breastfeed. I committed Kevin didn't breastfeed correctly crime. I committed the I left the dinner table without permission crime. I did the I said fuck you to my mother at 14 crime. I don't think those qualify for a worldwide slaughter operation. Do you? Okay. Kevin was born with mental illness, so we're going to hunt him and kill him. I don't think that one much makes sense according to Seymour Amster as well. That wasn't Seymour Amster's words. It was that the government has labeled you with mental illness. Okay, well, if the fucking government's labeled me with mental illness, then why are they trying to hunt me and kill me? And lock me in a mental institution? That doesn't make sense. Okay, so, if I was born with mental illness, I got enough fucking problems as it is, okay? Okay, so, back to the original question. Why does the judicial system and family want to make me look like I never went to college? Okay, well, after a year and a half of Southern Oregon State College, I said, even though Ashland's a cool town, I said, I want to do something bigger. We got a town of 5,000. It looks like the town's growing because I just went on to the college website and the school is now 6,000. So the town might be more around 10,000 now. You know, people are fucking and they're making babies and whatever, and they're populating because I went to Southern Oregon State College in 91. Okay, it's 2019. That's what, 30 years? Okay, so anyways, and I'm not going to tell you that my numbers were exact back then, like I have to be perfect, but what I am going to tell you is that it's a really small, secluded town. It's a really cool town, but I wanted something a little more prestigious like University of Colorado, where my brother was going. Now you're going to say, based on the worldwide lies, that Kevin's schizo and he thinks he's his brother because he went to the same college as his brother. Wrong. I knew about University of Colorado because I went and visited my brother up there, and it's a really fucking cool school, and Boulder's really fucking cool. Now, Ashland is cool too, but it's in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's small, and I was born in cities. I like bigger, I like things going on. I like big city life, and I like flashing lights and people walking up and down the main street at 4 a.m. all night, like New York City, Chicago, whatever. And yes, I have traveled and I have been around the fucking world, so the fucking retards trying to make it look like I'm some kind of recluse or something. No, my life changed at 29. It didn't change at 5 years old. Or I found out what was going on at 29. Okay, so, now when I mentioned Tyler the Clown with the ghetto blaster, let's word it this way. When I mentioned Tyler the Clown trying to get our friend to lose focus, joking around, these types of things that are being pinned on me are in the thousands and thousands, and there's probably hundreds at Southern Oregon State College, and probably hundreds, well I know, hundreds at University of Colorado as well. Okay? I'm just stating that for the record. I'm not gonna right now blast off each and every one of them, like the goth girl at University of Colorado who kind of looked like Kelly Hatch told to move above me, just like Southern Oregon State College, and then leave her keys in her car in hopes she could try to get me to steal her car, just like Kelly Hatch was making up lies that I stole her Jeep Cherokee. I'm not going into those. But what I am saying is that how do these strangers in University of Colorado, how are they doing the same exact frame jobs as Southern Oregon State College? And remember, this starts before the internet. I want you to remember that. Okay. So you have a context of the situation. So I go, University of Colorado is a cool place. I'm going to put in a transfer for University of Colorado. Now, here's the thing. I'm off at Southern Oregon State College. I'm not focused on trying to find the perfect college. I just want to say I want to leave Southern Oregon State College and go to a more prestigious school with a town of like 150,000 instead of a town of 5 to 10,000. Make sense? After all, most people I know, they don't want to go to Pierce College. They want to go to UCLA. Why do they want to go to UCLA? Because they want a prestigious school, so when they get their degree, people want to hire them, correct? Okay, but remember, I'm backwards, so that doesn't make any sense. Well, it looks like it fucking makes sense to me, because if I'm doing it the same thing everyone else is doing, then it pretty much fucking makes sense, right? Yet someone doesn't want that getting out to the world. Okay, so they make up their lies. I'm a schizo, or I'm going after my brother. Okay, something on that level. Why are they saying this, and why is it going out to the world? Because someone's mad at me. Because someone doesn't like me. Because someone wants me dead and gone. Because someone doesn't want me getting a college degree. Because someone doesn't want me out making money. Because someone wants the ultimate level of control. And if I defy them, they'll hook electrodes up to me and shock me. Or mentally shock me to death. Whatever. Okay, so I'm going to hold that thought while I plug in some GPS coordinates. Okay, so, okay, so rest assured, we can be in agreement, or I'll say we can be in agreement. Based on what I'm talking about, these endless situations. This Tyler the Clown thing.
North on Juliana Place toward Burbank Boulevard.
Southern Oregon State College.
Turn left.
Just off the top of my mind, without kind of thinking back, Eric Christensen sent after me from Diamond Dorm to Emerald Hall with Sherry Christensen. Eric Christensen was a big one because he was stalking me like 15 years later, finding me on Facebook after in the early 2000s with the police. Eric Christensen, Sherry Christensen, Chuck, what was Chuck's? God, I can't remember Chuck's friend that Sherry started dating. Eric, Sherry, Chuck, Cheryl, Tyler. Oh, Josh. Wait, Josh was dating Sherry. What the hell was Josh's last name? Josh drove a Mach 1. I never really had problems with Josh that I know of. Godfrey. Josh Godfrey. God, how do I remember that? That's interesting that they're playing this heaven and hell and this devil worship thing with Eric Christensen, and Josh's last name was Godfrey. Okay, Josh Godfrey, who originally was dating Sherry. Was he dating Sherry? Maybe, yeah, I think. Whatever. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember my college days. Okay, so Josh, whatever. Okay, fuck it. Okay, so you get the idea. Now, these things progressed at University of Colorado, from cheerleaders contacted to try to set me up to go after them. You name it, a whole plethora and slew of women and people working on me. Steve McPike at the pool halls, Val Morozov at the pool halls. Same types of operations we're seeing now. Okay. Oh, more importantly, just like high school, just like my teacher, Mr. Quigley, my English 10th grade English teacher and PE teacher, Mr. Quigley, telling me to punch Paul Shapiro to try to set me up. Obviously, I didn't punch Paul Shapiro, but he wanted to make me look like a violent, paranoid schizo. That was in high school, Mr. Quigley, Miss Tunick, Miss Garcia. There's 3 teachers in high school off the top of my head. Probably Miss Prohaska. My sociology teacher in 10th grade, I cannot remember her damn name, and it has been pissing me off because it's been like 2 years I'm trying to remember her name. Because she is very important to these frame job operations. And by the way, Kelly Hatch's friend Kirsten was in my sociology class, and I think there's a connection between Kirsten and Kelly Hatch being paid off to follow me up to Southern Oregon State College and stalk me. Anyways, to make a long story short, hold on, I'm just checking to see if my GPS is routing, and it doesn't look like it is. It's not. Or is it? No, it's not. Okay, so to make a long story short, okay, so I obviously did not transfer. Sorry, I'm trying to reroute my GPS again. Oh, I see what I did. Wait. Bourbon. Come on. Oops. There we go. There we go. Okay. So I did not. One of the scams of theirs is I transferred to University of Colorado because I'm a horrible devil child and I'm on the run and I'm a violent paranoid schizo. No, abso-fucking-lutely incorrect. The only reason I transferred from Southern Oregon State College the University of Colorado was to go to a better school. Period. The end. You could microanalyze that till the cows come home, and trust me, it has, by the government of the United States of America, with every psychologist, psychiatrist, police officer, you name it. And in the end, it's going to come down to the same exact thing, just like every other aspect of my life. I simply wanted to go to a better school, the Southern Oregon State College, and be in a bigger city, closer to Denver, Colorado, or be in a smaller city close to a big city, and be able to have kind of a more of a city life and be out with a more, I don't know how you say it, just a more a faster moving crowd or something, right? I don't know how to explain it. Like, some people like city life, and some people like living out in a frickin' barn somewhere and farming, okay? Whatever. It's irrelevant. I just simply wanted what most people want, and they got really mad about that. Now, why did they get mad? Okay. Think about that. Kevin's off kind of doing his own thing. Okay, let me rephrase it. Kevin gets off the leash and goes his own way. They get really mad. Why? Okay, that's kind of the point I'm trying to make. Think about it from a common sense standpoint. Why does a person get mad when their dog gets off the leash? Because control, correct? Okay. Well, these are the people that don't like it when they lose control. Or you die. Okay? Things get really bad for you. Okay, well, last I checked, that goes against the Constitution of the United States of America. And last I checked, nobody normally helps people do things like that. So, you can't just walk out talking about the situation if people aren't on your side. And if there were those select few that didn't know what's going on, they would be like, you sound totally fucking crazy, right? Okay. My GPS is freaking out. Okay, come on, route. Don't be a dick.
In a quarter mile, continue straight to stay on Ventura Boulevard.
Okay, so let me just check. Where are we on my notes? Okay, so basically, to make all that talk short, yeah, I simply went to college in a controlled kind of environment. I transferred to University of Colorado.
Straight to stay on Ventura Boulevard.
My family, the police government, got really mad, and they need to make up, cover up lies. They progressed their setup and terror operations to exterminate me.
Use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto the US 101 South.
The most annoying GPS. Okay, so to make a long story
Use
short,
the left 2 lanes to turn left onto the US 101 South ramp, then merge onto US 101 South.
maybe I'll turn the volume down from. Okay, so to make a long story short, the amount of shit going on directed at me at both colleges with professors. Yes, just like I was mentioning that my high school teachers were all involved, professors were all told to do fucked up shit. We had, in the art department, we had Jim Johnson working all sorts of angles with the sleeping dog contest, a computer imaging professor. We had a art writing professor, I can't remember the name, spazzing out, trying to make me look hypersensitive because I came up with some original ideas about art and perception, trying to make it look like I'm too sensitive and can't deal with life. We had a teacher, a sculpting teacher who called herself Naughty Carrie, who all my artwork to her was about me trying to control women. By the way, why did she call herself Naughty Carrie? I'm guessing movie references from the movie Carrie and things that they've been doing to me my entire life. So, I don't know, but Naughty Carrie, the first day of class, talked about jumping in the lake naked or something, in the school lake naked or something. I don't fucking remember. I'm not really saying that's a bad thing, because these are art teachers, and art teachers are supposed to be expressive. But why was everything about Kevin's controlling? I never met this person. All the art critiques were about me being controlling. And then for some reason, she said her favorite thing was about me and Chad. Like a favorite project, Chad Bowers wanted to dig a fucking fort hole or something in the forest. And she thought that was the best. I don't really know how to even analyze that. Now that I'm older, I'm like, why is that one the fucking best? I mean, I don't remember the actual assignment, so I can't go too deep on it. I just know enough about Chad Bowers that I think this was all about trying to send me schizo messages. Probably about digging holes to bury bodies or something. I don't fucking know. Anyways, I don't want to go too deep in all the shit going on. All sorts of shit was going on. There was a gorgeous Hawaiian girl trying to set me up and make me look crazy who joined the gym after me. That I was sort of flirting with and being a little aggressive in a little weird way that they're using against me. You name it. Everything was collected to use against me. Girl after girl trying to set me up. Oh yeah, the IRC women. Sia Nijitang, Skylar, Stephanie Skylar, other people, Guy Spy. These are all internet nicknames. Guy Spy. I can't remember a lot of them now. Lynn Junkin, big one with Lynn Junkin, my brother's friend Mike Wexler, trying to figure out how to set me up and manipulate me into like statutory rape type shit. My brother's friend Jason Baum out there sent after me. Redheads working with Mike Wexler. Did I mention Mike Wexler? One of my brother's friends sent after me, and a redhead. Playing the dangle the carrot game. Noah Schiller. Noah Schiller working with my family. My family wanting me to move in with Noah Schiller, me not understanding what they were really doing. Noah Schiller and his girlfriend having this gorgeous girl say help me move and we'll go out to dinner, and then blowing me off in hopes she can set me up to get me angry at her and things like this. Okay, so whatever, you get the idea. Okay, so now back to my original questions. Why does the judicial system, my family, and the government want to make up lies that I'm some crazy guy with no education, that lives in a bat cave, that is a conspiracy theorist, that, by the way, I went to school for a split degree in computer science and electronic arts, okay? I'm not going to tell you I'm a fucking brain surgeon or anything, but what I am going to say is I'm not some dude born in a fucking cave who has no grasp on reality and thinks that movies are real life. Okay? I'm going to tell you that right now. Okay? And that applies to the judicial system's reasonings. What's my questions here? Why does the judicial system family want to make it look like I never went to college? Okay, well, we're getting to that. I think if you have the common sense of a 10-year-old, of the average 10-year-old, you already know the answer to this. Because it's fucking simple. But I'm going to fucking explain it anyways, because I want the details, because anyone can say anything that's vague. I'm going to tell you I'm going to tell you the truth with the specifics, because if the specifics are there, you can't say, oh, well, he said this. Okay? Example. I invented the question mark. Okay, well, how did you fucking invent the question mark? Right? Right? If you can explain to me how you invented the fucking question mark, and you can give me a good fucking answer, then you might have invented the fucking question mark. If someone says Kevin's crazy, he never went to college, and I can explain fucking college and all the things done to me, my classes, where I live, all the events, you can look up the streets. You can look up the streets and addresses on the internet. I can tell you all the stories. I can tell you why the police were called here when they sent this guy in my house to squat and get rid of me. I'm sure there's even police record of those phone calls. Okay. So the point is, if I do what my haters do and give zero detail, then I can say whatever the fuck I want. I can say yesterday I put on a leather suit and I with a cape and I flew to the moon. Okay, Kevin, you flew to the moon? How did you fly the moon? I can't answer that. Okay, well, if I can't answer how I flew to the moon, I obviously didn't fly the moon. But if I flew to the moon and I told you, well, I walked into NASA, they trained me for 10 years, and they put me in a rocket. The rocket's name was Challenger. Oh, let's not use Challenger. They put me in a shuttle, a rocket with a shuttle. I went through all sorts of zero gravity tests. I did this, I did that, blah, blah, blah. Here's some photos of me on the moon. Here's paper and paperwork of written up documentation from NASA themselves. Then I probably went to the fucking moon. Okay, the point is that, like I told psychiatrist Susan Donner at 29, the devil is in the details. And no, that has nothing to do with religion. It is a phrase and a term we use in case some of the sickos out there are trying to debunk what I'm telling you now. And when I say sicko, what I'm saying is the psychotic murderers that want me dead, just because I, Kevin Perlman, have to qualify everything I say, or the next 100,000 people are coming after me per day. Okay, point is, they don't want me talking about the details. So why did psychiatrist Susan Donner have a shit fit when I said the devil's in the details and started running around making up lies that I'm stalking waitresses and things like that? Wait. I didn't know a psychiatrist followed people from public locations. I didn't know psychiatrists follow people to public locations, hunting them down, trying to kill them for knowing too much. Okay, or for any reason. Okay, so that is why Susan Donner was working with the private sector to try to cover up and debunk me. Because she doesn't want me talking about the details. Okay, so I know I'm going off on some tangents, but you need the details. Okay. So, back to college. The judicial system, the psychology community, the police, clearly the fucking professors in college, the people working with the professors, the people working with the local city areas, don't want any record that I went to college. I'm just some crazy conspiracy theorist who's lived in a cave all his life, according to them. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that when I went up with these bunk arrests and on trial, that my lawyer, when it came down to circumstantial, my lawyer kept saying I'm weird and things like that and didn't want to defend me with my circumstantial background? That was Seymour Amster. Yet the prosecution is making up every lie known to man and working on all these fictional circumstantial cases. Does that make sense? She's collecting art from 10 years ago on the internet, joking art, me holding a toy gun in the privacy of my own home. So, even if the gun was real, I have the Second Amendment right to bear arms. So why does she care if I'm holding a toy gun in a picture going, ah? Oh, and by the way, they're extra mad that the toy gun that my father paid off Victoria Walker to give me with the LAPD to try to make it look like I'm a violent paranoid schizo with a gun. Why are they mad that the gun's in photo shoots? With, what was the girl? She called herself Lily Lake, or no? Lily Love. Okay, so Lily Love's holding the gun. The toy gun that incriminates my own father with Victoria Walker and the LAPD, that toy gun, is in my art. And they're getting really mad about that. Why? Because the toy gun incriminates my father on all these illegal operations to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo, and all the teachers and people in my colleges are not only trying to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo, but they're also trying to make me look like a public nuisance. But wait, even though Tyler the clown isn't being accused of being a public nuisance for putting the ghetto blaster up to the door with Cheryl, and they're saying Kevin did it, do you really think that if they said Tyler did it, anyone would give a fuck? They'd laugh. Ah, you did that in college? Ah, that's fucking funny. It's over with. It's a 1 minute event that happened and it's done with. Who the fuck cares? Can we say obsession? Okay, so the point is that they have motive and reasoning behind everything they're doing. Okay, so I keep repeating the question. There's a fucking reason for that. So why does my family and the judicial system with the psychology community not want the world knowing that Kevin Perlman went to college? I wish I had like a class here. You over there, can you answer the question? Okay, you on the internet, can you fucking text me, message me and answer the question? It's a pretty fucking high school class answer here. Can you answer the question? Okay, so why does the judicial system once again not want the world knowing I went to college? Okay, why does Joe at Hawaii Racing not want the world knowing I went to college? Or trying to make me look crazy about it? Okay, so let's get to the end of the college. Okay, Mike Huntley is sent. Remember, I knew Mike Huntley starting at 14 years old. Mike Huntley was working on me with my family and Melody the stripper. Yes, musical, Melody, Miss Tunic. They have some issue with music. I can't tell you. They're just trying to make me look crazy with music. They're trying to make it look like I conform to media. And so they're using that tactic with their psychology degrees. So Mike Huntley, originally my brother's friend. My brother, he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution at 16. Mike Huntley flies up to the University of Colorado in an anger and rage. I didn't know he was angry at me, because why would he be angry at me? What did I do to him? I thought we were really good friends. I mean, not really good friends, but I thought we were friends, and we never had one argument. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? You know someone for 15 years, you never have one argument, and then the whole time you find out that he's following you from place to place to kill you. Do you understand where I'm coming from? If you had a friend for 15 years, if you've had a friend for 15 years and you've never had an argument, you'd think he's your friend, right? Same with my family. There's no tension. There's no event in your history of relationship that has occurred, therefore you trust them. But sometimes that's not always the case. Sometimes you do need to get in arguments to see if you can trust them. Okay. And I've learned that one the hard way, trust me. Because I come from a family where everything's perfect and great, and then you find out that they want you dead and gone. Okay. So, Mike Huntley, in some kind of panic, flies up to University of Colorado. Now, I can't tell you what the trigger point that Mike Huntley realized that he needed to cover up a crime, that he flew to Colorado. My guess is when I was talking to Daryl Oon, who needed a place to live, and I gave him a place to live for about 4 months. And, the closer you get to know someone, you talk about your personal life. And so at one point, I believe I mentioned something about my father and his dog Rhoda, and I'm putting shock collars on Rhoda. I didn't mention it in a mean way. I didn't say like my father's an evil devil spawn who stalks and tortures animals or anything. I just mentioned some history of my childhood. Remember, shock collars aren't fatal shocks, but it does say something about the person, correct? About their inability to have communication skills. Well, at that point, that's when electronic imaging teacher Jim Johnson put up the sleeping dog contest, hinting about Rhoda, the Rhodesian Ridgeback. Also, schizo references about Rhoda from the movie The Bad Seed. 1946 or 56, The Bad Seed. I'm not going into how I know all this. Okay, it'll just take too long. And I have in other dialogues. Sorry, let me take a little mind break here. So my guess, back when I was like 23 or 24 or whatever, I wasn't aware. I knew there were all these weird things going on, but I wasn't aware that they were strategic and coordinated conspiracies. Do you understand what I'm saying? Let me explain that so you can understand. Shit, I went out on a date with this girl. That was really strange. Shit, this person's fucking me this person's fucking with me this way. That's really strange. This stranger's fucking with me that way. That's really strange. This odd event happened. These 400 women and men were doing these things to me on IRC. That's pretty strange. These women are in my college class and they're spazzing out about things that nobody cares about. That's pretty strange. There's a point in your life where you question, that's really odd. Why do these really strange things keep happening to me, but they don't happen to anyone else? And this was all progressing in college, but I didn't know what was going on. I was just thinking, shit, not another one. Like example, I used to joke around about women on IRC that asked for your picture and then bolted. And I go, oh, they're pick and runs, right? They take your picture and then they run. They're pick and runs. And then after you have like 100,000 pick and runs, you're like, why does the same thing keep happening to me over and over, right? But you're not making the connection. You're not making the connection that these events are all connected. Do you understand? There's a difference between being around a lot of assholes and you keep moving on and going, why do I just keep meeting the same thing over and over? And then connected events where people are told to keep doing things to you until they can get a reaction. Do you understand? Example, when I talk about person after person that I'm in contact with using man in a sentence, like, hey man, how are you? Hi man, are you doing good, man? Well, in the last 48 hours alone, at Universal City Walk, down here, Woodland Hills, I'd say there's about 10 to 15 people doing the man tactic on me in 48 hours. Okay, well, in 48 hours, I've had 15 people say man in a sentence to me. It's not because people say man a lot. It's because someone wants to trigger me into a reaction to set me up to remove me from society. Correct? They want reactions. And because the judicial system knows what's going on and they don't think it's wrong, and I've watched them take part, and I've watched them not stop the crimes against me that are physical on video. You in the back. Why do you think that is? Because they're involved in something highly fucking illegal to eradicate someone. Okay, so the point is that it's a conspiracy. They all have motive. Okay, now Mike Huntley is shifted into a state of panic, correct? I've done something that shows, I've done something in University of Colorado at that point that shows that Mike Huntley has something to hide and he's on the defensive, so he flies all the fucking way up to Colorado. Now that's not how he worded it. Now remember, your killer isn't going to tell you he's going to kill you, correct? I'm going to put you in a mental institution, friend. isn't going to tell you that he's going to put you in a mental institution, correct? Okay, we call those two-faced lying murderers. Okay. So, Mike Huntley says, Kevin, if you come back from University of Colorado, I want to start a company with you. I want to start an internet host provider. By the way, the LAPD is trying to make it look like Signet e-Services didn't exist and I was selling drugs with Mike Huntley and Rody Morales. You think that's a little strange? So they also don't want a record that I was in a business, a legitimate corporation with Mike Huntley for 6 years as well. Okay, so Kevin, I'm going to fly out to Colorado. I'm going to give you the sales pitch. I'm going to give you the sales pitch. We should start a company. And the internet is new. This is like 97 or something. The internet comes around in 94. AOL is the big guy. AOL is the big provider at the time. I want to start, there's no little guys yet. I want to start an internet host provider if you come back from college. Okay, now I'm at the end of my college degree. I'm at the very end. Now there's some caveats. I have almost all my courses fulfilled but 2. Now I have to take a Spanish 3. And then for some reason, which I knew, I got a D on an art history test. And I'm trying to figure that one out because I knew that one back and forth. I'm a shitty test taker. I always get fucking C's no matter what. But it seemed a little strange that I got a D on a history test. And I had to take that course over and a Spanish 3 class. Okay, and I'm not going to tell you I'm fucking Doogie Howser and an A+ student. I'm not. I wasn't. College was very difficult for me. I don't learn the same way that everyone else does. It doesn't mean I suffer from mental illness. It doesn't mean that I need to be locked away in cages or mental institutions. It doesn't mean I'm crazy or abusive to people or think differently. I just academically, like a lot of people, am shitty. And some people are lucky and they drink beer all day and get 4.0s. Whatever. Okay, so it's not the type of thing people obsess on. Okay, so art history, no big fucking deal. Just gotta pray that that class is coming over on the class selection and you get the class. Art history. Spanish 3 is a complicated one. Doesn't sound complicated. Just take Spanish 3. Well, it's not that simple. Okay, first of all, I took Spanish 1 and 2 in high school. 1988. I didn't go to Southern Oregon State College. I go to Southern Oregon State College. Is my GPS routing, by the way? It doesn't look like it is. Okay. Okay, I go to, where was I? Okay, I go to University, or Southern Oregon State College. Your language classes look fine. You qualified. I transfer from Southern Oregon State College to University of Colorado. Everything looks great, but you gotta take a Spanish 3. Now that I think about it, that seems a little off. Like, why did they just say, okay, transfer? But whatever, I'm not gonna obsess on that. Like my haters obsess on me. Or my obsessed murder group. Let's call it what it is. It's not haters. It's actually a worldwide conspiracy. In secret. So we're here. We're at the end. We've fulfilled all requirements. I gotta take a Spanish 2 and art history. Gotta take art history over and a Spanish 2. So I gotta wait for that course to come around and pray I got a spot. There might have been some kind of... No, I think I have to take it over. Now, Spanish 2, think about it, because on the surface, you're not going to think about it. Spanish 2, or Spanish 3, this is now in like 94, and you took Spanish in 88, and you're not really a Spanish speaker. I mean, I can talk some basic fragments. ¿Cómo estás? Me llamo Kevin Berlman. ¿Cómo estás usted? Mi lápiz es muy grande. Whatever, okay? I can speak some basic, no hablo español. ¿Cómo te llama? ¿Cómo es? Whatever, okay? I can speak some very basic Spanish, but I gotta take Spanish 3, and I hadn't taken, what is that, 6 years? From being someone who doesn't speak, for someone who's taken Spanish 1 and 2, can't remember a fucking thing, and then he's got to take Spanish 3. Okay, so, class, what do you think's going to have to happen? Kevin's going to need to take Spanish 1 and 2 over in college, probably, right? To take Spanish 3. Right? Because you're not going to remember fucking jack shit for Spanish 1 and 2 6 years ago. Unless you speak it every day. Okay, so, now it's not very simple. Now it's a little more complex. Now you gotta take not 1 year, but 3 years. Well, a semester is 6 months. Wait, not 6 months, but what, 4 months or something? I don't know. 2 semesters every year, right? Okay, well, if you're lucky to get Spanish 1, 2, and 3 back to back, then that's still a year and a half, right? Okay? So you're looking at a year and a half longer. Okay, whatever. We can analyze the situation till the fucking cows come home. It really doesn't fucking matter, but there's a worldwide campaign pissed off at me with some kind of government agenda because, why? Because I didn't finish these 2 classes and move back to California. Okay. Well, you're gonna say, so, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? Do you know how many motherfuckers go to college and don't fucking finish? What? 40%? You think fucking there's a planet full of people running around going, you're up to something. You're a criminal. We know what you're doing. You're trying to milk the system. You're trying to milk the system by paying fucking $400,000 to a college and not getting a degree. You're trying to you're a criminal. You're a murderer. Do you think that's really happening with anyone else? Fucking of course not. Needless to say, Mike Huntley sweeps in. Okay, now the peer pressure is being put on. Okay? Mike Huntley sweeps in. Kevin, start a company with me. Move back. Yet, at the end of 6-year relationship, of coming back and starting a company with Mike Huntley, he and the police and government want to lock me away and want me dead and gone for my horrible crime spree of farting or burping. I can't fucking tell you. Or some shirt that Eric Christensen didn't like at 21 at Southern Oregon State College. Lord's Gym. That I bought at a joking novelty store in Ashland, Oregon. Once again, you're going to say, so fucking what? Who cares? Why is Eric Christensen obsessed so much that he's befriended you and is hunting you to have you killed with endless government dollars? Okay, these aren't haters. These are strategic kill operations. Okay, nobody cares about this shit. And once in a blue moon, there's one hot-tempered fucking loony, and they don't have worldwide government support or police support. Okay? Those types of people are by themselves, angry at the fucking world, and coming after good people like me, but they don't have the fucking resources except doing stupid shit that exposes themselves. Everything I've done in life exposes that I'm a good person. It's just they have endless government resources. It doesn't even make sense. Okay. Mike Huntley wants me to move back. Mike Huntley's trying to cover something up. Why are they doing it? Because I must have said or done something that showed that they're fucking liars. Correct? Maybe I mentioned my father's, indirectly mentioned my father with the shock collar, exposing that he's an abusive piece of shit. Maybe it's some of my daily actions showing I'm a really good person, that I'm not some guy running around that thinks he's Batman. I can't tell you. All I can tell you is Mike had something with my family, had something to hide, so much so that they took the opportunity to sweep in and get me close to him with their philosophy: keep your friends closer. Wait, keep your friends close, keep your enemies closer. Okay. So, Mike Huntley flies in. He wants me to start a company with me if you come back. At that point, we have two other non-direct, pure pressure calls. My mother? Kevin, I have a really cool idea. You know, you need to finish up these courses. Why don't you come home and take some classes at Pierce and transfer the Pierce credits over to University of Colorado? That way you're not stuck in Colorado. And you're back home. And it sounds, on the surface, it sounds like a really good idea. But actually, it was the worst decision I ever made. Because you're away from that atmosphere where you have to finish your degree. Now we can analyze that however the fuck you want. But now I know every time my mother tries to tell me to do something, usually what's going on in the back of her head is how do I fuck over my son and try to make him look crazy and lock him in a mental institution. Okay, and I've pretty much proven that 100 million times over. Now that I understand the situation. So, at the same time, my father calls. Remember, these are sort of non-connected. They're non-connected. My father calls and he says, you know, if you move back, you can live at my house for a year. And I'm not thinking, like, why does he want me to live with him? Well, it turned out that he was marrying a Cuban named Janet at the time, and they were working on an angle trying to make it look like I'm sabotaging his relationships. So, what he was trying to make it look like on the surface, oh, Dr. Ronald Barry Perlman's marrying a Cuban, Kevin sweeps in and barges in, I'm watching you, Janet. Well, that's not how it played out, like every other situation. All these situations are the same since 5 years old. My father called me up. He knew he was marrying Janet. He wanted me to move in at the same time. My guards aren't up. Why are my guards not up? Because it's my motherfucking father and I trust him. Why would my own father be hunting me down to eradicate him? Or sorry, why would my own father be hunting me down my entire life to eradicate me? I can't answer these fucking questions. All I can tell you is that around 38, maybe a little later, my father tells me I know what I did. At 29, my mother says my past caught up with me. Okay. Well, if there's a worldwide campaign to kill me that I find out at 29, and I know what I did, but you refuse to tell me, and my past caught up with me, then obviously they accuse me of something, and because this is worldwide, they're pissed off about something. They're pissed off about some delusion of an unparalleled fucking magnitude, right? Like the ultimate fucking delusion in their heads. And they're running around. You know what you did. You better tell me what you did or we're going to kill you. Well, here we are. I'm 47. I have a worldwide campaign to kill me. I've talked to 100,000 people and they all say they're all pissed off in anger and rage. And some of them go, well, you can tell me what you did or this or that. But not one says hunting Kevin down with worldwide support is wrong. Okay? The point is that the psychology community of my family are blasting out endless lies, smears, defamation, slander to the world to launch a worldwide chaotic exterminate Kevin operation in unheard of methods. But yet they can't tell me what this thing is that I've done. I found out at 29 I've been accused of something at 5 years old. Okay. So let's put it all together. Let's put all the pieces together. Obviously my family's pissed off about one of their stupid moron delusions. So they, with my brother from a young childhood, launched this worldwide extermination operation, working with the police psychology community, teachers, professors, on setup and frame job operations based and riling the masses against me with endless defamation, slander, libel, internet-based kill operations with endless internet-based resources to the entire fucking planet. The entire planet. To work on me all day and night, 24/7, so they can lock me away in jail cells, mental institutions, or get me to blow my fucking brains out. Yet it's not about anything that they can verbalize or be specific about. And I'm just a bad guy, and I have to tell them what I did. Doesn't make any fucking sense. But because these are all people with psychology degrees. And I was born on an Air Force base in Merced, California, and I can't go any deeper than that. Okay. My point is, they got something to fucking hide, let me tell you. And this something is on a worldwide scale to try to make me look crazy and remove me from society. Now, back to the original question. Why does the police, psychology community, government want to make it look like I'm some crazy guy who believes in conspiracy theories like Mel Gibson out of the movie Conspiracy Theory, has no grasp on reality, never went to college, never worked a day in his life. Oh, but wait a minute. I came out of college with 3D animation and visual effects. I worked Universal Studio jobs. I worked at Modern Video Film. I worked in animation jobs in Simi Valley. I had my own company for 6 years as an internet host provider. Yet the police are running around trying to make it look like I'm a drug dealer with Rody Morales. The police are running around saying he never went to college and he's a crazy man. So I thought about this last night. Why did my family with the police want to sabotage my college degree? I'm not going to tell you that it's partially my own fault for being manipulated. It is. It is. We are all responsible for our own actions within reason. I mean, if someone's holding a gun to your head saying, I want you to do this or that, you might end up doing it, and that's not your fault. I'm going to stop right here because people in my life, they don't have the ability to reason or they're either this way or that way. They don't have the ability to be rational. Like I said before, probably 40% people never finish their college degrees. Nobody gives a flying fuck whether they do or don't, but the people with degrees get better jobs. Correct? You're not shunned from society for not having a college degree. So my point is, just because I didn't get a college degree isn't going to make these worldwide groups mad at someone unless something's being crafted or information's being given out in such ways to the world to piss them off about it. Correct? Okay. And Joe's comments at Hawaii Racing and all the other related things. They obviously didn't want college degree on paper. Shit. Kevin's about to finish college. A college degree will show that he's an educated person. Now, I don't like to use the word educated as a class elevation or anything, because it doesn't matter if you have a college degree or you don't have a college degree. that does not define you as a good or bad person. What defines you as a good or bad person is your actions. But we all know, based on the real world, that a college degree gives you higher paying jobs. It gets you in a more prestigious position and things. And people look at you like, oh, well, you're a college graduate. And not really so much from a class labeling, but just, when you're talking, if I'm talking to you and I have no teeth and I'm fucking wearing rags, you're not going to take me as serious as if I'm walking in a room with a suit. Correct? And if I'm walking into a meeting with a college degree and a suit, your first impression is that he is a college-educated person. Okay. Now, there are people like in the movie Good Will Hunting. What's his name? What's the actor's name? Jesus. I can't fucking remember. Whatever. It'll come back to me in a few seconds. Like the movie Good Will Hunting. By the way, if we take out the violent part, because they use that as one of these scams, trying to make me look crazy. You take out the violent and all the hood shit, whatever. And there are people that didn't go to college that are fucking geniuses. Okay? There's tons of them. But, of course, you need the academic backing to really learn. But, I'm just saying that piece of paper doesn't always define you. But, usually, first impressions, listen, if I go into a fucking job, if I go into a white-collar job, they're going to fucking want to see that piece of paper with a college degree, correct? It's that simple. Okay. So, usually, obviously, first impressions and college degrees go a lot longer than no degree, and I don't want to obsess on the stupid, simple fact that we all know. Okay, I just want to say, why didn't they want me to have a college degree? All the teachers, all the professors were told to try to set me up, frame me, make me look crazy. The art teachers were told to try to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo from my art, like Jim Johnson with my Mike Tyson Katana game character picture. Jim Johnson was working cryptic schizo messages. They had girls following me in wheelchairs, hinting that I've done something to someone and put them in a wheelchair. You had angry women all around college mad at me for my art, yet how do they know? These are small, tiny classes. And there's nothing in my art. It's not like when I made artwork, I was like disemboweling and decapitating women and like hanging them from ceilings in my art or anything. There's no reason why anyone would look at my art ever and say, this man's a danger to society, unless you're a fucking psychotic murderer with like a art therapy degree or something. Okay? Period. Some neurotic, psychotic murderer with an art therapy degree or something. Well, my mother does have an art therapy degree, and she doesn't like any piece of art I ever created. I'll leave that up to you. I won't even go any deeper on that one. Okay. I always thought art was good. I always thought expressing yourself and coming up with new and creative ideas is a really good thing. Oh, by the way, this doesn't just apply to my art. It also applies to my business ideas when we're talking about capitalistic making money ideas. So, it's one thing to try to say, oh, Kevin's tormented inside and look at this violent art he created, even though it's not violent. See, one of his character's shoes are green, so he's a violent paranoid schizo. That's one thing. My fucking business ideas? Listen, if you're shifting from college degrees to my art to business ideas for making money, then it's not about anything that I've done. It's about someone's agenda to eradicate you. Okay, so, for the 100 millionth time, Why does the judicial system, my family and government, want no record that I ever went to college and I'm a crazy man who thinks he's Batman and lives in a cage? A cave. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. Okay. Because they don't want record of who I am. They don't want proof and record on paper of who I am. They want to be able to blast their bullshit to the world in secret based on their internet kill systems and have mass groups follow me from place to place until they get what they want. Correct? Think about it. Okay, so that hour and a half dialogue for the simple answer is pretty fucking prudent. That you need to understand these details and remember that I can blast off 100,000 related events. Okay? So the next question. Why don't they want the old noggin working? Why do they want to pump me full of 100 gallons of fucking Seroquel a day and have me drool in a fucking corner? Why do they want me to drool in a corner on a fucking 100,000 different meds all at once in a bouncy room, drooling on myself instead of out living my life? Why do they not want me to have a conversation? Oh shit, man, when I was fucking 20, blah blah blah, this happened. Oh, you suffer from obsession. Well, that's not fucking obsession. People talk about their lives. They talk about their past. Our lives, the shit we go through defines who we are. Okay? You can't erase someone. I can't walk up to you and erase your fucking memory and say, you start over and you're gonna have a good life and nothing ever happened. That's not how life works. The shit that you go through is the shit that defines you. Hopefully, if it stops, right? It's got to stop, right? If it's like the movie 1984 and they keep torturing you and you just die. But the point is, that the shit we go through defines us, okay? As horrible, as unspeakable as my life has been, and the things I didn't even know were going on, that is who I am, and that defines me, and you can't take that away from me. And if you try to take that away from me, you have something to hide. And that something is so horrific that there's people that can't... Let me put it this way. When Brian Weaver called this a public shaming to me, I'm not the one who has shame. They do. The people who did this to my life and the people related and connected. The public shaming has never been to me. The public shaming is to them. No matter what they fucking say. Kevin, you're a bad person. Well, you're the one trying to hunt me with worldwide support. Why am I a bad person? I can't tell you, but you gotta tell me. Well, I'm not gonna tell you that I'm a fucking bad person. If you think that I'm a bad person, then you better fucking tell me with specifics. And then we can talk about it. Other than that, I'm not going to say I'm a bad fucking person. I don't even... Listen, I'm not going to say I'm a bad person for my mommy. I'm not going to say I'm a bad person for my daddy. I'm not going to say I'm a bad person for a hot chick. Okay? I'm not going to say I'm a bad person for Brian Weaver, and who's fucking deep in these fucking kill operations. Okay? Period. The point I'm making is they don't want me talking about my life or my past because they have something to hide. Hence, Mike Huntley flying up to Colorado, Kevin come home, start a company with me, you're a fucking dead man with the police and psychology community. Okay? So that was a really long segment for this short question. But I think it's kind of necessary. Okay, so let me now... I'm going to start and stop the camera because this is about the time the sensor goes to shit from heat. Okay, just wanted to The sensor loads up about an hour and a half and the camera stops, so I just wanted to restart it. Okay, the camp scam in jail. Okay, when I was a kid, remember my family, they all have psychology degrees. And they're obsessed, neurotic, or crazy, or whatever. They fit every fucking bad psychological category out there. Okay, so going to camp. This isn't like all my other childhood events. They don't really fucking matter. People don't sit there and collect and obsess on your early childhood and use it against you, but mine do. And I just wrote down the camp scam. So there's this whole, I can't explain why. There's been multiple arrests, and then they hint about camp when I was a kid. Like I did something at camp. Like I went out and like butchered some people at camp or something. Okay. And then they try to turn around into traumatic events. But remember, when it comes to my family, they collect and obsess on one little minute detail and they leave out the entire story. So I'm just going to state it here. When I was a very young child, I went to camp. I'm thinking of 3 camp incidences here. Or 3 camps. One was a day camp. And someone came to... I'd never been there. I was about 8 years old, something like that. They came to pick us up. I was scared. I ran into the bathroom and held the door. Whatever. I locked myself in the bathroom for 10 minutes when the ride came. Okay, my mother has this ability to dramatize this and turn this into the movie The Shining and this and that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, none of that happened. It's like, okay, let me put it in another situation. When I was a kid, maybe around the same age, in the Caribbean, I got locked in an elevator for a couple of minutes. And what happened was we were walking out of the elevator. This is non-related, but I want you to understand the dynamics of my family's thought process. Okay. I'm locked in it, or we're all walking out of the elevator. Everyone walks out. The door closes in front of me. I'm in the elevator by myself. I'm not really locked in an elevator, but I'm too short to reach the button. So I break down in tears and I cry. Okay, well first, I'm an 8-year-old or something like that. I might even have been younger. Okay. If you're a parent, you're probably saying this isn't that uncommon, right? Okay. But that's not what we're going to talk about here. Okay, so I'm in the elevator for a few minutes. They push the button, they get me, it opens, they get me out. Someone might have even pried it open. Okay. There you go. Now my family's running around. Kevin has all this trauma from these childhood events. Kevin's crazy. Kevin needs to be locked in a mental institution. We gotta find out what's wrong with Kevin. Okay, the ultimate neurotic, the ultimate Hannibal Lecter neurotic. We gotta fix you to death until you're dead. Okay. Now let me ask, I guess this is more of a rhetorical question. Has anyone ever seen me ride in an elevator since? Or have I ever rode in an elevator since? Yes. Immediately after and every day of my fucking life that I'm by an elevator. Okay. So now we have a psychology community. Kevin got locked in an elevator. He suffered a traumatic event. But Kevin's rode 100,000 elevators after. And what's the problem? We don't care about that. But wait, if I suffered a traumatic elevator event, then why am I not afraid of elevators? Well, that doesn't matter. We want to put him in a mental institution anyways. Okay. I want you to understand that foundation, that psychological foundation, because I understand. Shit. Oopsie. Okay. Because I understand. Okay, so I don't have a psychology degree. Most people don't have psychology degrees. But I want you to sort of put yourself in an average person, situation, because I think that most people probably get bullied by people with psychology degrees. Like, they think they're better than most people, and they think they can break you apart and break you down, and they think, listen, most of them are fucking scared children, okay? Let's be, especially from my family. Just because you have a psychology degree doesn't make you anything special. And remember, when we're talking about saying things versus what really is, anyone can say fucking anything. A psychiatrist can be a liar. A psychiatrist can be paid off. A psychiatrist can be the stupidest fucking dog shit. Okay? Just because someone with a psychology degree says something doesn't make it true. And if someone with a psychology degree says that you suffered a traumatic childhood event from an elevator, but you've never had a problem with an elevator since, means that they probably don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know their fucking ass from their mouth, okay? That's what it means. Okay? The proof is in the fucking pudding. The proof is fucking in your actions. What people say doesn't define you. Your actions define you. Okay, so obviously I have no trauma from elevators from that event. Now we're going to go to camp. Because, why? Because the judicial system keeps mentioning things about camp and with the psychology community, like holding it over me, like some kind of blackmail, like emotional blackmail. The same book I was reading that they got so mad at me about, emotional blackmail. We're trying to collect parts of your life to blackmail you with, or make you think that it's your fault we're doing this. Where the hell am I, by the way? Hold on, I gotta look at my GPS, which once again stops routing when I connect my camera to the GPS. Okay, I want to go that way. Okay, so where were we? Camp. Okay, so I went to about 3 camps. The first one was the day camp. I got scared, I locked myself in the bathroom. Somehow this relates to the movie Shining, indoors, and all sorts of things that don't make any fucking sense because these people are fucking insane. Okay? And how does a simple childhood event that happens with fucking probably 70% of children, I'm not talking specifically, I'm talking, listen, kids are kids, and I'm sure there's all sorts of things that kids are afraid of, or kid events, kids saying, fuck you, mommy, or kids saying, duty wrong, or shit, maybe a kid goes to first grade, and he comes home from school, and he says shit in front of his mother, and they go, don't say shit, go to your room for an hour. Okay, this shit happens fucking every single family out there. Okay, so mine, they come to pick us up for camp. I'm kind of scared. I lock myself in the bathroom for 10 minutes. My mother mentions that on the phone to me, maybe a month ago or maybe a couple months ago, like reminding me of that. I go to Deborah Baer, psychologist working with these corrupt operations that throw me in jail and check me in mental institutions, says, well, the only way to get out of this is to go into a mental institution, and you should walk up to the judge and tell the judge you want to be put in a mental institution to try to make me look crazy. And then she says, well, it's like camp. And then the first 2013 arrests for sitting on the sidewalk, which they've destroyed all records with Dinsey and Jensen because they don't want me having the fucking investigative reports showing that they're fucking lying murderers, say something about camp. Okay, so think about this. Are they trying to brainwash me and tell me that county jail or maximum security prison is like camp and I should just go to camp to get over, wait for it, I should go to maximum security prison, have false convictions put on my name, go maximum security prison where the entire prison was told to work on me, including 4 shankings, not shankings, but threatened to be shanked 4 times. Not that that's the end of the world. I mean, yeah, being shanked is. But what I'm saying is, they're doing all this to get over a traumatic camp event for locking myself in the bathroom for 10 minutes. Destroying my name, my life, my reputation, working on me all day and 24/7 with worldwide support for 47 fucking years. Endless horrific torture and unheard of things done to me. So I can get over my camp fear by being locked away with false convictions, made to look crazy, and this and that? Is that what they're trying to tell me? I don't think so. Okay, now, back to the point. So you understand the people with these psychology degrees and how they operate. At least the ones in my life. After this, I can't remember which came first. I went to Camp JCA, and I wrote like a little mean letter to my mom, like, I hate you for sending me to camp. Because I just didn't want to go to camp. Whatever, I can't explain. These are things that don't fucking matter. We're talking like 8 years old or something. I write a letter like, fuck you, I hate you, whatever. And then I start to like the camp. And I write a letter like, send more care packages, or I wrote carrot packages because you're 8 years old or whatever. Like, send more carrot. I sort of started to have fun. Except at Camp JCA, the counselors all got together and tried to belittle me and do weird things, and they did a thing. They made us all get up there and sing Ants in Our Pants with a giant pair of jeans, and we all had to walk through the zipper, whatever. And it was sort of, I believe, directed at me and things like this. Okay, to try to figure out ways to like belittle or whatever. Okay. Now after this, I went to Catalina Boys Camp. And this was for like a long time. This was for like, Camp JCA was 2 weeks. I went to Catalina's boy camp, and that was like a month or 2 or something. Out in Catalina. Had a great fucking time. Can't remember a goddamn thing. But I had a great time. No complaints, no this, no that, whatever. Okay. So, Kevin had... Now we can talk about Victor. Victor, I don't want to get too deep. Victor was with me at camp, and Victor was with me at Round Meadow. elementary school. Victor was like the bully kid. Victor was the bully kid, I can remember, bullying me. Very young. Getting on the bus. This is one of those things that always stuck in my head. Victor, we were leaving Camp JCA. Victor gets on the bus. Victor gets on the bus and he breaks down and starts crying. And he's sitting next to me. So Victor's like, I'm always hanging around you, but I'm a bully. And at that young age, it's not a real bully. We're not talking. Where the fuck is my GPS taking me? How did I even get here? Okay. Victor is, I'm focused on talking, and the GPS is routing me all wrong directions. Okay, so Victor gets on the bus as we're leaving Camp JCA, and he breaks down in tears. Now, there's always been a thought, and lots of online internet jokes, and my internet jokes are actually split. My internet jokes are actually split between Terminator, the movie Terminator, and Victor when I'm like 8 years old or something in elementary school. Coming home from Camp JCA, Victor sits next to me on the bus and he just starts busting up in tears. And I don't know why Victor's busting up in tears, but as I got a little older, I'm thinking something's very wrong instinctually. Does that make sense? Like, Victor did something. Victor did something, and he's crying because whatever Victor did is directed at me, and it's something fucking on a horrific magnitudes. Does that make sense? Like we're not talking like a little prank or something. We're talking whatever fucking Victor did is involved in like government kill ops or something like that. Okay? So that's the vibe, the overall vibe I got when I saw Victor break down in tears next to me when I was in Round Meadow Elementary School going to Camp JCA at that young age, when Victor just broke down and started crying for no reason. No dialogue, no reason. He had done something. There's something Victor did directed at me that's so unspeakable that I would be hunted and killed for it, or something on that magnitude, right? Okay, so that's a side note. Side thought. Okay, so anyways, after this, Catalina Boys Camp, a month or two, great fucking time, not one complaint, whatever. Okay, so now, why am I mentioning this? Because somehow, them trying to lock me away in jail cells and mental institutions, I'm supposed to think as camp, and I'm supposed to prove them wrong. I'm supposed to prove them wrong and get myself put into jail cells and mental institutions, which is like the most insane fucking brainwashing I've ever watched grown adults with psychology degrees and bar degrees and law degrees do. These aren't kids fucking around with jokes. These are people in the psychology community. These are people with law degrees. These are people with gavels. These are people, defense, prosecution, civil. They keep trying to lock me away, and then they keep having a cover-up story how I'm crazy and it's my fault. Doesn't make any sense. And it's not from one person. How many fucking class, how many fucking people do you know on this planet that have not one fucking lawyer after lawyer after lawyer after lawyer, psychologist, friend, random stranger, all told to do the same exact thing till they can eradicate someone and say they did it to themselves, it's their fault? Not one? Does anyone know a situation? Sorry, I'm talking to like an imaginary classroom to make a point. Does anyone know a situation where this has happened with one person? Well, probably. Yeah, probably. Pretty fucking rare, but probably. And the way I'm explaining things are extremely well thought out. Do you understand? When I hired Seymour Amster, it was all packaged from day one. How to sort of strategically set me up and make me look crazy. Or try to make me look crazy. Right? Do you understand what I'm saying? It was packaged. These things were so well thought out. And with people with psychology degrees. Okay, how do you fucking explain that? And before Seymour Amster was Richard Barnwell. Wait, 2 lawyers in a row? How do you fucking explain that? Now, I haven't even mentioned before those two, I called thousands of lawyers, and I went through similar types of things with thousands of lawyers. Okay? How do you explain that? Now, back to the question, has anyone ever known one person to do something like this to someone they know? Well, yeah, it happens. Very rarely it happens, but yet it's rare that they do it with the psychological background, right? The people that are doing this in my life have psychology degrees. These things are well thought out of how people react and things like that, how people deal with daily life situations, and they're using that to try to exploit any type of weakness they can find and eradicate me. Now, if you're going to say this has happened to one person, something like this, which I'm sure has, from time to time, it's not being done with this elaborate level of psychological training. Does that make sense? Okay, so that was the camp thing. Now they're sort of trying to make me think that the courtroom is somehow like camp. That me being locked in jails is like camp. I don't make a connection. When you go to camp, you're going to have fun. Your mommy and daddy sends you off to camp to be social and have fun. Remember, I come from a father who, when he found out that I was going out being social and going to Sunset Boulevard, whether it was strip clubs or dance clubs on Hollywood and Sunset, my father flipped his lid with the fun in an angry voice about me having fun. Wait a minute. You're mad at me for going out to fucking social environments to have fun? What kind of fucking sick fuck is that? I have to date who he tells me or he kills me, and I'm not allowed to go out and meet new people and have fun. Do you understand? These are not sane fucking people. Your parents, your family, generally tells you, go out, fucking have fun, meet people, be social, find some women, have some fun. When you're done having fun, meet the right one and settle fucking down, right? Isn't that what you're normally told? And don't settle for the first person, settle for one that you're compatible with, correct? I've never seen a fucking situation, at least in this era, where your family's like, you date who I fucking tell you or kill you, like some kind of medieval kingdom, in order, because you're the king and you need a princess or something, and she has to have the right bloodline. Okay, this is fucking, hello, this is reality. Okay, this is not Dr. Ronald Barry Perlmanville here. This is how things work in life. You go out, you keep meeting people, you keep dating people, you find out who you're compatible with. The right one you're compatible with, you marry them possibly. It possibly then goes to kids. It's not the other way around. You meet that girl, you fuck that girl, you have a kid, or we kill you. And you do whatever she tells you. Right? Well, believe it or not, that's the type of shit that's being kind of put on me. It's just not being said. And do you know why it's not being said? It's not being said because if you say it, you're involved in a fucking crime. That's why. Okay? Trying to force people like Adriana Oliveras on me and saying you don't go out. You don't go out, you do the hobbies you like. You don't go out and do the business you like. You don't go out and date who you like. You marry this person. You do IT because I tell you to do it. I'm going to sabotage everything else. You're my slave. We're going to whip you to death if you don't do what you're told. And we're going to whip you to death if you're just sitting idle. And we're going to whip you to death if you're productive. Is unfucking heard of while Ronald Barry Perlman runs around saying, Kevin, you think differently. You don't know how the world works. Yeah, bullshit. I just don't know how the world of murderers work. Okay, or didn't. Okay, so that was the camp thing. I think I already kind of explained this. Poisoning the well tactic. Let's see, what do I have? Disinformation. I wrote garlic and food. I'll explain all this. Okay. Kevin Perlman is born. We own him. We want to control him. We want to dictate every aspect of his life on the most minute detail. Kevin's out. Kevin's being social. Regardless of me being a shy kid and kind of socially, a little socially retarded, but not, everything else was on par, right? I'm out building cars. I'm out learning, teaching myself how to build cars in high school. I'm out with my friends. We're out playing our creative bartender or whatever. We're throwing parties now and then at my father's house when he leaves town. Sorry, Dad, I wasn't a perfect square. I was out going to Los Angeles County Raceway and bracket racing my car. It wasn't very fast, but that's not what bracket racing is all about. I'm just trying to think. If you want to say that I was some crazy different weirdo in high school, that's a load of shit. If you want to say that I think differently and I'm a horrible monster and I've done all these horrible things, that's a load of shit. If you want to say that I was the average child that took upon things, my passions, I taught myself and overcome obstacles, was very friendly, was very outgoing, but was a little socially retarded when it came to the honeys, that would be about accurate. What's the point I'm making? The point I'm making is when someone's creating this fiction and giving it out to the entire planet, it's what you call disinformation, defamation, slander, lies. Someone wants to paint an image of me to the world in secret so that, like Ron Perlman and Mike Huntley said, you can't defend yourself. You're not allowed to defend yourself. They're painting the picture. Do you understand what I'm saying? Nothing the world has been told about Kevin Perlman is coming from my mouth. If my father and mother and brother want to grab a paintbrush and start painting a picture of Kevin Perlman, don't fucking give it out to the world and say that they're a good painter and what they did represented me. Okay? The first thing you need to understand is that my family tries to pay off people to spy on me and weasel in my life to try to get whatever they can to use against me. Well, last I checked, if you're trying to get shit to use against someone, you don't fucking know them. And that information is coming from a third party anyways. Right? Okay? We all heard about the old game of telephone. You tell this person this, they tell this person this, and this changes to that, and that changes to the next thing. Okay, well, if my family's paying off people to be my roommates who want me dead, because good people don't take money to be people's roommates. Do you understand what I'm saying? Good people say, fuck you, I'm not going to do that for you. If my family's paying off people to be my roommates and trying to collect dirt on me, then those people don't fucking know me. And my family sure as shit doesn't know me by collecting dirt on me on any level. All they know is they're dirt diggers. Okay. Now, my family's taking this disinformation, this lie, smear, defamation, slander from people like Noah Schiller, people like Jeff Siegel, people like Tom Farley, starting at 8 years old, Paul Humphrey, Mike Huntley, all people with ill intent, motive, malice, defamation, slander, lie, you name it. Every fucking crime known to man that the average person would be like, they did what? Are you fucking serious? What kind of fucking family does that? Okay. Right? Okay, so that's not being said. People aren't questioning it. It's very fucking weird. Especially the judicial system. The judicial system is not questioning jack shit. They're not questioning jack fucking shit. That's their fucking job, is to question it. That's what they do. If some mother walks in with a psychology community to the police and going, my son's the next Unabomber, shouldn't the police question what the mother's saying, or the father, or whatever? The kid's off in fucking college. He's trying to get degrees. Why are you following him around? Why are you paying off people to be his fucking roommates? Why are you making up lie after lie about him? Okay, whatever. Oh, you know. Okay. Poisoning the well. I mean, this really isn't much to talk about here. I mean, the term says it all. Yeah, there is actually. Okay. I want you to understand this basic concept, and I want you to apply it to everything in my life. Kevin is like the rest of us, and he's a guy, and he likes women, and he wants to date women, he wants to meet women, and he wants to have relationships with women. Eventually, when he meets the right woman, maybe it goes beyond that. Maybe it even goes to marriage. Okay, don't, even though for some strange reason when I make my marriage jokes on the internet, people don't have the ability to understand that it's a joke. Now, I can't understand that, because if anyone else makes the same joke, haha, that's funny. But if Kevin Perlman says it, all of a sudden they lose their ability to have context of situations. Does that make sense? My point is that I'm not doing anything different than anyone else. Their reaction is different. If Joe Blow here makes his little marriage jokes, that's fucking funny, Joe. If Kevin Perlman makes the marriage jokes, Kevin's crazy. And when they say Kevin's crazy and needs to be locked in a mental institution, it's not coming from anyone I know. It's coming from people in Russia, people in Germany, people in Japan, people in Philippines, people in New York, people in Vegas, people in Texas, people in Florida. Okay, so how do you explain that? If I'm doing the same things as everyone else, I'm going to coffee shops. Do you know anyone that goes to coffee shops? Or are they crazy for going to coffee shops? No, they're not crazy. Go to a coffee shop. I'm playing pool. Do you know anyone that plays pool? Well, probably not much anymore, but back in the 90s and 80s, probably. Are they crazy for playing pool? Do they think they're Tom Cruise in the movie The Hustler? Of course not. Of course not. So why is it okay for all these people to play pool but not Kevin? If a guy asks a girl out, is the girl running around, he's the next serial killer and he's going to kill me? No. People ask out girls all day and night from high school to 80 years old or something, if they still got some energy and aren't married. If Kevin asks out a girl, what happens? It's the end of the fucking world. You asked out a girl in a coffee shop, you have violated all coffee shop rules. You asked out a girl at a restaurant, you're never allowed to go into any restaurant in the world again. Did I miss something? I'm the one that's crazy? Kevin is lonely. Kevin is sad. Kevin has committed the sad and lonely crime. Wait. Time out. So if you're sad, if you're lonely or sad or whatever, if you're lonely, sad, horny, whatever, you're not allowed to ask out women. You don't fit the criteria of dating or sex because sad and lonely people or horny people or people that want to have fun aren't allowed to date. You're only allowed to date married people because married people aren't lonely. And you can only date if you're married or something. Wait, but if anyone else asks out a girl in a restaurant, in a coffee shop, at a park, at an amusement park, at Universal Studios, walking down the street, good for you. Good for you. It's good to see that you're socially trying to meet women and be social and fuck or whatever. But yet, if Kevin asks someone out, it's taboo. It's a crime. And what happens is people show up around my house parking like 100 pickup trucks. Send me schizo messages as punishment to try to make me look like a violent paranoid schizo for asking out a girl, or maybe not even asking out a girl. Maybe it's just an idle conversation. So, when my father's saying the world, I don't know how the world works. Last I checked, nobody gets mad at people for talking to women, or if you're gay, talking to men, or, well, actually they do somewhere, but they're douchebags. Nobody gets mad at people for starting companies or coming up with new innovative business ideas. As a matter of fact, all the things I'm talking about, people generally think is how it should be. Right? Oh, you came up with a new business idea that's different? Good for you. That's what capitalism's all about. You asked out a girl here and this and that? Good for you. Not you asked out too many women, you asked out 5 girls in 15 years, so we're gonna kill you. Doesn't make any sense. You got into studio photography and you're showing that you're warm and friendly, not asking out women, but you're warm and friendly and creating a warm environment. So you're a fraud and you need to be removed from society for fraudulent activities. Yet you did all the work and your work's pretty fucking good. And it's on the internet for everyone to see, but nobody's willing to look at the work. Not one on the planet. Because you're a fraud. But you have the work. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, back to the point. Poisoning the well. I'm trying to meet women. I'm trying to meet women. I'm trying to meet women. I'm getting older. Bad things keep happening to me. Bad things keep happening to me. I keep moving on. Next person. Bad things keep happening to me. Why do bad things keep happening to me? I don't know these people. And this is before I understood that these events were all connected. I don't want to get into specifics like a Colorado girl telling me that she drives a Jeep, trying to set me up for breaking and entering, pretending she's Kelly Hatch. Now, what is a girl in Colorado doing, pretending she's Kelly Hatch, who was in Oregon, and this is about 96. How does she know me? How does she know that Kelly Hatch is out there making up lies and giving it out to the world? In 1996, when I'm out trying to meet different people in different states, I mean, Oregon is what, like 3,000 miles away? Right? Think about that. If I'm trying to meet women in University of Colorado or around Denver or whatever, and people are on the internet all over Colorado and they know about the most intricate NSA level digging to try to frame me to the world, And every stranger I meet is mad at me for things that don't exist. Not that it would matter, because I have the right to privacy, and if someone's following me around, poisoning the well, don't date Kevin because he's an axe murderer. Don't date Kevin because he's raped 100 women. Don't date Kevin because he's a criminal and this and that. That's illegal. That's highly illegal. On all levels. Especially civil, but probably criminal too. Okay. So there's defamation, slander, libel on the civil side. Okay. Hold on, we gotta get off the freeway. So, poisoning the well. Okay, so now let's say I flirted with 100. I'm just throwing out random numbers. Let's say I flirted with 100,000 women. Everyone wants me dead and gone. They all know me based on 100,000 lies. It's all in secret because I'm on some kind of government watch list, which is strange. But they're not really watch lists, they're kill operations. They're both based on NSA level flagging and kill operations since 5 years old. So these are all theoretical numbers, I'm just trying to make a point. Let's say I get to the age 29. I've asked out 100,000 women. Everyone tried to set me up or frame me. They all want me dead. All of a sudden there's a cover-up excuse. Sorry, I'm looking at the GPS trying to figure this out. All of a sudden there's a cover-up excuse. Kevin's crazy, has OCD because he keeps asking out women. Okay. But that's how it works. Aren't we trained hormonally or socially to keep asking out women, keep getting back up on the horse until you find a woman that wants to go out with you, right? And you date and you procreate and you have a family or whatever. But wait, if every girl you meet has been approached and told that you're the next Unabomber, you can't meet women, so you're going to keep asking out women, right? And then the more women you ask out, the angrier the government's going to get or your family's going to get for asking out women. And in the end, what happened? You did what you're supposed to do, but someone's mad at you. Okay. Now I'm not saying I asked out 100,000 women. I've talked to a lot of women. I've flirted with a lot of women. I've asked out some women. It didn't matter. Everything was disastrous because you couldn't get past the Kevin needs to die part. For strangers. Stranger after stranger in every state and country in the world. Okay, so now at 29, the government has to create the next lie. Kevin's crazy and he has OCD and he keeps asking out women. His mind spins. His mind races. He can't focus. Wrong. And then it changes. The girl has to be perfect. Wrong. Hell, Kelly Hatch wasn't that good looking. I was totally head over heels for her, but she was fucking paid off by the government to have me killed. What's my point? My point is that the more the well's poisoned, the more you're going to do what you normally do until you turn 29 and you're sitting in an office with a guy saying you're a fucking dead man with the police and government and you should have taken Adriana Olivares because that's the only thing you're allowed to have because she owns you and we own you and you do what we tell you or we kill you or else you send oval. Okay. Poisoning the well. It's kind of like, have you ever seen the movie Amazon Women on the Moon with Jeff Gutenberg, Steve Gutenberg, I think. Steve Gutenberg, Roseanne Arquette, and there's a scene where he goes in for a blind date, and he says, she says, "Oh, can you give me 2 forms of ID?" And she prints out a history of the most minute details of his life, and then doesn't like him because she has too much information. And then he keeps going from girl to girl, and no one wants to date him because they have the most intricate private details that nobody would normally care about. It's very similar on a fictional parallel to that, except these are government kill operations. And you have some kind of weird thing like, well, Kevin's been labeled by the government on watch lists based on mental illness. Well, I've never heard of such a thing. You suffer from mental illness, so you're not allowed to have social interactions? Right? Isn't that what I'm being told? We flagged you at 5 years old, so we own you. You have no constitutional freedoms, and you're not allowed to have friends or date people except for those who we bring in that we can watch you with. Right? You understand what I'm saying? That violates all constitutionality. Okay? Governments are not allowed to tell you that you're not allowed to have friends or relationships, or they're going to follow you around and torture and kill you. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. If I walked up to you right now and said, look, I don't trust you, so you do whatever the fuck I tell you, and if you try to talk to people, I'm going to torture you and kill you. Or we're going to lock you in cages and make it look like you're crazy because you disobeyed me for trying to go out and live your life. And what are you going to say? What's going on? What did I do? You know what you did. I don't know what I did. Can you tell me? No, I won't. But you have no freedoms. But I haven't done anything. I haven't been fucking arrested for like blowing 150 people away or anything. I'm talking, and that's what the guy would say. That's what I would say too. That's what I have said. I don't know what your fucking problem is. So how can you follow me around with a planet of people saying that I'm a criminal and need to be locked away or have no constitutional rights or protections for not doing anything wrong because you don't trust me? Key words, you don't trust me. Well, wouldn't you agree that the words, you don't trust me, really means I don't like you? Do you understand? Hate crime? Like Adolf Hitler? Adolf Hitler walks up to a Jew. This is a theoretical, an analogy. Adolf Hitler walks up to a Jew. I don't trust you, so I'm going to put you in a concentration camp, and then I'm going to take you to the showers and kill you. What did I do? Well, it's your fault because I don't trust you. Answer? Anyone out there? Answer? There's a translation. I don't trust you, I'm going to kill you means I don't like you. Because you know what? There's a lot of fucking people I don't trust. You don't see me trying to hunt them down and kill them. There's people on the news, off the news, in Congress and Senate. How many people out there don't like Donald Trump? There's probably a good 60% out there, right? Are they trying to hunt down and kill Donald Trump and say you have no freedoms? No. Okay. So, those constitutional laws or thought process is all the same. Nobody is allowed to kill Donald Trump, John F. Kennedy, Kevin Perlman, or anyone else because they don't like or trust them. It's all the same thing. Okay, and you're sure shit not allowed to follow people around whipping them to death saying, I'm not trying to kill you, I'm just trying to make blood fall out of your body so you go to a better place. And it's all for you, and I want you to have a good life. Okay, so my point is that everything that's happening is beyond any level of illegal. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as NSA watch lists lists. NSA watch lists for 5-year-olds with mental illnesses, whether they have it or not. There's no such fucking thing. There's just, I had a fucking 5-year-old, and I fucking want him dead and gone because he's not what I wanted. Okay? Period. There is no in between on that. Okay? Hell, I saw a guy at a store tonight and he was completely like retarded, but he could function. Was I following him around? You're on a fucking watch list. We're gonna kill you with worldwide support. Of course fucking not. I'm thinking like the guy's got enough fucking problems as it is. Leave him alone. Okay, so poisoning the well, even though it doesn't make much sense, that's what's going on. So they're taking everything that's going on every level. They're poisoning the well. They're dirt digging and collecting the reactions, and then they're trying to use the reactions against me. Kevin can't meet women because someone's blasting out lies that he committed all these crimes, or he's crazy, or he did all these things. Therefore, I talk to more women, or I flirt with more women. Then it's Kevin's crazy because his mind's racing and he can't like one woman, or 100,000 other lies like that. Or he's toying with them, or he's doing this, or he's doing that. The reality of the situation is, you didn't date the girl we tried to force on you, so you did all these horrible things to her. We're gonna kill you. Well, what's really going on here? Like I said before, I don't have to fucking date Adriana Olivares or anyone else that's forced on me. And I guarantee that if any of you are having women forced on them, which I highly doubt is happening, you would say the same thing. I don't want some fucking piece of trash you're trying to blackmail me and force onto me, right? Period. This isn't a fucking novel. This isn't a movie. People don't try to force people into people's lives. If they do try to force someone in your life and they're paying off people to be your roommates to try to collect dirt on you, they want you fucking dead and gone. Period. Okay? And that is how life works. Period. And if someone tries to tell me that that's not how life works, they're a murderer. Okay. I think I sort of hammered in the poisoning the well, but that's the quick overview of the types of things my entire life. Remember, this isn't just women. This applies to the law community. It applies to police officers. It applies to restaurants. It applies to pool halls, coffee shops. The more coffee shops you go to that people are told that you need to die, you're going to then go off to more coffee shops, right? Try to get away from it. And then they're going to follow you. So every situation is the same. They're creating it. I'm just the target. Okay, what's the next topic? The next topic. Oh, I put garlic in food. Why did I put that? What was I thinking? If every time you go to a restaurant they're told to put garlic, like too much garlic in your food, you're not going to like the food, so you're going to move on to the next one. This is a good analogy. The things being done to me are very subtle, subliminal, and passive-aggressive. So if every time you go to a restaurant they put a little too much garlic in your food, you're going to go, the food sucks here, and then you're going to go to the next restaurant. And you're going to go, the food sucks here, and you're going to go to the next restaurant. And you're going to go, the food sucks here, and you go to the next restaurant. Just like the woman analogy. And then they're going to turn around on you and go, this guy's crazy because he never likes any of his food. And he keeps going from restaurant to restaurant. And he never goes to the same restaurant twice or this or that. And he's not happy because he never finds food he likes. Right? Do you understand where I'm going with this? The level of attacks are passive aggressive. So I meet a girl and she's told to do these little subtle terror things. And then I meet the next girl. This is not just women, it's men too. I meet the next person, and they're told to do little subtle terror things. I meet the next person, like earlier I mentioned the man tactic. If each person I meet says man to me 100,000 times in different varying ways, I'm going to pick up on this cryptic terror message. These cryptic network terror cells, right? And I'm not going to want to be around people that want me dead, right? So if I get 100,000 mans a day from strangers, I'm going to keep walking away. Right? Then they're going to come up with a cover-up lie. The guy's crazy. He's indecisive. His mind races. He can't have friends. There's something wrong with him. Premeditated, packaged psychological warfare, set up operations to remove someone from society with worldwide groups, all told to keep doing the same things until he's dead and gone, based on some kind of childhood flagging. This guy's crazy or whatever. Kill him. Rid him of the world. Lock him in a cage. Fucking-ed. Okay. That's the garlic analogy, but it is... I think it gets the point across for the very few that don't know me to understand what's really going on. And each of these people that puts garlic in your food, they have to have some kind of cover-up lie with the police, how you did something. Oh, ear block. How you did something to them to cover up the fact that they keep putting garlic in your food. Right? And if you react, look, you fucker, stop putting garlic in my fucking food. This guy's crazy, and he's bursting out. He's lashing out in anger and rage, and he's a violent, paranoid schizo. And remember, the people that are saying these things about me are in the LAPD. They're in the motherfucking LAPD. They're fuckers with badges paid off to have me killed. Think about that. They're not saying that hunting down and killing someone is wrong. They're saying, you don't talk or we kill you. And then we have endless video of things like police threats and death threats, and we're watching you on video and things like this. Wait, isn't the job of the police to stop crime? Or do you just give them 100 thou and then they just go out and kill people, right? I'm not going to answer the question in specifics, but what I am going to say is it's blatantly fucking obvious that the police do not think that these mass groups hunting me down doing these things with an actual premeditation and motive is wrong. Okay. And this isn't in one local area. It goes from every state, country to the world. That's where things really get freaky. Okay. Remember, I'm talking about Oregon. I'm talking about Colorado. I'm talking about back to California. I'm talking Mike Huntley and my family wanting to get me back here to California for some reason. When I'm away from them, why do they're trying to get me back close for control or something? I can't. Okay, so whatever. I can't go into specifics from what they would, if they were being honest. If they were being honest and were to tell me what this is about, even though that could never happen, I can't imagine what they would say. I can't tell you what they would say. All I can do is formulate an opinion based on fact, and without specifics tell you or show you that this is the largest crime known to man against one person in the history of humanity, based on ripping away someone's constitutional rights at 5 years old from those with psychology degrees working with the police and government. Out of hate, rage, fear, control, like Adolf Hitler. And my GPS, what the hell? This GPS, my GPS is doing crazy shit. Okay, where are we? Garlic. Oh, this was a passing thought. And it's a good thought. Or I should say it's a to-the-point thought. To-the-point thought. Very short, to the point. The term, we want to drive you crazy. Without the hours of talk, which my family will divert into Kid Taco, which is really about building cars, and my friends calling me a Mexican or saying my car's Mexican or whatever. No, I'm not saying anything bad against Mexicans, and I didn't come up with the name. My friends came up with the name, just like they came up with Bucky for Brian Smith, based on his teeth. Brian Smith's teeth were really bad, so my friends called him Bucky. They called me Kid Taco. They didn't like my piece of shit car, and they called me. Wait. My friends called me Kid Taco because they didn't like my piece of shit car, and they called Brian Smith Bucky from his buck teeth. Where the fuck was I? Drive. The term drive you or someone crazy. Need I say more? I mean, doesn't that just... Hey, Kevin, what's going on? Well, there's a worldwide campaign to drive me crazy and lock me away. I have a brother at 16. Me and my friends are going to put you in a mental institution. It actually starts at 5. But let's stick to the provable things. Jason and his friends and my friends are going to drive me crazy and put me in a mental institution. But yet Jason's friends and my friends are worldwide. How do you explain that? The police don't think it's wrong. They've witnessed it 100,000 times. They see it in front of all their police stations. They take part in it. But they don't think it's wrong. Okay. Is it legal to drive someone crazy and kill them or put them in mental institutions? Let's take all the fancy words. Let's stick to the fucking point. Right? Is my mind racing when I say that? Is it legal to drive someone crazy and rid them of the world? Okay, so there's really not much to talk about, and everything I'm talking about, or I should say there's really not that much to talk about with that term, but everything I'm talking about substantiates insane government operations with worldwide support to drive someone crazy starting at 5 years old, to make them look crazy, to make them look like violent paranoid schizos, to write up falsified police statements saying that I attacked and mentally and physically battered Bailey Bernard when he assault and battered me and followed me home from the park on fucking record. Terrence Scroggins, something like 5 to 10 times running up me before and after the arrests, and right immediately after he called the cops claiming that I threatened to kill him and he's in danger of my life. All trying to drive me crazy to eradicate me because someone says that I suffer from mental illness or I'm crazy at 5 years old. Okay, let's analyze this. Kevin's 5 years old, he's crazy. Fuck it, Kevin's 10 years old, he's crazy. Fuck it, Kevin's 16-year-old, he's crazy. Fuck it, Kevin's 29 years old, he's crazy. Are you allowed to drive crazy people crazy to eradicate them? More importantly, if someone is crazy, are you allowed to eradicate them? Is crazy a crime? What is crazy? Is eating 5 bags of top ramen in 1 month crazy? Is parking your car backwards in your parking spot crazy? Is having more than one car crazy? Does that justify eradication or killing people? Of course not. Okay, now let's talk about real crazy. If someone has OCD and every time they come home they feel their clothing or something. If someone goes into the bathroom every night and checks for germs on their hands, do you have the right to kill them or eradicate them or lock them in jail cells or mental institutions? Of course not. No, abso-fucking-lutely not. Okay, so whether Kevin were to be crazy or not crazy is irrelevant. But more importantly, to ridding someone of the world. But more importantly, if someone is really crazy, why do you have to drive them crazy? Right? Do you understand where I'm going with that? If that person over there is violent, do you have to keep punching him in the face to prove he's violent? Isn't the act of punching someone in the face 100 times a day to get a reaction violent towards the person that you say is violent? Isn't that guy that's going to be punched in the face 100 times per day, every day of his life, if he reacts and starts punching back, Dr. Ronald Perlman, Kevin, you're not allowed to defend yourself. Mike Huntley, you're not allowed to defend yourself. Right? You understand? Okay? If someone is violent, you don't have to punch them in the face 100 times. If someone is passive-aggressive, you don't have to passive-aggressively provoke them 100 billion times. Because if that guy reacts, it's a reaction to your setups. What they're saying isn't true. If someone's violent, he's going to be violent on his own, not while being attacked and mobbed to death. Okay, so the term drive Kevin crazy since 5 years old is the motive in a very clean-cut, short sentence. It doesn't sound realistic without the facts, but now that you have the facts and over 16 terabytes of video proof, there's nothing that can be said except this is insane, and the largest crime known to man is being committed against one man for now 42 years with a worldwide kill operation or extermination. Same thing. Okay. Rody Morales with police make money from crazy guy. Okay, this is kind of like a random passing thought. And you can analyze it how you want. We have all these things going on, like, okay, you see that guy over there, he's crazy, so let's set him up to throw him in jail and take his money with the lawyers. Sorry, you like the dramatic pause? Okay. Rody Morales working with my family, my father and Mike Huntley or the police working with my family and Mike Huntley, who wants me to come back from college so bad. They send Rody Morales after me to befriend me at the gym, which Mike Huntley wants me to sign up so bad. I commit 0 crimes. I show him a really good person. Rody Morales starts to get a little sketchy. Towards the end, want to get away from Rody Morales. Rody Morales tries to plant a trash bag full of marijuana on me, working with the LAPD to try to set me up and frame me as a drug dealer. That tactic continues for a good, let's say 10 years of the police trying to make me look like a drug dealer. Why? Well, let's pick on the crazy guy who comes from a family of money. This way we can throw him in jail and take and divide all the money amongst the lawyers and police. Okay, now when I'm talking right now, I'm talking on theory. I'm talking on what ifs. No proof. I'm picking apart the situation to show you the argument that doesn't make sense. Because I've had people tell me this. It's about making money. Mike Huntley, who I've known for 15 years, since 14 years old, just wants to make some money off me with the LAPD and lawyers. And Mitch Viner's a lawyer. He's an entertainment lawyer. And my father's friend Ryan Golds is a lawyer. And they just want to joke around and have a guy take me to strip clubs and try to plant marijuana in my house and then put false convictions on my record just to make money off the crazy guy who comes from a family of money. And they have worldwide support to do it. And it's not one bad lawyer. It's a mass lawyer conspiracy and pool of lawyers, all connected across the internet. So, example, I call 1,000 lawyers for help. Not one will help me, and they're all involved in this mass conspiracy. Because Kevin is crazy and he comes from a rich family. Well, shit, it doesn't really add up to me. Because let me tell you, if you have a lawyer and he goes on the internet or starts making phone calls, Kevin's crazy, everyone get together with me, torture, kill him, and make money off of him. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up, right? If some lawyer wanted to make money off some kid from a rich family who they say is crazy, or a police officer, and it's worldwide, it's this worldwide con. I don't fucking think so. Okay? If there's a corrupt fucking cop on the take, maybe he knows a corrupt lawyer or two. But all of them worldwide, in every state and country, because he just wants to make some money off the guy they say is crazy who comes from a rich family. And if I walk into a random Starbucks here or Coffee Bean and they brutalize me, what does that have to do with the lawyer or the cop that arrested me here or there, saying I just want to make money off the crazy kid who comes from a rich family? Do you understand? This bounces from one stranger to the next worldwide. So if it bounces from one stranger to the next worldwide, Kevin's crazy, let's just take all his money, then it's not about a couple of corrupt lawyers, because everyone else would say that's fucking unacceptable. Whether Kevin's crazy or not, you're fucking preying on the weak. You're exploiting and preying on the weak. Right? Okay, so I just threw that out there for argument's sake. Well, Kevin, why did you throw that out there? Because you have to understand the situation that doesn't make sense. It's about something much bigger. What you say to these lawyers worldwide, or police officers worldwide, or psychology community worldwide, or congressmen, or senate, has to be so strategic and planned out and calculated and based on something that has grown and evolved since 5 years old. It is so complex that nobody wants to talk about or be honest. It has to open up doors to disturbing topics based on what's being done to not only me, but probably other people and children. Which is really, there's a translation. It's called child molesting. It's called child molesting, it's called child abuse, and it's called unheard of things done of government flagging to children and doing horrible things to children. And as they get older, it's just getting worse and worse for them. So, that's a cover-up, disinformation argument from strangers, and it parallels with some of the bullshit artists that follow me around telling me it's the Illuminati. Okay? I have actually had several people tell me that I'm being stalked by the Illuminati to try to make me look crazy or get me to say things that look crazy. Once again, trying to drive someone crazy and then cover it up that they're crazy, aka gang stalking. Or movies like gaslighting. We want to gaslight you to death. Get rid of you. So Rody Morales, planting drugs on me. What's the real motive? Well, it's called eradication. Incarceration for life because someone didn't someone didn't like or trust someone. Pre-crime, whatever the fuck you want to call it. We don't like you, you're gone. It's not based on anything factual. Okay. Father mad at me for having fun going to strip clubs and dance clubs or Hollywood or whatever. I think I touched that topic. I jumped order, so why is he mad? Well, I don't know. It's very strange. Like when I worked in his office for 14 years and they were hunting me down the whole time with mass groups and they're still trying to cover it all up, they would get mad that on my way home I would stop at like coffee shops or be social. And I would actually have conversations with them that didn't make any sense. And they'd be like, well, you if you want to be a responsible person in the workplace, you can't hang out at bars with your friends or anything on weekends or after work. Why? I'd have conversations with people saying that people don't change. So if you go to a work in a suit, you can't go hang out with your friends and do fun things. Wait. If I'm a lawyer and 5 p.m. my friends say come to the bar for happy hour, I can't do that if I'm a lawyer. If I do IT, I can't hang out with my friends at the bar after or go to some dance clubs or do this because they don't mix. I've never fucking heard of anything like that. That's a fucking psychopath. They can't change. They can't after work take off the suit and put on some relaxing clothes and do something fun and relaxing. Bullshit. My father was actually trying to hammer into my brain that if you have a 9-to-5 job, after work you can't like go to happy hour and relax. Bullshit. And I would be punished, and still am, for going out to public places after work and being a person. Because you're not allowed. If you're an entrepreneur, you're not allowed to go out and relax and meet people and be social. Bullshit. So what's their real reasoning? Okay, the camp thing. My notes are scattered, I think. The camp thing, my mother is so mad about. I think that was got out of order. I just wrote Kill Ops Paris Hilton analogy. Okay, so what's going on here? Well, it's hard to say because it's really about on 5-year-old flaggings, but I'm going to throw out this analogy. Okay, we have a family. We have Kevin Perlman. Let me rephrase that. We have a unheard of, super conservative, psychotic family. Everything has to be perfect. There is no such thing as perfect. Everyone's different. We all come from different places. The concept of perfect is a fictional thought unless you're talking about like engineering and tolerances. And there's still really no perfect. There's no such thing as perfect, really. There's be the best you could be, there's be a good person. There's no perfect. It doesn't exist. We have a family, they demand perfection. We have a family who has ideals, and these ideals don't exist. They're a figment of your imagination. They don't really exist. Being an entrepreneur that's not allowed to go out and hang out with his friends and have a fucking beer, there's no such thing as. Okay, so I don't know what fucking planet they came off of. It doesn't exist. This perfect thing in their head. Being the perfect child, being the perfect person, doesn't exist. There's being a good person. There's trying to stay out of trouble and trying to be a good person. Nothing, you can't control everything. It doesn't exist. There's no such thing as perfect. So where do they come up with these fucked up ideals? Yet, they're all psychotic murderers too. Talking about perfection. Okay. So if you want to start trying to quote lines and shit from the movie Days of Thunder or whatever, those are movies. Okay, this is real life. There's no such thing as perfect. Control. They brought up the whole issue at Control when I was 29, mad at me. They were mad at me for going out taking photos of the big California fires. And psychiatrist Susan Donner was trying to make this some kind of public issue because some guy who's into photography is going out taking fire pictures. Yet everyone's out with their fucking cameras, and they're all standing around picking their ass, staring at flames, but she's nitpicking on stupid things, trying to make it into public policy and things that don't fucking matter. Kevin's a control freak because he's taking pictures of fire. Well, if I'm taking pictures of the California fires, it means I'm the opposite of a control freak. If you have a photographer that works for Times Magazine or what's it called? I'm trying to think of some of the big older magazines. Not that there are no magazines. National Geographic, and they hire you to go down to Afghanistan to take pictures of the war. Is that guy a crazy man that needs to be hunted and killed? Of course not. He's a guy that's a fucking photographer trying to do what it takes to get the shot, and he's making his own decisions in life about his safety. But there is no law that you have to be a safe, perfect person. Okay. So, the point is that the things that I'm being hunted for, nobody cares about. Those are my decisions in life. The camp thing... Oh, Paris Hilton. Okay. So you have this family. They demand complete perfection. They're a bunch of anal retentive ticking time bombs with passive-aggressive terror operations to teach you lessons by shoving a cattle prod up your ass every 5 minutes, saying you do what's expected of you, and you better be a perfect robot, or we're never going to stop shoving cattle prods up your ass. With psychological warfare tactics. With paid-off police and government, violating all constitutionality and taking away my constitutional rights and protections at 5 years old. Hey, Kevin, in college you got into hang gliding. You ruined our lives, we're going to kill you. You went out and skydived a few times. You endangered your lives, we're going to hunt you down and kill you. Because you're ruining our lives because you're selfish and you could die skydiving. Therefore, you ruined all of our lives, so now we're going to torture you and kill you as punishment. And then lock you away in jail cells or mental institutions. Oh, wait a minute. Not that anyone fucking cares. But if I go skydiving, become an avid fucking skydiver after going to college, nobody's going to give a shit. And if you're going to hunt me down and kill me because I could die, it's pretty fucking selfish on their behalf. Now, we can have all sorts of philosophical debates, whether me endangering my life by getting into hang gliding or skydiving could mentally hurt the family if I die. But I'm not fucking living my life for my family. I'm living my life for me, especially if I don't have children. If I don't have a wife and children, now maybe you want to have that argument to my face. But if you're going to follow me around shoving a cattle prod up my ass and kill me for going out and hang gliding in college and going skydiving a couple times on tandems, whatever the fuck you call them, then that's selfish on the family's behalf, saying you do what we say or we kill you. Okay? And if they're going to kill me, if they're going to eradicate me for being selfish or whatever, for hang gliding, then they don't care about my fucking life or worth anyways. They never did. It's really about you do what we tell you or we kill you. It's not about love or affection. Okay, so the Paris Hilton thing, we have a kid. He is the black sheep. We have a kid that's open-minded and has passion and drive to go out and do his own things. He's the black sheep of the family. I'm not gonna lie. I like a lot of the fake, superficial shit like strip clubs and silicone tits and tattoos and art. I'm very expressive. I'm very open-minded. I have no problem with different sexualities. I have no problem with different races. I have no problem with different cultures. I have no problem with everyone intermingling together. I have no problem with artists like Andy Warhol and crazy out there parties and all sorts of different shit. Okay, my SD card filled up. This is going to be a long one because I have this SD card, I have last week, probably 3/4 of an SD card, and this might be half an SD card. We're getting towards the bottom here. I've been going into details, which needs to be done, because when you have these people hunting you down with worldwide support on empty labels, for some reason these people worldwide have the ability to throw some empty label on me and there's worldwide support to kill me, and then the labels change hour by hour. Kevin's a white supremacist. There's a worldwide campaign to kill him. Kevin's an asshole. There's a worldwide campaign to kill him. Kevin is a thief. There's a worldwide campaign to kill him. Kevin's this. Kevin's that. Kevin that. But in any of these hundreds of thousands of things that I am or have done, there's not one legit argument. Not one person worldwide has ever questioned the validity of any of these hourly changing arguments. Not one. And it always says that. Okay, so you have to sort of question, what the fuck is going on? You have a worldwide campaign to kill someone where everyone blindly believes an hourly changing opinion. Doesn't make any sense. Okay, we'll get back to that. I want to finish up the Paris Hilton. Okay, hold on, I'm just routing my GPS. I wanted to finish up my Paris Hilton, or start it. Okay, so I was explaining my background. Remember, I'm not allowed to tell anyone who I am in life. People aren't allowed to find out. Remember, we talked about poisoning the well. People aren't allowed to tell someone. How was I going to rephrase that? I'm not allowed to tell anyone on this planet. No. I'm not allowed to meet people firsthand for them to know who I am. Poisoning the well. Does that make sense? Kevin's a horrible asshole monster, and he's committed 100 million crimes, and he's killed 100,000 women. It's given out to the entire planet, poisoning the well. I go to meet someone, there's that guy who's done all these horrible things. He needs to die. So not one person, after 5 years old, knows me for who I am and based on my daily actions. Not one. Okay. So, how do you go out on dates or have friends if each one of your friends is told that that person's violent, paranoid, schizo, or crazy and needs to be removed from society or whatever? Right? Now you're going to say, well, people talk. Sure, people talk. Your high school friends talk, your social circles talk. But if I go on a date with a girl and she's in a bad mood and she doesn't get her way in life, and she says, Kevin's an asshole and a murderer, and it goes worldwide instantly. Example, Aubrey Fisher, I tapped my foot by her and there's a worldwide campaign to tap me to death for 6 years after that. That's just one of her tactics. For 6 years. Worldwide. Okay, so let's break it down. I meet a girl. She's already... No, I don't want to say I meet a girl. Aubrey Fisher is sent after me by Rody Morales with the LAPD. Rody Morales trying to plant trash bags full of marijuana on me. Rody Morales introducing me to Aubrey Fisher to try to make it look like I'm a pedophile and all sorts of things like that. To the world, I tap my foot by Aubrey Fisher. Let's pretend we don't know that. Let's pretend we don't know the background information. I meet Aubrey Fisher, I tap my foot by her, her life's destroyed because she doesn't like foot tappers. She says that Kevin's a troll, I'm a troll, because I provoked her with tapping my foot. So there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, that you're an asshole and a troll for provoking Aubrey Fisher for tapping your foot by her. Class! Do you know anyone on this planet that's being hunted worldwide support because they tapped their foot by a girl wrong? Whether I intentionally tapped my foot or not incorrectly, let me rephrase that. If I intentionally was dicking around with her, would I be hunted by worldwide support for the foot tapping, you ruined her life crime? Of course fucking not. Does that qualify as that person's an asshole and needs to be hunted and killed by worldwide support? Of course not. Maybe Aubrey Fisher mouths off to a couple of her friends, and her friends go, you know, Kevin, you're a dick because of what you did. And I go, what did I do? And they go, well, you tapped your foot by Aubrey Fisher. And I go, are you fucking serious? There's a girl mad at me because I tapped my foot by her and she's spazzing out over it? Maybe I'm gonna stay away from Aubrey Fisher. She doesn't sound fucking sane. Okay? Then there's a worldwide campaign to kill me because Kevin's an asshole, because Kevin ruined his life by tapping his foot by Aubrey Fisher. Do you honestly fucking think that this is about Kevin's an asshole and taps his foot by Aubrey? Okay, so anyways, right. Give me a fucking break. I'm also being hunted because litter fell off my shirt at 5 years old and I committed the litter crime, right? Ironically, this is the case. Something like that. Ironically. It's not really about fucking litter or tapping your foot. It's about government flagging and kill operations. And to sort of keep you in the dark and confused while they get what they want. And trying to make you think it's your fault. Okay, so we'll get back to the whole asshole thing after this. And this will sort of tie in with that. Because these people are being paid off. Okay, your friends don't try to plant trash bag full of marijuana in your house working with buddy with LAPD because you're an asshole or you're not an asshole. Let me fucking tell you. Something bigger is going on. Okay. Okay, so. Volume. Where are we? The Paris Hilton. We were talking about Paris Hilton. We were talking about who I am. That I accept everyone. You can tolerate, right? I mean, look, I'm not going to accept an abusive piece of trash that wants me dead around me. But I am going to accept people who are different and from all walks of life. But anyone that's harmful to me, I don't want to be around. Right? I mean, I'm sure everyone will agree. You become a friend with someone, they're abusive, they're trying to boat anchor you, they're in some kind of jealous rage, which is very rare. You're like, fucking get me away from this person, right? You meet someone, they're just rude and annoying, don't want to be around them. Hell, you even meet someone that you feel uncomfortable around that's the nicest person known to man, you just might not want to be around them. You have that prerogative, I have that prerogative, we all have that prerogative, because if we didn't, our lives would be in danger on all sorts of different levels. From our mental health to people that didn't like us doing horrible things, like me, the more I try to get away from the people that want me dead, the more they come after me. Okay. And this has been going on since 5 fucking years old, so you can imagine going off to Southern Oregon State College, eternally pissed off my family and those working with them. Okay. So, I let everyone in my life that I feel comfortable around, and I have no hate, rage, hostility towards anyone on any level. Even the trash, like Terrence Stroggins paid off to have me killed and followed from place to place and doing these things. I don't even really have hate towards them. I don't like them. I don't know them. I don't give a fucking... You know the little, when you wake up in the middle of the night, you got like a little saliva here or whatever? Like, that's like Terrence Stroggins or Bailey Bernard or whoever, Aubrey Fisher. I don't really give a shit about you. You're nothing to me. Does that make sense? Like I just wipe you off and throw you in the toilet and flush you and like, don't think about it. Because you have nothing to nothing to contribute to my life in a positive way. You're just filth and trash, and you're annoying, and I don't have time for you. Now, Terrence Stroggins was contacted by Dincy to hunt me and stalk me and silence me, and like everyone else, they're trying to divert this into, look what Kevin's doing, and he's a public nuisance, he's a horrible person. Bull fucking shit. Terrence Stroggins alone was blackmailing me and trying to extort me out of money with the HOA. And then he tells me that my place is his place, and he tells me that after he calls the police saying his life's in danger. That I'm in his place. I'm sorry. Is your signature on the fucking deed to that house? Hello, did I miss something? Now, he's being paid off by LAPD to say these things because he wants to try to get me to go after him. Once again, who is Terrence Stroggins? Just the next person paid off to have me killed or eradicated. I don't fucking know who he is. I don't know who he is, just like his neighbor paid off Greg Koenig, who was on video vandalizing all my cars for 10 years, slashing tops, slashing tires. Oh, but he's not committing a crime because we don't like Jews or whatever. Okay, because whatever's happening to my life with this worldwide support is on that level. Jew haters or his kind killers, because that's what they called me, my kind. They can't tell me what my kind is exactly. They just labeled me a my kind and said, we're going to hunt you and kill you with worldwide support. So you could ask them what my kind means, but you're not going to get an honest answer. It's just an empty label to kill me, to justify killing me or eradicating me. Okay, so once again, I accept everyone who isn't a psychotic murdering piece of shit, psychotic nut job paid off to have me killed, whatever. So I'm going to make you my slave and kill you because you kissed a black girl when you were 8 years old at Sunny Skies Day Camp, which the officer Sean Dinsey is so mad about. He's asking me interrogating questions about being sent to Sunny Skies Day Camp when I was 8 years old. They moved me back a grade, but between like first and second or something. I'm like fucking a young child. They moved me back a grade, and I kissed a black girl, and my family went apeshit and started telling the world I'm a white supremacist. Well, when Dinsey arrested me, he was asking me questions about being put back in Sunny Skies Day Camp and special schools. Well, how would Dinsey have this information? I'm 47 years old. Right? Okay, think about that. Dinsey is following me on some kind of personal vendetta. My guess is Dinsey is friends with someone from my high school or someone I grew up with, and they're saying, Dinsey, Kevin's going to talk. Kevin's going to talk about all the horrible things we did to him in high school and middle school and Sunny Skies Day Camp. So here's some money. Hunt down and eradicate Kevin and try to stop him from talking. Now remember, Dinsey is working with Jensen, and Jensen is actually paid off, working with people paid off, like Jen has paid off to have me killed. Okay, so it gets deeper and deeper the more you go down the rabbit hole. Everything is they're trying to cover up everything. From all the teachers they contacted to stalk me in colleges, from the students in colleges, from people like Brian Weaver, Tom Hoke in high school and middle school, everything. They're trying to cover up everything. All the horrific, unspeakable child abuse on unheard of methods, everything. They're trying to turn it around on me. Okay, so back to the Paris Hilton analogy. Kevin is away from his family. Kevin is associating with people that his family doesn't understand. I'm not saying they're bad people. Some of the people I'm associating with could be on the more shady side. Strippers, porn stars. I'm building adult websites. I'm doing studio photography for good-looking women, although I wouldn't really put a good-looking model in the same class as a porn star. They're kind of different things. Some get closer to that, some don't. I'm not saying they're bad people. Now remember, Mike Huntley says with some blackmail death threat at 29, don't associate with those people. Now, Mike Huntley, remember, is involved in introducing me at 16 to bounce for a couple cheeseball bachelor parties with Melody, the stripper, a ex-Calabasas High student that became a stripper. What do you fucking do? I was never even friends with Melody. I did a few cheeseball parties. I did two cheeseball parties and never really spoke to her again because we weren't really friends. And there is worldwide support that Kevin needs to die because when he was 16, he associated with a stripper and bounced at a couple cheeseball bachelor parties, which now looking back, I think were completely fake and staged. Because there were high school kids getting married. Think about it. Okay. Do you honestly, just like the foot tapping thing, there's a worldwide campaign to kill Kevin Perlman because when he was 16, he sort of associated with Melody the stripper. Then they're switching to music tactics. Now then it's about music and mental illness. Okay. Do you honestly fucking think, I'm 47 years old, you think that guy down here in LA is walking around, that Kevin Perlman guy, when he was 16 he bounced for a couple of bachelor parties for a stripper. If you're thinking like that, you need to go into a fucking mental institution, not me. First of all, most people would be like, cool. Second of all, who fucking cares? I mean, do you follow 16-year-olds around going, when you were 16, you went 80 and a 70. When you were 16 years old, you went 60 and a 55. I'm going to kill you. You're a horrible monster. Okay, if you're that anal fucking retentive, there's something really wrong with you. Seriously. If you're that anal retentive, you're a danger to people's lives. It's that fucking simple. If you're hunting down and trying to kill people for associating with a stripper at 16, you're a danger. The stripper's not the danger. The guy associating with the stripper's not the danger. The judgmental fucking murdering Jew killer prick or whatever, I'm just going to say it how it is the danger. Okay. And 30 years later means he suffers from obsession anyways. Okay. Chocolate shake. I'm sure that's an ice cream prime. Okay, so, and I'm trying to make everyone angry at me by ordering an ice cream shake. Okay, that would be their argument. It wouldn't make any sense. Okay. Point. We have the anal retentive conservative family that thinks if you go to a store and buy a squirt gun, that you're a reckless, careless, out of control monster and need to be hunted and killed over it. Doesn't make any sense. Matter of fact, most families probably have toy guns for their kids and squirt guns and those little electric water guns. Nobody gives a flying fuck except the Perlman family. And more importantly, when Dr. Jason Perlman is out killing people, they don't care because Dr. Jason Perlman has a doctor label. Okay, you get the idea. We're back to labels. We're back to bigoted racists with labels. Okay. Okay, so maybe I'll just make this quick. What was the deal with the Hilton family was that you have this fairly conservative hotel chain family and their daughter is a little more on the risque side and she puts up a sex video and the family's vision comes, well, how am I saying this? The family's perception comes crashing down that their daughter's a good, wholesome, conservative person like them and probably go through some adjustment period that Paris Hilton is who she is and she's with the Hollywood crowd and she's sort of become famous off this sex video like everyone else, like the Kardashians, right? Kim Kardashian, I think. And the family's thinking like we're this conservative family and we have a hotel chain and blah, blah, blah. And it fucking sucks and they're probably just broken, what's the word I'm looking for? They're just totally... I don't want to say destroyed, but their perception is destroyed, and they're in shock, and they're upset over it, and our poor wholesome girl is whatever, you know. Okay. Well, that's kind of synonymous with the Kevin Perlman scenario, except there's a big except here. The Hilton family didn't run around saying our daughter put up a sex video, we're going to hunt her down and kill her and lock her away in jail cells and mental institutions because she's crazy. As a matter of fact, most of the world embraced Paris Hilton and said, you know, that's her lifestyle and it's not really that big of a deal. Correct? The cops aren't following her from place to place saying you're a reckless, careless monster and we're going to lock you away in jail cells and mental institutions, and she doesn't have a worldwide campaign to torture her and kill her. Correct? Okay. So, even though the situation from the standpoint is we have the black sheep, me, the black sheep of the family, and while I'm more into more sexually open and more open-minded in different things, less of an anal retentive square. My family's way of dealing with it is eradication. You have to be who we tell you, or you're a dead man, or we're going to lock you away. Okay? So they're not the same situations. They're the same situations from the Kevin became famous, and I really want to say infamous, because my family has been blasting out every lie known to man with the police and government since 5 years old. I've committed every crime known to man, but yet I haven't done a fucking thing but be a really good person. Period. This is not about Hollywood. This is not about famous. This is not about publicity. It's not about making money. These are government flagging kill operations. I turned 29, met with death threats that I'm going to be hunted and killed by the police and government with Mike Huntley. I started finding out what was going on and realized it always had been going on. And at that point, it's you don't talk or we kill you or eradicate you. And here we are, 47. Worldwide murder operations with the government. They don't even understand what's really going on. The why. They don't understand why they're being told to hunt me down and kill me. They're just doing it. Based on pure pressure. Okay. Not the same situations, but the same family mentality, if you understand where I'm going with that. Hold on. I'm getting off at a off-ramp. Did I just pass? Shit, did I pass it? Okay, or whatever. Okay, so next topic. Kevin's an asshole. Great topic. Based on what? Kevin's an asshole. Based on what? Because someone didn't get their way in life? I'm an asshole to Adriana because Adriana was paid off to thug, terrorize, torture, and blackmail me into a relationship and dictate my life. So I'm an asshole. I need to be hunted and killed and die. I didn't know that the prerequisite for being an asshole is to not submit to the blackmail demands. Right? Does that make you an asshole? Don't I have the right to date who I want to date? Example, if Mike Huntley really thought I was an asshole, do you think he would have invested 15 years to be my friend and start 6-year companies with me? Right? Think about that. All over, Kevin's an asshole. Kevin's an asshole because he supposedly mouthed off to a girl or something like that. So we have a worldwide campaign to kill him. That has nothing to do with asshole. That has to do with cover-ups and I hate your guts and we're going to hunt you and kill you. Period. It does not have to do with asshole. Okay? There's 100 billion assholes out there. I've met every one since 5 years old. I've met every asshole. I've met every murderer. I've met every con man. I've met every criminal. Mike Huntley alone befriended me to have me killed for 15 years alone. Tom Farley befriended me to have me killed for 25 maybe. Hold on a sec. 25 years. If Tom Farley is trying to pitch that I'm an asshole to Tom Farley, let me fucking tell you, I bent over backwards for that guy every fucking way, shape, or form. Okay, Tom Farley. If I isolate this that Tom Farley paid off to have me killed, that I can trace back younger than 8 years old, I mean, listen, if we want to talk about specifics, I bent over backwards for Tom Farley. I bailed him out of so much shit when I didn't have to. I was there for him every way, shape, or form. I was writing code for him for free because he was telling me that his dad was upset with him and wanted to fire him from his company. Oh, wait, so are you saying that if I spend the time out of my days to write web database codes for my friend because he doesn't have the ability to get along with people, that I'm an asshole for it? Because what? Because I helped him too much? So I'm an asshole? Right? Okay. So if we break down everything with Tom Farley alone, Mike Huntley, Paul Humphrey, I'm the opposite of an asshole. Okay. Now, I have these interrogating questions about me being an asshole. Class, have any of you ever been an asshole? Because in Kevin Perlman's life, if you deviate from perfection, you're now in the asshole category and hunted with billions of government dollars with the Congress, Senate, and psychology community. Okay, well, let me fucking tell you something. Have you ever been around an asshole or a murderer? Do you think if you're hanging out around some asshole and murderer or something, that you're going to be this submissive, friendly person by them? Do you understand where I'm going with that concept? I've dealt with assholes my entire life. And unless they're trying to say that I'm an asshole because someone watched Back to the Future or something, or Spaceballs, I don't fucking know, and can't live in reality, which seems to be the case on their part. If you're around an abusive asshole, you become defensive, correct? And what happens to your personality? In order to defend yourself, you start becoming an asshole back to the asshole, correct? Okay, well, I'm told, remember, Mike Huntley's words and my father's is, Kevin, you're not allowed to defend yourself. And so much so that when I find out my family's hunting me down for eradication to lock me in jail cells, mental institutions, I'm not even allowed to tell anyone in a friendly way. I'm not even allowed to hand you a card going, look, you need to read the truth. Or I'm an asshole. Does that make sense? Of course not. Is this about the asshole crime with billions of government dollars? Of course not. Okay, so if you want to break down 99.9% of my life, I'm the opposite of an asshole, and I've bent over backwards for every single person in my life, especially people I didn't know. I've given housing to people I didn't know very well because they needed housing. I've given food to people that needed food. I've done it on a regular basis to show that I wanted to give back on the good life I thought I had. How stupid do I feel now? I gave back. Okay, so the point is that if you are to NSA level follow someone around and you're an asshole because you tapped your foot by a girl. You're an asshole because 40 years ago you were in high school and you blew a bubble in class. Wait a minute. If you're following me around counting how many times I've blown fucking bubbles and trying to kill me over that, we're not even talking about asshole. We're talking about psychotic murderers. We're talking about racist, bigoted, Adolf Hitler killers. Period. Nobody follows people around saying, you farted in public, you're an asshole, we're going to kill you. Nobody follows you around saying you mouthed off to a person 30 years ago, you're in the asshole category label with billions of NSA dollars, we're going to kill you. It does not happen. People are assholes. And when you deal with enough assholes, you defend yourself by being an asshole back. So if I go on a date with a girl and she says, Kevin, you better buy me a fucking house or I'll kill you. And I go, fuck you, cunt, I don't have time for you. Oh, Kevin's an asshole. He committed the asshole crime because he mouthed off to me. Well, don't I have the fucking right to mouth off to some girl saying if I don't buy her a house and a car and have her baby, she's going to have me killed or something? Correct? So these aren't crimes. There's no such thing as the asshole label in crime. So the point is that, once again, the psychology community and police are trying to package things that don't make any sense as crimes justifiable by death, mental institutions, or jail, or incarceration for life. For the asshole crime of maybe possibly once in a while being an asshole back to your worldwide conspiring murder operations. Okay, now, if you want to ask me, Kevin, have you ever been an asshole to someone? I can't honestly remember, but I am a human being, and so I probably have. Now, if you're going to say that none of you at all have ever been an asshole to someone, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. And then I'll start asking you questions. Have you ever sped? No, I haven't sped. I never sped. I've never broken the speed limit. Oh, okay, so you've never been an asshole. You've never sped. Have you ever littered? Did you ever go somewhere and forget to throw some trash in the trash bin and leave? Nope, never done that. Bullshit. Have you ever done something trivial like cheat on a high school test or steal a 1 cent Jolly Rancher? Nope, never done anything. Bullshit. Bull fucking shit. If someone wants to walk around like their motherfucking Mother Teresa saying they are a perfect human robot, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. Now some of the things they threw me in jail for. Well, Kevin has a toy gun, so he's a danger to society. Kevin has a toy gun in his house, so he's a danger to society. Well, first of all, people, they sell toy guns all day and night, you know, and people don't get fucking billions of people have them. First of all, if the cops are hunting you down with your family for that, you really know there's a fucking problem, just like the tapping crime. Where was I going? But to get more specific on the toy gun, Victoria Walker was paid off, even though I have the right. The Second Amendment states I have the right to bear arms, even though I couldn't give a flying fuck about guns. I never have. Although, if you want to talk about guns and who the big psychos with the guns are, my father has a .357. At least used to when I was a kid, working on me all sorts of angles with the LAPD on frame jobs. And Paul Humphrey, they sent after me, was a big gun collector who's a psychopath and a piece of trash, who at one point signed up for the police academy, and for all I know, he actually, back then it looked like he didn't make it into the police academy, but my guess is he was always, I know for a fact he was always working with the police to hunt me with Mike Huntley. So he might have made it into the LAPD and just pretended like he did. And I can't fucking tell you. But what I can tell you is Paul Humphrey was sent after me to have me killed or eradicated at the same time Mike Huntley was when I was around 14. Okay, I can tell you that for sure, with no hesitation. Okay, now is Kevin an asshole? Well, I think it's pretty fucking irrelevant, but I'm the nicest person known to fucking man. I'm holding doors open for people. I'm thanking people when I don't have to. Am I a pushover? No, I'm not a pushover. Am I polite? Yeah, I am polite. You know why? Because I feel that people deserve respect. If I don't know you, why would I shit on you? And if I do know you, why would I really shit on you? Because I have more important things to be doing with my life, and I don't have time to be a pathetic low-life piece of trash that gets his jollies hurting people on any level. I'm too into myself. Oh, wait, but now you're a narcissist. Okay, well then I can't win, right? It's just going to go to the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing. Because why? Because someone that thinks like that wants you dead and gone no matter how good you are. Okay. And there are situations where people want people dead and gone, and they're really good people. And there's a lot of situations like that. Okay. And little did I know, since 5 years old, I've just been targeted from one person sequentially after the next, and I was actually, like, the people hunting me down to fucking kill me, I was going out of my way for every way, shape, and form, because I didn't know that I was being hunted to be killed or eradicated based on these government flagging operations. Okay, this isn't some angry, jealous person with no self-control, because angry people with no self-control don't have billions of government kill dollars since 5 years old. They don't have the ability to pay off police officers and juries and judges and Congress and Senate and the entire psychology community and the entire law organization worldwide judicial system worldwide, they don't have that technology unless it's NSA level kill tools developed around 5 years old around you, and they worked on you for 47 years. Ta-da! Here we are, 47 worldwide kill operations. I can assure you, it is not because some girl or person's feelings were hurt. Okay? Period. Okay, so the Kevin is an asshole tactic is the same as all the other tactics. It's just an empty label based on the possibility of a single event somewhere down the 47-year timeline saying what? You are not allowed to be a human being. Example, if you're dating a girl and she's fucking scratching your eyeballs out with her nails and you throw her to the ground, in my life, she didn't do anything wrong, and because you threw a girl to the ground who is ripping your fucking eyeballs out, and you have an eye socket, you have an eyeball hanging out of the socket, ligaments, and blood spraying everywhere, you're an asshole because you threw a girl off you who was actually literally ripping the eyeball out of your socket, even though this never happened. I'm just giving you a fictitious analogy. Every single situation I've ever been in for 47 years, not almost every, if there's any type of situation arising, even on the slightest of trivial, it's because some person or girl did not get their way. They did not get their way. Maybe a stripper made $500 off you, but she really wants $1,000, so you're a dead man. Maybe Adriana Oliveras, with your father's help, was demanding a relationship and kids and a family, and you saw the signs that she's a fucking murderer. So you said, I'm not interested, and was very nice and tried to introduce her to other people. I think that's a pretty chivalrous response. Like, look, I'm not interested in you, but you can still hang around as a friend. And here, meet Paul Humphrey, maybe go on a date, meet Tom Farley, and Tom Farley dated her for like a year, and he said weird shit like she's yours. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Tom Farley, I set Tom Farley up with Adriana Oliveras, and the more I got to know Adriana Oliveras, the more psychotic behaviors I were sort of finding were coming out, and she was directly linked with my father and Lorena Escobar paying this person off to fucking hunt me and eradicate me and demand what I had to do. Okay, so you're going to say, well, Kevin, because you didn't shit on Adriana Oliveras, because I let her in my life even though I didn't want to date her, and I introduced her to my friends so that she wouldn't be all alone, makes me an asshole. Yet, when she didn't get her way, she was running around with worldwide support to have me killed and my father. All because my father wanted to set up these blackmail relationships. You date this girl or else, or we kill you. And you're not allowed to meet other people out of our little bubble, our control operations. So we're going to give disinformation to the world with the police and government and kill you and eradicate you or lock you away in jail cells or mental institutions. Now, I don't fucking know anyone that says that if you don't date who I tell you to fucking date and marry them and have kids, that you're an asshole and you need to die. I don't know anyone. Unless maybe the medieval times with you're in a kingdom or something. Well, this is 2019. Okay? Where we have constitutional protections. It is expected that we have the freedoms to go out and live our lives the way we want to, provided we're not committing crimes. In my life, if I'm arrested or hunted by the police, it's not because of a crime, it's because someone didn't get their way. This has been going on since I was 5. Okay. On the asshole topic, Jason Perlman, who claims I did all these things to him in childhood. Bullshit. Jason is a psychotic, murdering, killing piece of trash. I did absolutely nothing to Jason. He was contacted at a young age. He was told to do all sorts of shit to try to set me up and eradicate me. He's made up all sorts of claims over and over that I've tried to kill him. He's a psychotic, murdering, cry wolf piece of fucking shit. He uses his degrees to kill people. He uses his psychology degree to try, or urology degree, to try to fucking pop people's bladders and send them schizo messages that he's going to pop their bladders. He goes out, commits every crime in the book when he's in high school, saying, I did it. He runs around trying to physically abuse me as a kid over and over, and mentally abuse me with their schizo tactics when I'm a young child, with the bullshit that Kevin's an asshole because I'm the nicest person known to man. And then, to cover it up, as I get older, I find out that Jason Perlman is claiming that I did all these horrible things to him as a kid and I abused him. Bullshit. He's completely fucking full of shit like the rest of them. He went off, he did all his road rage shit. They pinned it all on me. He put his license plate frames on his own car. I swerve and hit people at random. He pinned it on me. They knew what they were doing premeditatedly before they even did it, and were reporting everything to the government and cops that they were doing, saying I was doing it. Richard Grunberg stealing the Woodman skateboards with Tom Varley, saying I did it. Eric Johnson trying to blow up Darren Light's mailbox with an M80, saying I did it. 100,000 other things like this. My brother hiding anarchist cookbook books in our cabinets, trying to make it look like I'm the next Unabomber, saying it's me. This tactic done over and over to me. Okay? I can go fucking on and on about the things that they are and have been doing to me my entire life, where it all sort of hinges together at 16 when Jason tells me that he and his friends are going to put me in a mental institution. Because I'm an asshole? Or, let me rephrase that. Because he didn't get his fucking way with something, so I'm an asshole and I need to die with billions of dollars and 7 years of worldwide coordinated conspiracies and murder operations. Okay, what if I was an asshole to Jason at 8 years old? Okay, let me put it another way. Let me rephrase it. Jason was a complete horrible asshole to me when I was a kid. I didn't even know the half of it. I didn't fucking even understand that Jason had premeditated motive to eradicate my existence. Zero. By the time I was 16, I couldn't give a flying fuck. About 8 years old. I loved my brother. I thought he was the best fucking kid. By the time I was 30, I loved my brother. I thought that all the shit he was doing when we were kids was just him being an older brother and being a dick. Does that make sense? So, listen, I'm going to say it how it is. Most older brothers are kind of assholes, aren't they? I mean, they dick around and they torment their younger brother, right? I didn't hold Jason being the kind of dick older brother against him at 8 years old or 10 years old or 16 years old. So by the time I was 30, I was thinking, Jason's my brother and I love him, and I can't really think back to 8 years old because what does it matter? You understand what I'm saying? Those aren't things that anyone obsesses on. But then I started finding out there's a worldwide campaign to eradicate my existence, saying that I did all the things my brother did. And the more I started saying, look, that wasn't me, that was them. Why are you mad at me? You're a snitch, you're dead. We're going to kill you. You're a dead man. I can't tell you how many death threats I have on and off video on like hourly fucking basis, death threats, okay? From stranger after stranger worldwide. My brother's working with Persian groups in high school to hunt me down and have me killed and trying to frame me and all sorts of shit. Okay, you fucking name it. It just goes from thing to thing. Okay, so we're not talking that Kevin suffers from obsession and is too sensitive because of some trivial thing in childhood. The only reason anyone's really mad at me is because I started realizing that the shit my brother was doing and my friends were doing actually had motive behind it directed at me. Okay, so now we're back to the asshole. How does any of that even fit in the asshole category? Okay, do you see how the asshole is like this lame cover-up? You committed the asshole crime, we're going to hunt you down with worldwide support and kill you? There's no such crime. There's just silence Kevin at all costs. In my life, if I walk down the street with headphones on, someone will say that you're an asshole with provoking me with audio because I can hear some of the noise coming from your headphones. And they'll leave out the fact that I exerted the energy to not bother them by putting headphones on. Right? Do you really think, or I'll talk like a lawyer, do you really not think that these people's opinion, their hearsay, is even fucking close to honest based on the entire story or my behaviors? Right? Everything is taken out of context. Everything. Every single thing. If I walk into a store and someone slit my throat and blood spraying on them, every single person in my life, since 5 years old, because I wanted you to understand that if you're trying to say a 5-year-old is an asshole and deserves this, if I walk into a store, let's use a coffee shop. I walk into a coffee shop, someone slit my throat, gallons of fucking blood are shooting out of my arteries and veins onto their face, my eyelids are fluctuating and I'm about to breathe my last breath, they would say that Kevin has come into my store and he sprayed blood all over me and he's an asshole for spraying blood on me, and so if someone sees him, I want them to slit his throat. And the only reason that they would really be calling me an asshole is because their perfect little world ended by getting dirty with some blood on their face. Okay? And then they would try to cover it up by saying, well, Kevin, you must be an asshole or you did something or I would have helped you. Well, what did I do? Well, I can't answer the question, but you're an asshole. Well, but you can't answer specifically why I'm an asshole. If I'm an asshole, let me rephrase that. If I'm an asshole that is such an asshole with an entire planet hunting me down to kill me, and since 5 years old, and over things that nobody cares about, harmless jokes or pranks, I mean really harmless, I mean things that, like if I walked up to you, and I went like, there's something on your shirt, and I went like that, you're an asshole, you were in my life, we have a worldwide campaign to kill you. Okay? If I'm being hunted to be killed since 5 years old for the asshole crime, worldwide, an entire fucking planet, billions of government dollars. Billions. Teachers, professors, every person I've ever known, every student. I've been the nicest person known to man, unless it's someone's perception. But if it's their perception, then it means they have to be told something, and the well had to have been poisoned. Everything. My teacher Quigley telling me to punch Paul Schaefer. No, I won't do it. If I'm an asshole, that there's billions of government dollars to kill me, every lawyer on the planet, every police officer, groups in Congress, Senate, Mike Huntley, 15 years, Tom Farley, 25 years to have me killed, Tim Thompson, 10 years, I got strippers following me from place to place, 20, 30 years, don't know them. Never talked to him, don't know him. Strippers like, porn stars like Jada Fire following me to coffee shops, trying to get me to go after her. saying I hate black people, I'm a white supremacist, and me calling the bluff and seeing that her reactions actually were intended to hunt me with the government and these mass groups worldwide since 5 years old. If I'm an asshole, if there's a worldwide campaign to kill me, trying to stop me from making it look like I went to college, things like this, trying to stop to make it look like I have an education and a degree, every single company I've ever tried to do boat anchored, every single person I've ever been friends with since 5 years old contact and saying, help us remove Kevin from society. If I am such an asshole that there's a world, wait, you're probably already saying this is absurd. This conversation, Kevin, people aren't hunted for the asshole crime. Correct. So what's it about? Okay, but if I am such an asshole that I committed the ultimate asshole crime, this is a worldwide campaign to kill me with billions of government dollars. 1994, internet kill systems built to have me killed, and my brother at the forefront, Jason Perlman, at the forefront of wanting me to get me on the internet to have me killed or eradicated with the government. What is this asshole crime? I mean, if you have invested $100 billion to kill someone, NSA level operations, you gotta have an argument, right? Did I sleep with the wife of the NSA director or something? Did I miss something? Right? I've totally missed it. Okay, so now let's trace it to Jason. Jason Perlman says I'm an asshole? I'm just sort of speculating. Jason Perlman says I'm an asshole, so he wanted me to see the internet so he can hunt me down and kill me to have a normal life. Don't think so. Doesn't really add up in my fucking mind. Does that add up in your mind? Oh, but now you're going to say, Kevin, your mind's spinning, your mind's racing. You need to be locked in a mental institution. Okay. Well, my mind isn't really spinning. It's not really racing. I'm talking about important issues that nobody wants to talk about. I'm talking about issues that affect my freedoms, my life, and not being hunted and killed. Now, the LAPD will tell you that you, and the psychology community is, you can't control life and you can't change situations and bullshit. That doesn't apply to what's going on here. Mass witch hunts to kill someone for 47 years. Listen, if someone's giving fictitious arguments to the world, then the world needs to know that someone wants me dead and gone. Period. Okay, so I'm going to do two things. I'm plugging in GPS coordinates, and then going to the next topic. I think we're towards the end of the list. Tonight I've been veering off topic a little, but I think it's kind of good because we got to talk about the meat. We got to talk about the things that matter. And fucking psychotic Jew-killing murderers or his kind can't exist bigoted racist murderers that have been hunting me since 5 years old have the ability in my life to spout off empty labels and manage to rile up on an hourly basis larger and larger kill groups. So let's talk about the specifics like we spoke about before. Okay, you can't protect yourself. Oh, I mean, I mentioned that 100,000 times. I don't really understand what the correlation between them sending defense attorney Michael Bialis and Victoria Walker after me to have me killed with his little puppet, his little condom puppet, Rudy the Rubber, and condoms and protections. I don't fucking know. You can't protect yourself? I don't know. What? What does that mean? I mean, you know? Okay, so it's not really supposed to mean anything, but we're just skull fucking you until you're dead and gone or whatever. But the point is that clearly Michael Bialis and Victoria were paid off to have me killed because why was Victoria working with thugs to write 187, Penal Code 187 on my car? While attacking me with dogs saying you're a snitch, you're dead, while he had a police-trained canine attack dog. You answer that question, because I would love to know that once again, if Michael Bialis and Victoria Walker are claiming that I'm an asshole, wait, didn't he come to me asking me to rebuild Rudy the Rubber website for him for free? Let me ask you a question. How many assholes do you know they're introduced to a friend, supposedly, and you rewrite their website for free? Does your common asshole rewrite your website for free for you? Is that in the list of asshole crimes? Michael Bialis, I rewrote Michael Bialis' website, Rudy the Rubber website, for free. For free. And at the point that I told Michael Bialis, now I knew Michael Bialis for maybe a couple of years. And there was a point where I told Michael Bialis, Michael, look, I'm not getting paid to do the Rudy the Rubber website, so I don't have time for it. I'm sorry. Okay. So now, Michael Bialis, that's when Michael Bialis changed. Michael Bialis was no longer my friend after I stopped doing free work for him. Okay, now I wasn't doing the Rudy the website like 9 to 5 or anything, but it was on and off for a couple of years, kind of some small updates or whatever. I also kind of made a CG version character of his little condom puppet, so he didn't have to stand behind a desk with his little puppet, looking like a little ass puppet. Okay, now I'm an asshole. According to Michael Bialis and Victoria Walker, I'm an asshole that needs to be hunted and killed by worldwide support. I'm a snitch, I'm dead. They're going to lock me away in jail and mental institutions because after a couple of years I stopped doing free work for Michael Bialis. So I'm an asshole. Then he tries to change up the argument that because his friend Shane originally wrote the website, I took over because I could do it better. These aren't my decisions. Okay? Michael Bialis came to me asking if I could do this for him, and I did after befriending him. He discussed it with Shane. Shane said, okay. I can't tell you anything about Shane's pride. That's not my business. Does that make me an asshole? Am I stepping on toes? Listen. Shane and Michael Bialis had their little puppet show with condoms. They made the executive decisions. We want Kevin to rebuild the website. If Shane didn't like it, that's completely out of my control. I can't know that. Shane agreed to it. I did it. It wasn't really a business thing. I was just kind of doing a favor for someone in my life. At the whatever it was, couple year mark, I don't have time to do the website anymore. You're an asshole. We're going to hunt you and kill you for what you did. You're dead. Wait a minute. You're saying if I do years of free web, on and off, years of free web work for you, I'm an asshole for not being your slave? Not making 1 cent? Okay, think about that. Out of all the assholes you know on this planet, do you know one that spends years going out of your way for friends like that? I mean, do you know someone that fits in the asshole category that actually devotes? Tom Farley, here's a shopping cart page, so you don't have to build 1,000 single product pages. Michael Bialis, I'll redo your website for free. Aubrey Fisher, I'll pop up some template photography code for you so you can have a photography website for free. Does that fit the asshole category in your mind? I mean, when you're around the other assholes that you're trying to hunt down and kill, have they committed some of the same crimes as me? Like that? Okay, if you're saying that I'm an asshole for that, you're a fucking psychotic Jew-killing murderer, okay? I'm just going to say it how it is. Now, they're then going to try to flip it. They're going to try to flip it. Oh, well, Kevin snapped because he didn't make any money. Wrong. Kevin never fucking snapped. I have not snapped to this day at 47. 29, I just flipped the shit out, finding out what was going on a situation that is unheard of with billions of government kill dollars. But snapped? No, never. Not even close. And the judicial system got really pissed off when I said they're not going to get what they want. They're not going to get me to go out hitting and killing people. Okay? They got pissed off from that statement. What does that tell you? Okay, so I have not snapped then, I have not snapped now. I just understand the situation that they didn't want me knowing. I've been threatened pretty much all day and night to be killed for 18 years after finding out. I've been thugged by every psychiatrist, lawyer, police officer, and almost every person on the planet for finding out at 29 there's a worldwide campaign to kill me for no reason at all. They cannot tell me specifically what it's about. Nothing specific. Vague bullshit. Just switches from vague bullshit. You're a criminal, but I can't tell you why. You're an asshole, but I can't tell you why. You're a murderer, but we have no crime scene. You're reckless, out of control, but I can't tell you why. When you don't get your way, you're a horrible monster. Based on what? When, right? There's nothing specific ever on any level. Ever. So, and then it all comes down to, Kevin's a litterer. We hunted Kevin down for 42 years for being a litterer. Right? I mean, of course they don't want it looking that way. And what is a litterer? Once again, we have the asshole crime, we have the litter crime. So when I was 10, did I litter? So they followed me around. We're watching you, Perlman, because when you were 10, you left a Coke can on the street. I don't fucking know, right? Okay, so all these things are the same. It's just the template just changes from thing to thing. So they're trying to cover it all up. Kevin's a public nuisance. The more I expose them, the more they try to cover it up. You name it. It just goes from thing to thing. The more I talk about my earlier life, the angrier they get. Well, why do you care if I talk about my personal life? If I'm fucking crazy, then go live your life. Let me talk about my fucking life. I have the right to talk about my life. Okay, so, talk about what this really is. It's a way of hunting and killing a 5-year-old and getting the world to all help. I mean, I basically said this 100,000 different ways, but I think it kind of needs to be hammered into your heads. What this is really about is creating chaos. It's creating chaos, just like my brother's favorite band, Roger Waters' Radio Chaos. It's about... it's about figuring out how to eradicate someone in such a way that you can get away with it. Interesting wording, since my father's partner, Dennis Ainbinder's kid, Stephen Ainbinder, somehow was associated with this book with the Menendez, How to Kill Someone and Get Away with It, and my brother was closer to Stephen Ainbinder and Lorena Escobar. I can't really go into anything specific on that, but it is kind of interesting that there's a worldwide campaign to kill me and do it in a way that someone can get away with it, just like the title of that book. And they start in on me at a very young age, and things are done in so that was the Menendez. That's relating to the Menendez killings. Obviously, I'm much younger than the Menendez. I think they went to Calabasas High at one point with me. Not with me. They're much older, but I think they go to like Beverly Hills or something after, and that's when whatever. Okay, I don't want to go too deep in that. What I do want to say is it's interesting that there's a worldwide campaign to have me killed with full government support, and do it, and psychology community, and do it in such a way that someone can get away with it. I mean, that wording definitely fits that book. I'm not saying anything specific because I have no specific proof or anything of anything. It seems very out there like my brother saw the name of the book and said, let's do that to Kevin. I can't fucking tell you. Okay. The point, though, the point I'm getting at is there's a worldwide campaign to torture me with psychological warfare while the police say no crime has been committed. Yet, every obvious crime has been committed against me. An entire planet has been riled up with psychological warfare, terror operations, visual messages, trying to make me look like a schizophrenic, trying to make it look like I'm a violent, paranoid schizophrenic, trying to work on every mental illness label and tactic, being brutalized by the masses worldwide with subtle, from subliminal to passive-aggressive provokings, like maybe 40 people per day whistling at me for years every day, people following around tapping when they see me. These tactics are in the thousands, starting at 5 years old, changing from thing to thing. People told to, like Eric Johnson, blow up mailboxes with M80s and say Kevin did it. Kevin's a crazy man. Kissing a black girl at 8 years old, the world told I'm a white supremacist to create anger and rage, racial anger and rage against me, to the point where black porn stars like Jada Fire are following me from place to place, trying to make it look like I hate black people. Porn stars like Vanessa Blue, black porn stars like Vanessa Blue, following me from place to place, or Coffee Bean, trying to make it look like I hate black people. Porn stars following me to public places, trying to provoke me, not just provoke me, trying to get reactions, say I hate porn stars and this and that. All based on trying to create worldwide chaos, anger, and rage at one man to brutalize him to the death where he blows his fucking brains out or something really bad happens to him and he reacts and gets put in cages, mental institutions, based on the original message at 16, me and my friends are going to lock you in a mental institute. Me and my friends are going to, it wasn't said that clearly, but me and my friends are going to put you in a mental institution. It was me and my friends put a teacher in a mental institution. We have a bug in your room, Radio Chaos, and we have a bug in your room, and we're listening to everything you do on the radio to try to flip me into a state of paranoia. So I go running to my mom, saying, Mommy, Jason has a bug in my room, to try to make me look crazy, try to make me say things that look crazy. I don't think he really had a bug in my room. Mike Huntley, Paul Humphrey, then told to befriend me with their VW Beetles, and it getting really bad. It had always been going on since 5 years old, but getting really bad since then. Now, just so you understand some specifics, around 8th grade, I'm attracted to Christy Reynolds. I keep kind of glancing at her. They make up lies that I'm giving her death stares when I never stared at her. Is it a little weird and awkward for her? I'm sure it was. Is it the weirdest thing? No, it's not. It's not that weird. Especially someone in 8th grade. Tom Farley sent after me at that point, befriending Tracy Picos, trying to send me hidden messages about peeking. Tom Farley working every other angle. Paul Humphrey coming in at that point to have me hunted, killed, and eradicated or locked away in jail cells or mental institutions. Most importantly, my mother working tactics with my brother and the media, telling me right after watching the movie Creepshow that Jason woke up and he went down to the kitchen and the entire kitchen floor was flooded with cockroaches. Later on to find out there's actually a character in the movie Creepshow named Reynolds. How about that? What is it my mother was trying to do with media? She's trying to flip me out and make me look like a violent, paranoid schizo who conforms to media. She was making up lies that was giving mean, evil death stares to Christy Reynolds. Why is this being done? Well, once you get through everything, it's kind of about hate, rage, anger. Not mine. theirs. Okay? Kevin looked at a girl too much. Kevin looked at a girl. How do I rephrase this? Because I was shy and quiet, which they can't put these puzzle pieces together. They're fucking idiots. Okay? Any moron can put these puzzle pieces together. It's like every other argument. It doesn't make any sense. Oh. Because Kevin didn't walk up to a girl and be Rico Suave and say all the right things, he was shy, quiet, and attracted to Christy Reynolds, but didn't know what to say. Kevin is a murderer that needs to be hunted with worldwide support. So we're going to send him hidden messages from the movie Creepshow. We're going to send him 100,000 other hidden messages from songs and movies. We're going to have his friends send him hidden messages. Kevin needs to go into a mental institution. And then it's finally all summed up that Kevin's an asshole because he didn't ask out Christy Reynolds in 8th grade. 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 How many fucking people in 8th grade are held standards to the President of the fucking United States of America? Okay. Where I come from, that's fucking child abuse. They can't ask any fucking questions. They can't deal with situations. I see something that I don't like, I don't understand, and they go out and they fucking kill everything in sight because they don't understand it. It's the same thing as fucking Adolf Hitler. Period. Now, what is it? I was an asshole with Christy Reynolds because I was shy and didn't ask her out? I mean, if that isn't the most pathetic cover-up, kill-his-kind argument, I don't know what is. You can only polish a turd so many fucking different ways. It's always going to be a fucking turd. Period. Okay. So I just wanted to expand on that a little. I think we're towards the end here. Oh! Kevin can't see himself. Kevin can't see himself. Kevin's a horrible monster. Kevin's done 100,000 horrific things. Not one person can be specific about any of them. And Kevin can't see himself as a horrible murdering monster. You don't see some premeditation of that one? What did I do? I'm not going to tell you. You're a dead man. Because you know what you did. Hey, world! If Kevin asks you what he did, don't tell him. If Kevin asks you what this is about, don't tell him because we're going to try to show him himself. And it doesn't matter what we tell Kevin, he can't see himself, so he's not going to change. Okay, wait a minute. If I walk up to a stranger, and I'm the nicest motherfucker known to man, which I have been to everyone for 7 years, and someone is poisoning the well, I've never met them or seen them, and they say Kevin's a horrible monster, we have to kill him because he'll never change because he can't see himself. Well, don't you see a certain set of premeditated strategies? Isn't life supposed to be you meet people and they learn who you are based on who you are? If someone is poisoning the well, and they're doing it worldwide, and they're doing it since 5 years old, that's what you call premeditation. That's strategic. Okay? If I contact every lawyer on the planet and say you killed 100,000 people, and then I follow you and try to kill you, what do you think the real reasoning would be that I would contact all the lawyers? Because I want you fucking dead and gone. Well, this starts at 5 being done to me. Okay, so when Tom Farley and Mike Huntley are following me from state to state, notifying worldwide groups to kill me, and saying no matter what Kevin tells you, he can't see himself, kill him? And he did all these horrible things, but we can't be specific about one of them? What do you think the motive is? It's not about me. It's about someone killing someone they don't like, and I'm the target. Okay, so nobody runs around. Think about that. Class, how many people do you know on this planet that people are running around with their psychology degrees? You see that person over there you've never met? They can't see themselves. So help us do horrible things to them. 0? None? If someone walks up to me and says that, I say, get the fuck away from me. I don't know that person. I don't fucking know you. Right? Okay. This tactic has been done to me my entire life. You can't see yourself tactic. Let me tell you something. My family has no clue who I am. So in my family, my psychotic murdering family's running around, turning worldwide groups against me to eradicate me, and then saying you can't see yourself. The only thing my mother knows about me, the only thing my mother is capable of knowing about me, and this applies to my entire family on different things like this, the only thing my mother is capable of knowing about me is that unfortunately I said fuck you, who cares what people think, and mouthed off to her, and she's mad because I mouthed off to her in my one and only argument and fight ever with her up until 29, and it's shattered her little life that her son isn't the perfect angel and I'm a human being. Okay? All I did was say fuck you to my mother. It was the end of the world. Kevin's an asshole. Kevin needs to die. If you're telling me that there's a worldwide campaign to kill me for saying fuck you to my mother, my one and only argument ever, then that chick's got serious issues. Okay? You didn't see me mad at her every day of my life. I loved my family until I found out what they were capable of. All these things, you can take the same type of situations to my father. I probably farted by him or something. My guess with my father is that there was a time when I was about 8 years old, and he said, Kevin, if you don't eat your liver, you can't leave the dinner table. And I sat at the dinner table for like an hour in like a stalemate, not eating the liver and onions. And my guess is my father's running around saying I disobeyed him, and so I need to be dealt with in unheard of horrific methods. I'm just sort of throwing out a childhood situation that you would say, well, that doesn't sound like the biggest deal in the world. So I thought, remember when psychotic murderers are hunting you down with worldwide support, it's about stupid shit that nobody cares about. You farted by me, you didn't breastfeed correctly by me, you said fuck you to me in our one fight, in our one and only argument ever. Now, just one more clarification. If someone says fuck you, who cares what people think, they're not angry at the who cares what people think part. They're angry about their pride. You mouthed off to me, you said fuck you, I'm going to punish you. I lost control, I'm going to do horrible things to you to teach you lessons. Okay, so you can't see yourself. This is coming from people that can't see their ass from their fucking mouth and have no concept of up and down or reality. Okay, they just have endless fucking kill resources, but they don't have a concept of who I am. They're stuck on their fuck you obsession. They're stuck on it. 40 years ago, Kevin said fuck you to me. 40 years ago, Kevin said fuck you to me. 40 years ago, Kevin said fuck you to me. 40 years ago, Kevin said fuck you to me. And they have worldwide support helping them, which makes no fucking sense, because who the fuck would care? So, my mother's argument is Kevin's an asshole, he can't see himself, he said fuck you to me, her world came crashing down, of perfection. Perfection does not exist. Her life was ruined at that point. She wanted to take her anger out on me. Obviously, this starts before that, with all their psychotic behaviors and their psychology degrees. But you can kind of see the progression of things that nobody could give a flying fuck about turning into a worldwide murder operation. And it's not because I said fuck you. They're sort of wording things in ways that they can kind of get everyone to help create this chaos to kill me or eradicate me. Okay, but really, if you compare my life to anyone else, my life is much cleaner. Does that make sense? If you were to take that guy over there and say, have you ever mouthed off to your parents? Sure, all the fucking time. Have you ever done this or that? Sure, all the time. Okay. And he'd laugh. Why are they mad at you? And he'd be like, I don't fucking know. Because nobody cares that you said fuck you to them at 14. Okay. So, someone running around saying you can't see yourself, you need to change, especially when they're not in your life, isn't about you. It's about them. Once again, it's about someone else not getting their way. It's about someone not getting what they want. Kevin Perlman is associating with girls with tattoos and silicone implants. I don't approve of Kevin doing that. I'm not getting what I want. I'm going to pay off Dincy to throw Kevin in jail, give him false convictions, torture him, try to chop off limbs. I hope you learned your fucking lesson, because we're punishing you in ways that are unheard of and non-direct. It's not about me, other than I'm the target. It's about some spoiled, murdering brat that has the power and resources to hunt down and kill someone, and this person, it's kind of coming from my entire family, especially my father, like I started in on the beginning. And so you understand that it's not really about me, other than I'm being punished because someone else isn't getting what they want. Someone's walls came crashing down, that I'm not the perfect angel child. That I don't know. I'm not the perfect robot angel. I don't want to use angel. I want to say robot. I am a good person, but I'm not perfect. I am a good person, but if you're like trying to lodge a pickaxe in my skull, I'm probably going to try to stop you, right? I am a good person, but if I date an abusive girl that wants all my money and wants to shit on me, I'm going to fucking leave her. Okay? It's that fucking simple. Standing up for yourself doesn't mean you're a bad person. It just means that you don't want to be abused and fucking shit on and your life destroyed. Okay. Talk about what this really is. Oh, I did that. Hunted for typing. Oh, this one should have been at the top. Hunting for typing LOL. I think I already talked about this. I did. Yeah, I did. Trying to manipulate me down the wrong path over and over. Okay, they have this whole theme on devils and manipulation. The devil shit starts with Eric Christensen. It starts with psychiatrist Susan Donner trying to cover up their crime spree. It starts with Sherry Christensen and Eric Christensen. It starts with Eric Christensen wanting me to read books called Job by Robert Heinlein. I'm trying to see if I can trace the devil angel shit to any younger than Eric Christensen at 21 at University or Southern Oregon State College. I thought something came to mind the other day where at a little younger they were working some tactics, but I lost that thought. So needless to say, they've been working on me with their bullshit about devils, angels, Illuminati, trying to make me look crazy. Now remember, this isn't just my brother and his friends. These are worldwide strangers all working together. Trying to take me to movies like Da Vinci Code and trying to sort of make it look like I conform to media. With some of my abusive father's office employees told to try to set me up and frame me. Now remember, they all play the asshole. If you find out what they're doing and try to say something, you're an asshole. They're allowed to torture and kill you. If you say something, you're an asshole, need to die. Doesn't make much sense. Okay, where are we? We're getting towards the end here. Oh, so I kind of lost thought. So my mother, my friends, my father, they all try to manipulate me into doing irreversible things to destroy my life. These are people that say they love me. At one point, my father told me that I should tattoo eyebrows, fake eyebrows on my here. Why do you think my father wanted me to a guy tattoo fake eyebrows on his fucking... My mother, we talked about the college thing, trying to manipulating me back from college and telling the entire judicial system that I'm on the run and I'm faking graduating and I followed Jason to University of Colorado. After manipulating me back, they then started contacting lawyers saying I did something wrong at University of Colorado, I don't remember, to stop the lawyers from helping me. All these things are based on we're trying to manipulate you down the wrong path. There's something my father and some people were working on. Some tactic my father and people were working on with Brian Smith that my friends call Bucky because of his teeth. Maybe they were making him a lie that I pushed Bucky off the cliff and that's why they called him Bucky when it's about his teeth. Just like they call me Kid Taco and then they try to divert it that I can't stop talking when it was about building cars. Okay, so where am I? Okay, so the point is that these are people in my life trying to manipulate me down the roads of destruction. Okay, and at one point, there were hints or something about me pushing Bucky. Or doing something to Bucky, Brian Smith. And in the movie Bucky Larson, which there's all these references, they try to sort of make it look like I conform to media. Obviously, whatever his name is, the dude, nobody grows my cock shade, maybe is supposed to represent me being an asshole or something, even though I have nothing to do with that movie or Fight Club or any other movie. They're just tactics to try to make me look crazy. My father is like hinting that I pushed someone or somebody. There were several hints about me pushing someone or something like that. My father mentioning something about pushing me to help me or whatever. I explained on another video that if I really did push Brian Smith off the roof of my father's DeSoto house on Avenue San Luis with the little rooftop thing, the rooftop balcony, if I really did that, Brian Smith would be a bloody pulp of bone fragments on concrete because the swimming pool was not underneath the roof. The swimming pool was this way in a gated area, and there was just a concrete ground with a barbecue grill. So if my father's trying to make it look like these movies are actually real to the people watching them about me, which seems to be the case, or they're just trying to make it look like I'm crazy and conform to media, I can't tell you. There's not really much words other than everything the world has been told about me on every level is fiction. So if they're trying to sort of portray me as Tyler Durden, or they're trying to portray me as someone in the movie Bucky Larson, or they're trying to use the 100,000 other movies like Creepshow or whatever when I was a young kid. They're working on the Kevin's supposedly O.J. Simpson, and Kevin thinks he's O.J. Simpson. It just goes from thing to thing on an hourly basis. It seems what's happening is they make up their fiction to the world, and then they kind of write their screenplays around their perception of me based on defamation and slander. And then you sort of have to question what the paranoid schizo tactics are really about. Why are they doing all this? Why are they exerting all this energy in the first place, right? Well, it's obviously to make me look crazy, to remove me from society on a government billion-dollar agenda, contacting everyone on the planet saying, rid this guy of the world. And then they're making up cover-up lies. He can't see himself. Well, let me tell you, I've been punished for being the nicest motherfucking person known to man. I've been punished in unheard of methods that 99% of the world would blow their fucking brains out before or after the fact. Okay, and it still goes on all day and night, 24/7, so now they're working on post-traumatic stress angles. Okay, the last entries. Angry food service emailing me at 2:33, which is how this all starts. Wait, does that... I don't know where I was going with that one. These are daily types of things. I'm going to skip to the very last one. And I'm fucking exhausted, by the way. Kevin needs attention tactic. Kevin needs attention tactic. So we're going to lock him away in a cage for his entire life where he can't have any attention, he can't have any friends, he can't have any relationships, he can't associate with people, he can't work with people who make money because Kevin needs attention. I wish there was someone here where I could be like, class, any questions about that? What are your thoughts on that? Kevin needs attention. Don't we all need attention? Isn't that part of the human behavior? Is to need attention? Isn't human behavior, societies and groups all kind of getting along and finding common interests? I mean, even a fucking Colombian drug lord, even though I'm not a drug dealer, needs attention, right? He meets women, he screws women every night, he has one crazy wife, I don't fucking know. Okay, so my point is that everyone needs attention. I mean, what kind of sick fuck runs around? What kind of sick fuck runs around saying, see that person? They need attention. So we're going to hunt him and kill him. We talked about the lonely thing. Kevin Perlman is guilty of the lonely crime, and he needs attention, so every person on the planet hunt him down, torture, and kill him. Okay, so every girl I meet has to be married, and I have to punch him in the face and slap him because I don't want to give any attention, and I don't want to let them know that I like them, and then I'm a good person, right? Wait a minute. All these fucking coffee jockeys are dating each other. They're going out to clubs afterwards. If you're out of that age group, you're doing hobbies with each other. You're going out to bars, hanging out with each other every night or a couple of nights or weekends, talking. Your friends are coming over your house every once a week, and you're gabbing about your life or whatever, right? Don't people need attention? Well, wait. How come when I'm sitting there by myself at like a coffee shop, and a guy comes in with his girlfriend and friends, and I'm all alone, and then he gets mad at me that I need attention? Wait a minute. You're coming to a coffee shop, you're in a relationship. Well, isn't a relationship attention? If you're dating a girl and you see her all day and night, or married, don't you need attention? Because why are you dating a girl you're married to or going on dates if you're not lonely? That's how it starts. You're lonely, so you want to meet a girl. Then, okay, camera stop recording. Okay, so what I was saying was, lonely is part of the human genetics, and it's like a sign that you're supposed to be with people. Pain is part of the human genetics, and it says when I don't like something and it hurts, react to stop the pain. Okay? Pain, loneliness, isolation, they're all bad things. There's a reason why human genetics, if God designed us, then God wanted us to be around people. And not just one person. If that guy comes in, he's with his girlfriend or wife, and he has friends with him, and he's talking about lonely, well, if I'm by myself, how am I trying to put this? If he's with people, then in order to cure his loneliness, he has people around him. Does that make sense? So you can't go to some guy that's all by himself going, we don't want you here, you're lonely. Lonely is how we all are. And let me tell you something, there's a lot of married fuckers out there that are even more lonely than the fucking people that are actually alone. You can't walk around. Once again, we're talking about I committed the asshole crime. I've also committed the lonely crime. So the point I'm making is people don't talk that way. They don't... Kevin needs attention. Well, what does that mean? Kevin needs attention. Somehow I jumped from attention to lonely. Okay, attention. I'm just trying to load my app. Attention. Okay, same thing. We all need attention. Your girlfriend's always over your house. Your friends are with you when you show up to harass me. He needs attention. He needs his friends there. He needs his friends with him. If I go to a bar, all the people that need attention are together talking to each other because they don't want to be alone all the time. If an artist makes a painting, it's because he loves to paint, and then he wants people to see his art because people see his art to make money, but it's not always just about money, it's also about recognition, right? Well, Kevin Perlman's not allowed to show his art to anyone because Kevin needs attention. Well, what's the point of making fucking art if nobody's allowed to see it? What's the point? I'm trying to think of some good analogies. What's the point of dressing nice if nobody's going to look? What's the point in... I don't know. This one, it's such a stupid argument. Look, everyone needs fucking attention. Nothing's this way or that way. I might make artwork to make money. I might make artwork for everyone to see my artwork for recognition and to make money. Hell, I just make artwork for recognition. I might dress really good and go to a bar to meet a girl and sleep with her or date her or whatever. There could be 100 million reasons for each of these situations, but people don't sit there, well, you need attention and you need attention, so you can't have attention, and nobody's going to look at your artwork, and nobody's going to follow your social accounts because you have a social account to get attention and not to make money. Well, let me tell you, most people actually have social accounts for attention and not to make money. Sure, if you're a porn star, it might be to make money, but the social norm is to interact. There's a reason why social media is called social media and not give me all your fucking money. Because it's about being social. And that's how people be social. Is maybe they're lonely, maybe they need attention, they get out of their house, they get some hobbies, they go to bars, they meet people, they make friends, they go do things, they build a social group, they get jobs, they become friends with the people at their jobs, they go to bars with the people at their jobs. So when you're running around saying, you see that person, they're either lonely or need attention, and they've been isolated for 18/42 years on top of that. Think about the argument. Doesn't make any fucking sense. That's like me saying you suffer the food eating crime, so we're not going to let you eat food. Okay, and what happens? You die. Why? Because human genetics states, not states, but has been scientifically proven that if we don't fucking eat food or drink water, we die. So we need these basic things in our lives in order to be healthy. We need people around us. We need positive people around us. We need food to eat healthy. We need sleep. We need good social environments. And if people are told to radio chaos us to death with worldwide support and billions of government dollars on weird sayings that you can't see yourself from strangers you've never even met or talked to, how can a fucking stranger tell you you can't see yourself? You never met the fucking guy. Do you understand? Every person for 42 years, I have these problems. Sorry, I'm like hiccuping and burping and trying to talk. For 42 years, every person I've had contact with, or I should say, I've had strangers come up to me telling me who I am. Okay, do you think that's a little strange? If you're sitting there at a coffee shop, or you're sitting at a restaurant, or you're sitting at a bar, or you're sitting at a pool hall, you're sitting in a class in college, and a stranger comes up to you from a different state, some of them are even exchange students from different countries, come up to you, you can't see yourself and you can't see who you are and we're going to fix you. Or you better be a good person or we're going to do this or that. What thought would be going on in your mind? Other than, I don't fucking know you. I've never met you. I've never talked to you. For you to walk up to me and tell me that you somehow know the most intricate details of my life, that you were never there, right? Think about that. Whatever, Jada Fire, porn star Jada Fire, following me coffee shop to coffee shop, trying to provoke me into reactions as if we were friends for 10 years, and she just wants to prove a point. Okay, do you understand? If Jada Fire or the other hundred thousands of people following me to coffee shops or anywhere else going, I'm going to expose Kevin Perlman to the world, I've never met these people. They don't have a fucking leg to stand on as far as I know who Kevin is. I've never met them. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? Do you know any situations where there's worldwide groups following around some guy saying you can't see yourself? That the guys never even talked to? I've never spoke to these people. I don't know them. You can't presume to know someone you've never even spoke to. It's like if I sat here and I told you that I was friends with Tom Cruise and he's a horrible asshole and he did all these things to all these people, and you'd be like, Kevin, you hung out with Tom Cruise? Well, no, but I know who he is. Well, how the fuck could I or anyone know who someone is if you don't let them in your life? Right? You can't. Now, you can try to use Mike Huntley's lies, but it doesn't make any sense, because if Mike Huntley didn't have an agenda, he wouldn't have done all the things he did. And I watched him firsthand. I watched him lie and lie and lie. Okay? If you're a good person, you don't try to weasel into people's lives to expose them and rid them of the world. Period. There is no argument. Okay, so you can easily take those guys out of the equation, and if Mike Huntley wants to have an actual debate or verbal argument about me and who I am, he will fucking lose instantly, and he will be fucking exposed about the things I have to say. But we all know that Mike Huntley's a murdering coward who invested 15 years to hunt me and kill me, and there's no doubt he was paid, and has no argument, because his arguments are all in secret and in the dark to the world on their internet kill systems with my family and brother. They have no argument. If it's not to my face, and I'm not allowed to defend myself, they have no argument. They're lying, murdering pieces of shit, and it's called defamation, libel, slander, in this case, attempted murder, with worldwide support across 42 years, and the largest crime known to one man ever. And I think that's it. I'm fucking exhausted. This is going to be a really long segment. Once again, when random fucking strangers are saying you can't see yourself and we're going to kill you and you're an asshole, I don't fucking know you. And you don't fucking know me. And you're fucking looking at some fictional internet kill feed based on fiction, and people's paid off to write up fiction about me. And they have exposed that because they have told me I'm not allowed to know what's going on. I'm not, and they've also threatened my life with death threats and physical attacks, and I'm not allowed to talk. I mean, their behaviors and their actions speak for themselves, so much so that they paid off Mike Huntley to work with Rody Morales to take me to strip clubs and say I'm hunting and stalking strippers, to try to cover up their mass 42-year, all day and night, 24/7 murder ops or extermination ops. Okay, so once again, any fucking yabo clown runs up to me saying, Kevin, you can't see yourself, I'm going to be like, I don't fucking know you. And if I don't know you, then it's probably racial or bigoted. It's probably you don't like my kind or Jews. Because you don't run up to fucking strangers as if you know them, stating you're this and you're that and you did this and you did that, unless you have some kind of argument. Okay. And there are a few select lack of self-control people out there that do that once in a blue moon. But remember, I'm not on the fucking news. I don't have TV shows. Everything that's being done to me is a worldwide murder op, and every person's reaction is, I don't know you. Well, once again, if you tell me you don't know me, but I can't see myself, need I say more? You know me because you're spying on me with illegal government kill tools? Well, that doesn't make you know me. You can know every parking spot I've ever parked in for 42 years. It doesn't make you know me. The only way you can know someone is to get to know them. It's like thinking you're the best. It's like thinking you're the best in bed from watching pornos. It's all theory. There's nothing behind it. Okay? It's like thinking you're F-16 jet fighter because you watched movies or Top Gun about airplanes. There's nothing behind it. It's theory or fantasy. Okay? These people running around, which I can't see myself being disseminated, these fictional stories about me illegally with intent to have me killed or eradicated, it's fiction. It doesn't exist. It's hearsay, it's gossip, it's drama, but it's not gossip. It's not drama because there's billions of dollars to get it out to every person on the planet, and they're told to do strategic, tactical provokings until I'm dead and gone. And then it's, I don't know you. Well, look, even if someone walks up to Tom Cruise and says, you know, Tom Cruise, you're crazy because you're a Scientologist. And Tom Cruise says, oh, you know me, right? Of course I know you. You're Tom Cruise. You don't walk up to Tom Cruise going, you're crazy because you're a Scientologist, but I don't know you. That doesn't make any sense. If he says I don't know you, then the guy's a fucking loon and he's doing something very freaky, right? Okay, so the point is that all these things that are being done to me, they're then trying to cover up and say, well, I'm doing it because Kevin did it. And Kevin can't see himself. Well, bullshit. Bull fucking shit. They have no argument. They have no leg to stand on. They know it. That's why they've thrown me in jail. That's why they're still trying to throw me in jail. That's why they're trying to cover up everything. They're lying, murdering sacks of shit. And they have no argument. And that came out in the open when I was 29, sitting in the office with Mike Huntley, that he's going to kill me with the judicial system. When I started finding out that something was very wrong with my life, him going from, you're okay, in a huffy puffy voice, to, oh shit, he knows, and then we got to kill him or whatever. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to end it there. I'm fucking exhausted. I've totally veered off the topics, but you're going to really understand from the details the truth. And if someone doesn't want the truth, then they're murderers. If they don't want to take the time to listen to what I have to say, they have that right. If they tell me I'm not allowed to tell anyone about my life or they'll kill me, they're involved in a murder operation. That's what's been going on for 42 years, finding out at 29 18 years ago, and watching people's reactions, the more I found out. And people in the psychology community like Susan Donner paid off to try to exterminate me. Natalie Craw, I better not, if I don't take my meds, I'll destroy my life in some kind of blackmail death threat. You name it. And so I'm just going to end it here. I'm exhausted. And till the next time I want to unload on the details about my life that people don't want me talking about. But the truth is important. The details behind why and what they're doing is important. Life normally isn't based on broad, empty labels. You're an asshole. You committed the asshole crime. We're going to kill you with worldwide support. You're a criminal. I can't tell you why. You're a murderer. You're a murderer. I can't show you a crime scene. You're, whatever. We're all supposed to be free until we do something horrific. And they have not been able to prove any of that, but they have finally got so desperate that they've fabricated all sorts of police charges and paid off lawyers to try to make me look crazy on the stand and all sorts of things with endless proof of these operations. Once again, before I shut this off, while they have no proof of their hundreds of thousands of defamation, slander, libel to the world on their internet kill systems to Roger Water and chaos, to radio chaos me to death with Jason Perlman, they have no proof of their accusations that change on an hourly basis. I have endless proof of worldwide murder operations that go on throughout my entire life and still go on today. Okay, so that's it.